Hello, and welcome back to the channel. I'm really happy you're here today. If you love emotional, slow-burn Regency romance, you're in the right place. Today's story is called His Mistress in Name Only, and it's a powerful story about reputation, sacrifice, and a love that begins with scandal. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe if you enjoy romantic audiobooks like this. It really helps support the channel. Now, get comfortable, relax, and as always, happy listening. His Mistress in Name Only, Chapter 1. The rain turned London's streets into rivers of filth, and Philippa Weatherby was drowning in them. Her half-boots splashed through puddles she couldn't see in the dark. The account ledgers clutched against her chest, growing heavier with each sodden step. She'd lost her bearings 3 streets back, somewhere between fleeing Julian Carr's townhouse and the moment pure panic had swallowed her ability to think. Behind her, nothing. No footsteps, no shouts. Carr hadn't followed. That should have been a relief. Instead, Pippa's lungs burned with the certainty that she'd made everything infinitely worse by running. A gentleman didn't chase a woman through Mayfair at midnight. He simply waited until morning and told everyone she'd thrown herself at him. Her father's voice echoed in her memory. "When you're accused of impropriety, Philippa, the truth ceases to matter. Only perception remains." Her father, who'd put a pistol to his head rather than face the perception of fraud. Pippa stumbled, caught herself against wet iron railings. Her hands were numb. She'd left her gloves in Carr's study when she'd shoved him away, when his wine-soaked breath had filled her mouth and his hands had reached for her skirts. She retched, pressing her forehead against the cold metal. "Keep moving. Get home. Thomas needs you." 16-year-old Thomas, brilliant and oblivious at school, who believed his sister was still respectable enough to secure him a future, who didn't know she'd been reduced to taking bookkeeping work from men like Julian Carr just to pay his tuition, who certainly didn't know what Carr had expected in payment. Pippa forced herself upright and looked around properly for the first time since she'd started running. Tall white facades loomed on either side, windows dark, the street deserted. Mayfair, definitely. But which part? She'd been to Carr's house only twice before, always in daylight, always with her head down and her focus on the numbers he'd wanted reconciled. She turned in a slow circle, rain streaming down her face. Nothing looked familiar. The ledgers were slipping from her numb grip. She needed to... The townhouse door opened 10 feet ahead of her. Pippa froze. A man emerged, silhouetted against warm interior light. Tall, broad-shouldered, shrugging into his coat as he descended the front steps with the easy confidence of someone who owned everything he touched. He was halfway to the street before he noticed her. He stopped. For a breathless moment, they simply stared at each other. Her bedraggled and shaking in the downpour, him dry beneath the small portico overhang, his hand still on the iron railing. Then his eyes narrowed. "Are you injured?" The question was so unexpected, so devoid of judgment, that Pippa's knees nearly buckled. No, I'm lost." His voice was deep, controlled, the kind of voice that expected answers. "Yes." The word came out as half-sob. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I should go." She turned blindly, but her boot caught on her soaked hem. The ledgers tumbled from her arms, pages scattering across the wet pavement. Pippa dropped to her knees with a sound of pure despair, scrabbling to gather them before the ink ran completely. Footsteps approached. The man crouched beside her, collecting pages with methodical efficiency. Leave them, Pippa choked out. Please, they're ruined anyway. He ignored her, stacking the salvageable sheets and tucking them inside his coat to keep them dry. Then his hand appeared in her line of vision, palm up. An offer, not a demand. Pippa looked up. The street lamp caught his face properly for the first time, and something in her chest constricted. He wasn't handsome in any conventional sense. His features were too severe, his jaw too hard, his mouth set in a line that suggested he rarely smiled. But his eyes, pale grey in the lamplight, held an intensity that made her forget to breathe. "Take my hand," he said quietly, "before you catch your death out here." She shouldn't. Every rule of propriety she'd been taught screamed against it. Strange man, midnight, Mayfair Street. This was how reputations died. But her reputation had died the moment she'd walked into Julian Carr's study tonight. Pippa placed her hand in his. His grip was warm, steady, and he pulled her to her feet with effortless strength. She swayed, dizzy from cold and shock and the lingering smell of Carr's cologne on her dress, and the man's other hand came to her elbow, steadying her. "Easy," he murmured. That was when the carriage passed. Pippa heard it before she saw it. The clatter of wheels on cobblestones, slowing. She turned her head just as the vehicle drew alongside them, and through the rain-streaked window, she glimpsed 3 faces pressed to the glass. Women. Middle-aged, respectable, their expressions shifting from curiosity to shock to something far worse. Recognition. The man beside her went very still. His hand tightened fractionally on her elbow. The carriage didn't stop, but it didn't need to. Pippa had seen enough. Those women had seen a beautiful young woman, because even she knew, objectively, that her unusual features drew attention. Dishevelled and drenched in a gentleman's arms at his doorstep, at midnight, in Mayfair. "Oh, God," she whispered. The man's expression hadn't changed, but something shifted in his posture. A decision made. He guided her toward his door with firm pressure. "Inside. Now." "I can't." "You already have." His tone left no room for argument. "The damage is done. Standing in the rain debating it will only make you ill." He was right. The horrible, crushing truth was that he was absolutely right. Pippa let him lead her up the steps and through the door into warmth that felt like a physical slap after the cold. She stood dripping on marble tile in an entrance hall that spoke of old money and older taste, dark wood panelling, oil paintings of stern-faced ancestors, the scent of beeswax and tobacco. A woman appeared from a side corridor, grey-haired and compact, her expression shifting from surprise to concern in an instant. "My lord?" "What?" "Mrs. Finch." The man, my lord, apparently, handed her the ruined ledgers. "Our guest needs dry clothes and something hot to drink. Quickly." The housekeeper's gaze swept over Pippa, sharp and assessing. Whatever she saw made her lips thin, but she nodded. "The blue bedroom?" "Yes. And Mrs. Finch?" He waited until the housekeeper met his eyes. "Discretion." "Always, my lord." Mrs. Finch turned to Pippa, her expression softening. "Come with me, miss. You're shaking like a leaf." Pippa wanted to refuse, to run back into the rain, to somehow undo the last 5 minutes. But her body betrayed her, following Mrs. Finch toward the staircase on legs that felt made of water. She glanced back once. The man stood in the centre of his entrance hall, coat darkened with rain from holding her ledgers, watching her with an expression she couldn't read. In the proper light, He looked older than she'd first thought, past 30, certainly. His dark hair was swept back from a face that seemed carved from granite, all sharp angles and controlled power. He looked like the kind of man who never made mistakes, and she'd just forced him into one. Mrs. Finch led her to a bedroom that was indeed blue, pale silk wallpaper, darker blue counterpane, a fire already crackling in the grate, as if the room had been expecting her. Which was impossible, of course. Nothing about tonight was expected. "Out of those clothes," Mrs. Finch commanded, already moving toward the wardrobe. "Everything. You'll catch pneumonia." Pippa's fingers fumbled with her buttons, numb and clumsy. The housekeeper tutted and brushed her hands away, undoing the fastenings with practiced efficiency. "You're Philip Weatherby's daughter," Mrs. Finch said quietly. Pippa's hands stilled. "How did you—" "I knew your mother. Years ago. Before—" The housekeeper's expression flickered with something like pity. "Before your father's troubles. Before her father had been accused of falsifying his research. Before his suicide. Before Pippa and Thomas had been left with nothing but debt and a name that meant disgrace." "I take bookkeeping work now," Pippa said, because someone needed to say it aloud. Make it real. "I was at a client's house tonight. There was a misunderstanding. I left quickly." Mrs. Finch's hands paused in unlacing Pippa's stays. "A misunderstanding that sent you running through Mayfair in the rain." Pippa said nothing. The housekeeper sighed. "Men like Julian Carr don't have misunderstandings, Miss Weatherby. They have intentions." Pippa's head snapped up. "How do you know it was—" "Lord Greystoke, my employer, received you from the direction of Carr's townhouse, and you have the look of a woman who's just escaped something unpleasant." Mrs. Finch pulled a nightdress from the wardrobe, soft white linen. "Put this on. I'll fetch tea." "Mrs. Finch?" Pippa caught the woman's sleeve. "The women in the carriage. Do you think they saw enough to ruin you?" Mrs. Finch's expression was gentle but unflinching. "The Hemsworth sisters see everything, dear. And what they see, all of London knows by breakfast." The air left Pippa's lungs. "I'll send word to your brother's school," Mrs. Finch continued, as if she hadn't just confirmed Pippa's worst nightmare. "Make certain he hears a gentler version before the gossip reaches him." "I need to leave." Pippa stood abruptly, reaching for her wet dress. "Now, before this gets worse." How could it possibly get worse? Mrs. Finch plucked the sodden dress from her hands. "You were seen entering a bachelor's residence at midnight. Leaving now, in borrowed clothes, will only confirm what they suspect." "Then what am I supposed to do?" "Talk to Lord Greystoke." The housekeeper moved toward the door. "He's the one you'll need to come to an arrangement with." The door closed behind her with a soft click. Pippa sank onto the edge of the bed, nightdress clutched in her fists. An arrangement. As if her entire life hadn't just collapsed around her ears. As if there were any arrangement that could salvage this. She'd been so careful. 2 years of keeping her head down, taking only the most respectable work, avoiding any hint of impropriety. And one night, one moment of misjudgment about Julian Carr's character had destroyed it all. Thomas would be expelled when the gossip reached his school. No respectable family wanted the brother of a ruined woman among their sons. She'd lose her bookkeeping clients. Who would trust a woman of questionable virtue with their private accounts? They'd lose their lodgings. Pippa's landlady was a vicar's widow who'd made it very clear that moral standards mattered. Everything. She would lose everything. The fire crackled. Rain lashed the windows. Somewhere in this house, a man she didn't know. Lord Greystoke, Mrs. Finch had called him, was deciding her fate. Pippa pulled on the nightdress with shaking hands and waited. The knock came 20 minutes later. "Miss Weatherby?" Mrs. Finch's voice, carefully neutral. "Lord Greystoke requests your presence in his study." Pippa wrapped the dressing gown the housekeeper had provided more tightly around herself and followed Mrs. Finch down the corridor. Every step felt like walking to her own execution. The study was exactly what she'd expected. More dark wood, leather-bound books, a massive desk that suggested serious business was conducted here. Lord Greystoke stood at the window, silhouetted against the rain-dark glass, his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't turn when she entered. "Sit," he said. It wasn't a request. Pippa sat in the chair facing the desk, spine rigid. Lord Greystoke finally turned, and in the lamplight, she got her first clear look at the man who'd pulled her from the street. Severe was the word that came to mind again. Everything about him suggested control, from his immaculate evening clothes to the way he moved with absolute economy of motion, crossing to pour amber liquid into 2 glasses. He placed one in front of her. "Drink. You're still pale." "I don't—" "Brandy. It will help with the shock." He settled into the chair behind his desk, cradling his own glass. "Now, tell me what happened tonight." Pippa's fingers curled around the glass. The brandy burned her throat, but he was right. Warmth spread through her chest, loosening the knot of panic. "I was hired to reconcile accounts," she said quietly. "For Mr. Julian Carr, his father's estate. It seemed legitimate work." Lord Greystoke's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. "Go on." "Tonight was my 3rd visit. He asked me to work late, said there were discrepancies that needed urgent attention. I thought—" Her voice cracked. "I thought he wanted the books finished. But he wanted something else." It wasn't a question. Pippa stared at the brandy in her glass, watching the liquid catch the lamplight. "He cornered me in his study, said that a woman in my position couldn't afford to be difficult, that I should be grateful for his interest." Lord Greystoke's fingers tightened on his glass, but his voice remained perfectly level. "Did he succeed?" "No." The word came out fierce. "I shoved him. He fell against the desk, hit his head, I think. I grabbed my ledgers and ran. Without your gloves, your cloak, in the rain." I wasn't thinking clearly. Pippa finally met his eyes. I just needed to get away from him. For a long moment, Lord Greystoke said nothing. He simply watched her with those unsettling grey eyes, as if he could see straight through to her bones. "The Hemsworth sisters," he said finally. "The women in the carriage. Do you know who they are?" "No." "The most accomplished gossips in London. By tomorrow morning, every drawing room in Mayfair will know that Philip Weatherby's disgraced daughter was seen dishevelled and distraught in my arms. At midnight, on my doorstep." Pippa's hands trembled. She set the glass down carefully. "I know. I'm sorry. I never meant to—" "What will they assume, Miss Weatherby?" The question felt like a trap. She swallowed hard. "That I'm that we're—" "Say it." "Your mistress." The word tasted like ash. "They'll assume I'm your mistress." Lord Greystoke nodded, almost to himself. "Yes, they will assume exactly that." He leaned forward slightly. "Tell me about your brother." The abrupt shift made her blink. "Thomas?" What does he? Age, situation, prospects. 16. At school in Hampshire. He's brilliant. Mathematics, languages. He wants to attend university. Pippa's throat tightened. I've been paying his tuition with bookkeeping work. If I'm ruined, he'll be expelled. His future will be destroyed. Lord Greystoke finished. Yes. The casual certainty of it made something crack in Pippa's chest. She stood abruptly, setting the glass down with enough force to slosh brandy onto the desk. I should go. I've imposed on your hospitality long enough. If I leave now, perhaps. Sit down, Miss Weatherby. I will not be ordered about in. Sit down. His voice was quiet, but it cut through her panic like a blade. We have approximately 8 hours before the gossip spreads. If you want any chance of managing this disaster, you'll stop running and listen. Pippa sank back into the chair, her heart pounding. Lord Greystoke steepled his fingers, regarding her over them. You have 3 options. First, you leave now, claim nothing happened, and weather the scandal as it comes. Your brother will be expelled. You'll lose your work and lodgings. Within a month, you'll be destitute. Each word landed like a blow. Pippa's nails dug into her palms. Second, you accuse Julian Carr publicly of assault. It becomes your word against his. He's a gentleman with connections. You're the daughter of a disgraced suicide. What do you think happens? They believe him, Pippa whispered. They crucify you, Lord Greystoke corrected. And in the process, you ensure Thomas never escapes the shadow of his sister's scandal. Pippa's vision blurred. She blinked hard, refusing to cry in front of this stranger. Third option. Lord Greystoke's voice softened fractionally. You let society believe exactly what the Hemsworth sisters will tell them, that you're my mistress, my responsibility, under my protection. Pippa's head snapped up. What? I provide you with a house, an income. You appear on my arm at select social functions. To the world, you are precisely what they assume, a kept woman. The room tilted. You're not serious. Entirely serious. He reached into a drawer, withdrew a sheet of paper, and began writing with calm precision. In private, you'll have your own quarters, your own life. I won't touch you. You'll use the income to support your brother and save for your future. In 6 months, when the scandal has died down and Carr has moved on to easier targets, you can leave London quietly with enough money to start fresh elsewhere. Pippa stared at him. Why would you possibly do this? Lord Greystoke's pen paused. He looked up, and for the first time, she saw something almost like anger in his expression. Because Julian Carr tried to force himself on you, and I have certain professional disagreements with Mr. Carr that make it personally satisfying to claim what he wanted for himself. This is about business rivalry? Pippa couldn't keep the disbelief from her voice. This is about ensuring Julian Carr understands that I win. His tone was matter-of-fact. And you, Miss Weatherby, are about to become the most visible symbol of his defeat. It was insane. Completely insane. She should refuse, storm out, take her chances with destitution, with Thomas's ruined future, with the very real possibility of ending up exactly where Julian Carr had wanted her in the first place. There must be conditions, Pippa said slowly. You're not offering this out of pure altruism. A ghost of something that might have been respect flickered across Lord Greystoke's face. Clever. Yes, there are conditions. You don't entertain other men. You don't embarrass me publicly. You maintain the appearance that you chose this arrangement willingly, and you never, under any circumstances, tell anyone the truth of what happened tonight with Carr. Why not? Because the moment you accuse him, this stops being protection and becomes a scandal that damages us both. The illusion only works if everyone believes you came to me of your own accord. Pippa's mind raced. It was a prison, but a gilded one. A lie, but one that kept Thomas safe. A reputation destroyed, but in a way she could control. And this man, this cold, severe stranger, was offering her a choice when she'd thought she had none. "What do you get from this?" she asked quietly. "Besides defeating Mr. Carr?" Lord Greystoke's expression was unreadable. "The satisfaction of ensuring a woman who needed help received it. I'm not entirely without principles, Miss Weatherby. But you're asking me to live as your mistress. In name only." He set down his pen and met her eyes directly. "I won't touch you. That's not negotiable. This is a business arrangement, nothing more." "For 6 months?" "6 months. Then you're free." Pippa looked down at her hands, pale against the dark blue of the borrowed dressing gown. She thought of Thomas, brilliant and trusting, and completely unprepared for what scandal would do to him. She thought of Julian Carr's wine-soaked breath and grasping hands. She thought of her father, who'd chosen death over dishonor. She could choose differently. She could choose survival. Pippa looked up and met Lord Greystoke's cool grey gaze. "If I agree, what happens in the morning?" "In the morning, Mrs. Finch will outfit you properly. I'll install you in a house in Bloomsbury, respectable enough to avoid immediate scandal, close enough to make my possession clear. By tomorrow evening, all of London will know you're mine." Mine. The word should have terrified her. Instead, it felt almost like safety. "Do we have an agreement, Miss Weatherby?" Her heart hammered against her ribs. This was madness. This was survival. This was the only choice that didn't end in complete ruin. Pippa took a breath and spoke the words that would change everything. "Yes, my lord." Her voice was steady, even as her world tilted on its axis. "You have your mistress." Something flickered in Lord Greystoke's eyes. Surprise, perhaps, or approval. He inclined his head slightly. "Then we understand each other." "One question." Pippa's fingers twisted in her lap. "What do I call you? I don't even know your name." For the first time, something that might have been the shadow of a smile touched his mouth. "Gideon. My name is Gideon Thorne, Viscount Greystoke, but in public, you'll call me my lord. In private." He paused. "In private, Gideon will suffice." "Gideon?" Pippa repeated quietly. The name felt strange on her tongue. Foreign. Like everything else about this impossible night. Lord Greystoke. Gideon stood, signalling the interview was over. "Mrs. Finch will show you back to your room. Try to sleep. Tomorrow will be challenging." Pippa rose on unsteady legs. She made it to the door before the question escaped her. "My lord?" He looked up from the papers on his desk. "Why me?" The words came out smaller than she'd intended. "You could have sent me away, avoided all of this. Why help someone you don't even know?" For a long moment, Gideon said nothing. Then he set down his pen and looked at her with an expression she couldn't decipher. "Because 2 years ago, I watched your father's funeral from across the cemetery. I saw you standing beside his grave in the rain, holding your brother's hand, and I thought—" He stopped himself. "I thought someone should have helped him before it came to that. Consider this a debt I'm paying retroactively." The confession stunned her. Before Pippa could respond, he'd already looked back down at his papers, dismissing her. She slipped out of the study in silence. Mrs. Finch was waiting in the corridor, expression knowing. "Come along, miss. Morning will arrive whether we sleep or not." Back in the blue bedroom, Pippa lay in a stranger's bed and stared at the ceiling as rain drummed against the windows. In 8 hours, she would wake up as Gideon Thorne's mistress. Her reputation would be destroyed. Her name would be whispered in drawing rooms and used as a cautionary tale. But Thomas would stay in school. She would have a roof over her head, and Julian Carr would know that the woman he'd tried to ruin had found protection from someone infinitely more powerful than he could ever hope to be. It wasn't the future she'd imagined, but it was the future she'd chosen. Pippa closed her eyes and let the sound of rain carry her toward an uneasy sleep, not knowing that the man 1 floor below sat in his study until dawn, staring at her ruined ledgers and wondering what he'd just set in motion. Chapter 2. Pippa woke to sunlight slicing through unfamiliar curtains and the smell of chocolate. For one disoriented moment, she thought she was still in her cramped lodgings near Cheapside, that the events of last night had been some fever dream brought on by too many late nights hunched over account books. Then she registered the silk sheets beneath her cheek, the warmth of a fire she hadn't built herself, and the reality crashed back with nauseating force. She was in Gideon Thorne's house. She'd agreed to become his mistress in name. And judging by the quality of light filtering through the blue curtains, it was well past dawn. A knock preceded Mrs. Finch's entrance. The housekeeper carried a tray laden with chocolate, toast, and what looked like poached eggs. "Good. You're awake. Drink this first. You barely touched the brandy last night?" Pippa struggled upright, suddenly aware she was wearing only the borrowed nightdress. "What time is it?" 9:30. Mrs. Finch set the tray across Pippa's lap with brisk efficiency. "His lordship has been in his study since 6, dealing with correspondence. The Hemsworth sisters wasted no time, it seems." The chocolate turned to lead in Pippa's stomach. "It's already spread?" 3 calling cards arrived before breakfast. Lady Pemberton, Mrs. Ashworth, the Dowager Marchioness of Kent, all suddenly desperate to secure Lord Greystoke's presence at their upcoming events. Mrs. Finch's expression was dry. Nothing draws society's interest quite like fresh scandal. Pippa set down her cup before her shaking hands could betray her. "And my brother? You said you'd send word." A carefully worded letter went out on the first post. "Thomas will hear that you've accepted a position as companion to a respectable widow in Bloomsbury, which isn't entirely a lie. You will be living in Bloomsbury, and you will have companionship, after a fashion." The subtle emphasis made Pippa's cheeks warm. "Does Lord Greystoke know you're taking liberties with the truth on my behalf?" "His lordship knows I've been managing his household for 12 years and have yet to damage his reputation beyond repair." Mrs. Finch moved to the wardrobe, withdrawing a day dress in soft grey wool. "Now eat. You'll need your strength for what comes next." "Which is?" "His lordship wishes to speak with you. Then we'll see about getting you properly situated." The housekeeper's tone gentled fractionally. "This arrangement may not be what you'd have chosen, Miss Weatherby, but it's not a sentence. Remember that." Pippa forced down the eggs, though they might as well have been sawdust. 20 minutes later, dressed in the grey wool that fit surprisingly well, had Mrs. Finch guessed her measurements? Or did Gideon keep women's clothing on hand for occasions like this? She descended the stairs on unsteady legs. The study door stood open. Gideon sat behind his desk, shirt sleeves rolled to his elbows despite the early hour, surrounded by correspondence. He looked up as she entered, and Pippa was struck again by the severity of his features, the sharp angles of his face, the watchful intelligence in those pale eyes. Miss Weatherby. He gestured to the chair she'd occupied last night. Sit. We have arrangements to finalize. No pleasantries, then. Pippa sat, folding her hands in her lap to keep them still. Gideon pushed a newspaper across the desk toward her. The Morning Chronicle, page 3. Pippa's hands trembled as she unfolded it. There, buried among notices of balls and dinner parties, a single line that might as well have been printed in scarlet ink. Lord G, recently returned from his estates, was observed in the company of a striking young woman of uncertain background. Those who remember the late scandal surrounding natural philosopher P.W. will draw their own conclusions about the lady's identity and current occupation. The words blurred. Pippa set the paper down carefully. They didn't even use my name. They don't need to. Anyone who matters will know exactly who you are by noon. Gideon leaned back in his chair, studying her. How do you feel? The question surprised her. Does it matter? It matters whether you're going to faint or flee. I need to know if you're committed to this. Pippa lifted her chin, meeting his gaze directly. I agreed to your terms last night, my lord. I don't go back on my word. Something shifted in his expression. Approval, perhaps. Good. Then listen carefully. I've secured a house for you in Bloomsbury. Number 14, Russell Square. 3 bedrooms, small but well appointed. You'll take possession this afternoon. This afternoon? The speed of it stole her breath. The longer you remain under my roof, the more ammunition we give the gossips. You'll be established in your own residence by nightfall, with a household staff appropriate to your new station. He consulted a list before him. Mrs. Davis as housekeeper, a cook, a maid of all work. No lady's maid yet. We'll see about that once you're settled. Pippa's mind raced. And the expense of all this is mine to manage. Gideon's tone brooked no argument. You'll receive a quarterly allowance of £200, paid in advance. Use it as you see fit. Clothing, household expenses, your brother's tuition. £200. Pippa had been surviving on less than £30 a year. The sum was dizzying. That's too much, she said faintly. It's appropriate for a woman in your position. Any less, and society will assume I'm losing interest. Any more, and they'll assume you have some particular talent that's escaped notice. His expression remained neutral, but Pippa felt heat creep up her neck at the implication. I see. Do you? Gideon stood, moving to the window overlooking the square. Morning light caught the sharp line of his profile. Understand this, Miss Weatherby. From this moment forward, every action you take will be scrutinized. How you dress, where you're seen, who you speak with. You represent my taste, my judgment. I cannot afford for you to appear either too respectable or too obviously kept. You want me to walk a line between ruined and redeemed. He glanced back, one eyebrow raised. Precisely. You're quick. That will help. Pippa rose, crossing to stand beside him at the window. The square below was coming alive with morning activity. Maids, beating carpets, a governess walking charges, a gentleman on horseback. Normal life, carrying on as if hers hadn't just shattered. What exactly will be required of me? She asked quietly. You mentioned appearing on your arm at social functions. Once weekly, perhaps twice. The opera, select dinner parties, the occasional ball. Enough to maintain the illusion, not so much that we become tedious. Gideon's gaze remained fixed on the square below. You'll also dine with me every Thursday evening, here, at my townhouse. Every Thursday. Consistency breeds credibility. If I'm keeping a mistress, I would naturally wish to see her regularly. He turned to face her fully. These dinners will be civilized. We'll eat, converse, you'll leave by 10. Nothing more. The careful boundaries should have been reassuring. Instead, they left Pippa oddly unsettled. And, outside of these arranged appearances? Your time is your own. I won't monitor your movements or dictate your activities, provided you're discreet. No male visitors to Russell Square, no public scenes, no indiscretions that might reflect poorly on either of us. You're asking me to live like a nun while society believes I'm a... She couldn't finish the sentence. I'm asking you to be intelligent about the role you're playing. Gideon's voice was firm, but not unkind. 6 months, Miss Weatherby. Can you manage that? Could she? Pippa thought of Thomas, safe at school, unaware that his sister had just sold her reputation to keep him there. Thought of Julian Carr's hands on her, the panic of last night's flight. Thought of having nowhere else to turn, no other options, no other choice. Yes, she said. I can manage. Then we have one final matter to address. Gideon moved to his desk, withdrawing a small velvet box. He opened it to reveal a delicate bracelet, gold links set with small sapphires that caught the light. You'll wear this when we appear in public together. Pippa stared at the jewellery. It was beautiful, tasteful, and unmistakably expensive. The kind of gift a man gave a woman he was intimate with. I can't accept that. It's not a gift. It's a prop. Gideon's tone was matter-of-fact. Society expects visible tokens of my favour. This serves that purpose while remaining appropriate enough to avoid vulgar speculation. He lifted the bracelet from its box and held it out. When Pippa didn't move, he stepped closer, close enough that she could smell cedar and something darker. Tobacco, perhaps, or the faint trace of last night's brandy. Your wrist, he said quietly. Pippa extended her hand. It trembled slightly, and she hated herself for it. Gideon's fingers were warm as they circled her wrist, fastening the bracelet with practiced ease. His touch was impersonal, efficient, yet Pippa felt it like a brand. When he released her, the sapphires gleamed against her skin like shackles made of starlight. There. He stepped back, putting proper distance between them. You look the part now. Pippa stared at the bracelet. What part is that, exactly? A woman who chose this. Gideon's grey eyes held hers. That's the story we're telling, Miss Weatherby. Not that you were ruined and I rescued you. Not that Julian Carr forced your hand and I provided an alternative. We're telling the story of a woman who looked at her options and chose to be under the protection of a wealthy man rather than struggle in genteel poverty. Even though that's not what happened. Especially because that's not what happened. The truth makes you a victim. This version makes you calculating. Ambitious. Society can forgive ambition in a beautiful woman. They never forgive victimhood. The cynicism in his voice surprised her. Pippa studied his face, trying to read the man behind the cold assessment. You've given this considerable thought. I give everything considerable thought. It's why I win. He moved back to his desk, retrieving another document. One more item. Your bookkeeping skills. You're proficient? The shift in topic disoriented her. Yes. I've been managing accounts since my father, since I was 20. Good. I have use for someone with discretion and mathematical aptitude. 3 afternoons per week, you'll review certain business accounts for me. Strictly confidential work. I'll pay separately for this. Call it £50 quarterly. Pippa's eyes widened. You're hiring me? In addition to everything else? I'm utilizing your talents rather than letting them atrophy. Consider it insurance against boredom. Gideon's expression was unreadable. A kept woman who spends her days in idle luxury draws different attention than one who proves herself useful. Besides, I dislike waste. And she would be a waste, Pippa realized, if she simply existed in that Bloomsbury house with nothing to occupy her mind beyond her ruined reputation. The bookkeeping work was kindness disguised as pragmatism. Or perhaps it was control disguised as kindness. She couldn't tell which, and that frightened her more than anything else that had happened in the last 12 hours. When do I begin? She asked. Monday. For now? Gideon consulted his pocket watch. Mrs. Finch will take you to the modiste. You'll need appropriate clothing, evening gowns for our public appearances, day dresses, all the necessary accoutrements. I'm to be dressed like a doll, then. You're to be dressed like a woman of means who has attracted the interest of a wealthy man. His tone sharpened. There's a difference between resentment and reality, Miss Weatherby. I suggest you learn to navigate it. The rebuke stung because it was accurate. Pippa swallowed her pride. Of course. My apologies, my lord. Gideon's expression softened fractionally. I'm not your enemy, Miss Weatherby. I'm not even your benefactor. I'm simply a man making a calculated investment in preventing Julian Carr from claiming something he wanted. If that investment happens to benefit you in the process, consider it fortunate circumstance. Fortunate. The word tasted bitter. More fortunate than the alternative? He held her gaze. Or have you forgotten what awaited you if you'd refused this arrangement? Pippa hadn't forgotten. Destitution? Thomas expelled. Her own slow descent into the kind of desperation that made Julian Carr's offer seem like salvation instead of assault. No, she said quietly. I haven't forgotten. Then we understand each other. Gideon moved toward the door, opening it in clear dismissal. Mrs. Finch is waiting. I'll send word when the house is ready for your arrival. We'll dine together Thursday evening. 8 o'clock. Don't be late. Pippa crossed to the door, the sapphire bracelet heavy on her wrist. She paused in the threshold. My lord? Yes? You said you watched my father's funeral, that you thought someone should have helped him. She turned to face him fully. Did you know him? Before the scandal? Gideon's expression shuttered. I knew of him. His work on geological formations was ahead of its time. It was also falsified, or so they claimed. They claimed many things. Something flickered in Gideon's eyes. Anger, perhaps, or old frustration. Not all of them were true. But by the time anyone thought to question the accusations, your father had already made his choice. The confirmation that anyone, had doubted the narrative that destroyed her father made Pippa's throat tight. Thank you for telling me that. It changes nothing. It changes everything, Pippa said softly. It means you're helping me for more than just business rivalry with Mr. Carr. It means you feel you owe my family something. Gideon's jaw tightened. Don't mistake my actions for sentiment, Miss Weatherby. I'm a practical man making a practical arrangement. Nothing more. But Pippa saw the lie in the tension of his shoulders, heard it in the careful neutrality of his voice. This cold, controlled man felt guilt. About her father. About the fact that no one had intervened before tragedy struck. He was saving her because he couldn't save Philip Weatherby. The realization should have comforted her. Instead, it made everything more complicated. Because a man acting out of guilt might prove unpredictable, might change his mind, revoke his protection, leave her more ruined than when he'd found her. Or worse, might expect something in return that she wasn't prepared to give. 8 o'clock Thursday, Pippa repeated, stepping into the corridor. I'll be punctual. The door closed behind her with a soft click of finality. Mrs. Finch swept her through the next hours with military precision. The modiste, Madame Duvernay, a sharp-eyed Frenchwoman who assessed Pippa with the calculating gaze of someone appraising livestock, draped her in silks and muslins while making notes in rapid French. His lordship has excellent taste, Madame Duvernay murmured, pinning a length of emerald silk against Pippa's shoulder. This one, I think. It makes your eyes remarkable. Pippa stared at her reflection. The woman looking back was a stranger. Copper hair unpinned and falling in waves, the green silk transforming her from invisible seamstress to something that might indeed attract a viscount's notice. I look... She stopped, uncertain how to finish. Beautiful, Mrs. Finch supplied from her chair by the window. You are, you know. Surprised you never noticed. Beauty doesn't pay the rent, Pippa said automatically. No, the housekeeper agreed. But it does occasionally attract the attention of men with resources. Whether that's a blessing or a curse depends entirely on the man. And which was Gideon Thorne? Blessing or curse? Pippa couldn't decide. By the time Madame Duvernay finished her assessment, Pippa had been measured, pinned, and promised a wardrobe that would be delivered to Russell Square within the week. 2 gowns, one for day wear, one for evening, would be ready by Thursday. For your first dinner with his lordship, Madame Duvernay said, her smile knowing. First impressions matter, no? The first impression was me soaking wet and half dead from cold, Pippa muttered. Mrs. Finch's lips twitched. Then Thursday will be your second chance. Try not to waste it. Number 14, Russell Square was everything Gideon had promised. Small but elegant. 3 stories of pale brick with window boxes that would be lovely come spring. Mrs. Davis, the housekeeper, was a weathered woman in her 50s, who took one look at Pippa and seemed to understand precisely what role she'd be playing. Welcome, Miss Weatherby, she said, her tone neutral. I've prepared the front bedroom for you. The yellow room. It gets lovely light in the mornings. The house was furnished with tasteful restraint. Nothing ostentatious, nothing vulgar, but quality evident in every detail. Whoever Gideon had hired to prepare it understood the difference between kept woman and courtesan. Pippa stood in the centre of the yellow bedroom, so named for the cheerful wallpaper and matching counterpane, and felt the weight of her new reality settle over her shoulders like a cloak. This was her home now, bought with another man's money, occupied under false pretenses. A gilded cage she'd entered willingly because the alternative was starvation. She sank onto the edge of the bed and stared at the sapphire bracelet still circling her wrist. 6 months. She could survive 6 months of anything. And when it was over, she'd take her savings and disappear somewhere Gideon Thorne and Julian Carr and all of London society could never find her. She'd build a new life on her own terms, answerable to no one. The fantasy sustained her through the rest of the afternoon, through Mrs. Davis's tour of the house, through the arrival of her meagre belongings from her old lodgings. It sustained her until Thursday evening, when she stood before her mirror in the new gown Madame Duvernay had delivered, deep sapphire silk that matched the bracelet, and realized with sick certainty that nothing about the next 6 months would be simple. Because the woman in the mirror looked like someone who belonged on a viscount's arm, and Pippa wasn't sure she recognized herself anymore. Mrs. Davis knocked. "The carriage is here, miss. His lordship's carriage to take you to dinner." Pippa took a breath, squared her shoulders, and descended to meet her fate. The game had begun. Chapter 3. The carriage that arrived for Pippa was black lacquer and brass, with the Greystoke crest emblazoned on the door. A falcon clutching a lightning bolt, subtle as a cannon blast. Mrs. Davis handed her up with the same careful neutrality she'd maintained since Pippa's arrival 3 days ago. "Mind your hem, miss. That silk will show every mark." The interior smelled of leather and something masculine, the same cedar scent that clung to Gideon. Pippa settled against the velvet squabs and watched Russell Square slide past the window as the carriage rolled toward Mayfair, toward Gideon's townhouse, toward her first performance as his mistress. Her stomach churned. She'd eaten nothing since breakfast, too nervous to manage more than tea. The dress Madame Duvernay had sent was a masterpiece. Sapphire silk that shifted between blue and violet, depending on the light, cut low enough to be daring without crossing into indecent. The bodice fit like a second skin, the skirt falling in clean lines that whispered when she moved. Pippa had never worn anything so fine in her life. She felt like a fraud wrapped in expensive lies. The carriage halted. A footman opened the door, and Pippa stepped down onto Gideon's front steps for the second time. The first had been in panic and rain. This arrival was calculated, deliberate, the kind society would dissect over morning chocolate tomorrow. Mrs. Finch greeted her at the door, approval flickering across her weathered face. "Much better than drowned rat, miss. His lordship is in the drawing room." Pippa followed her up the stairs, heart hammering. She'd seen Gideon only once since moving to Russell Square. A brief visit Monday afternoon, where he'd delivered the accounts she was to review, explained his filing system with clinical precision, and departed within 20 minutes. He'd been polite, distant, utterly impersonal. She'd spent the last 3 days trying to convince herself that Thursday dinners would be equally bloodless. The drawing room doors opened. Gideon stood by the fireplace, dressed in immaculate evening black that made him look even more severe than usual. His pale eyes swept over her in one comprehensive assessment, and Pippa felt stripped bare despite the yards of silk covering her. "Miss Weatherby," he set down his glass. "You're punctual. I appreciate that." "You commanded it, my lord. I assumed tardiness would violate our agreement." Something that might have been amusement flickered in his expression. "Not a command, a preference. There's a difference." "Is there?" The question escaped before Pippa could stop it. Gideon's eyebrow rose. "Would you like to test the distinction? Arrive late next Thursday and see what happens." "Nothing would happen," Pippa said, surprising herself with her certainty. "You'd simply adjust dinner accordingly and make note of my unreliability." Perceptive. He crossed to the sideboard, pouring amber liquid into 2 glasses. "You've been thinking about our arrangement." "I've thought of little else." "And your conclusions?" He offered her 1 glass. Pippa accepted it, grateful for something to do with her hands. "That you're a man who values order and predictability. That this entire situation makes you uncomfortable despite initiating it. And that you're not entirely certain what to do with me now that you have me." The words hung in the air between them. Gideon's expression remained neutral, but Pippa saw the slight tension in his jaw. "All accurate," he said finally, "though I'd add that discomfort and uncertainty don't preclude commitment to a course of action once it's been chosen." "Meaning you won't change your mind and withdraw your protection?" "Meaning I don't abandon investments midway through." He gestured to the settee. "Sit. We should discuss this evening before we leave." Pippa settled onto the pale blue damask, hyper-aware of the silk pooling around her, the sapphire bracelet catching firelight. Gideon remained standing, one arm braced against the mantel in a pose of casual authority that made the room feel smaller. "Tonight is the opera," he said. "Handel's Giulio Cesare. I have a box, third tier, excellent sightlines of both stage and audience, which means the audience will have excellent sightlines of us. And they'll be watching us more than the performance. Considerably more." Gideon's tone was dry. Opera serves primarily as theatre for society to observe itself. The actual music is incidental. Despite her nerves, Pippa felt her lips twitch. "You don't enjoy opera, then?" "I enjoy music. I tolerate opera for its utility as a social venue." He paused. "Do you know the work?" "I've never attended the opera, my lord." Gideon's gaze sharpened. "Never?" "My father believed theatrical performances were frivolous wastes of money better spent on books and laboratory equipment." The memory came with its familiar ache. "After his death, I had neither time nor funds for frivolity." "I see." Something shifted in Gideon's expression, calculation mixed with what might have been sympathy. "Then tonight will be a first for you in multiple respects." "Is that a problem?" "On the contrary, it's useful." At her confused look, he elaborated. "A woman attending her first opera might appear nervous, distracted, uncertain where to look or how to behave, which provides excellent cover for actual nervousness about appearing in public as my companion." The strategic thinking impressed her despite everything. "You want me to hide genuine anxiety behind feigned inexperience. I want you to be exactly what you are, a woman experiencing something new while navigating an uncomfortable situation. Authenticity is far more convincing than performance." Gideon set down his glass. "The key is managing your reactions when people stare. Because they will stare, Miss Weatherby. Extensively." Pippa's fingers tightened on her glass. "And how should I react?" "With indifference bordering on boredom. Society's judgment only has power if you appear to care about it." He moved closer, studying her face. "Can you do that? Sit beside me in full view of London's elite and pretend their whispers don't touch you?" Could she? Pippa thought of the last 2 years, keeping her head down, avoiding eye contact, making herself invisible to escape her father's scandal. The idea of deliberately attracting attention made her skin crawl. But she'd agreed to this, and Gideon was right. Showing weakness would only feed the gossip. "I can manage indifference," she said quietly. "I've had considerable practice pretending things don't hurt." The admission clearly surprised him. Gideon's expression softened fractionally. "I suspect you have. Nevertheless, this will be different. Prepare yourself." A discreet knock interrupted. Mrs. Finch appeared in the doorway. "Dinner is served, my lord." They dined in Gideon's private dining room, a surprisingly intimate space dominated by a table that could seat 12, but was set for 2 at one end. Pippa found herself seated to Gideon's right, close enough that she could have reached out and touched his sleeve. She kept her hands firmly in her lap. The meal was elegant without being ostentatious. Consommé, sole in cream sauce, roasted duck with cherries, a lemon tart that dissolved on her tongue like sweetened air. Pippa ate mechanically, barely tasting anything, hyper-aware of Gideon's presence beside her. He made conversation with the same careful precision he applied to everything else. Safe topics, the unusually mild weather, a recent parliamentary debate about corn tariffs, a shipping venture he was considering. Nothing too personal, nothing too revealing. Pippa answered when appropriate, contributed observations when the silence stretched too long. It felt like a dance where neither of them knew the steps, but both were determined not to stumble. "The accounts I gave you Monday," Gideon said as the duck was cleared. "You've reviewed them?" Grateful for familiar ground, Pippa straightened. "Yes. Your shipping agent in Bristol is skimming. Not much, perhaps £50 quarterly, but consistent enough to establish a pattern." Gideon went very still. "You're certain?" "The discrepancies are subtle but present in every quarterly report for the past 18 months. Small overages on dock fees, inflated customs charges, occasional miscellaneous expenses that don't align with actual shipping manifests." She met his eyes. "Either he's incompetent or dishonest. Given the mathematical precision of the amounts, I'd wager dishonest." For a long moment, Gideon simply stared at her. Then he leaned back, something like satisfaction crossing his face. "I've suspected Harris for months but lacked proof. You found it in 3 days." "I found irregularities. Proof would require comparing his reports against actual customs records, interviewing dock workers, establishing whether—" "I'll handle the investigation." Gideon's tone was decisive. "But your analysis provides direction. Well done." The praise warmed her more than it should have. Pippa focused on her wineglass. "I'm glad to be useful." "Usefulness is undervalued in women." Gideon's voice was matter-of-fact. "Society prefers them ornamental. I've never understood the appeal of decorative incompetence." "Is that why you've never married, my lord?" The question escaped before Pippa could consider its impropriety. Gideon's expression shuttered. "Among other reasons." The change in his demeanour was immediate and absolute. Pippa recognized a boundary when she struck one. "Forgive me. I overstepped." "You did." But his tone lacked real censure. "However, given our arrangement, certain personal questions are inevitable. I'll answer this one. I have no intention of ever marrying. The state holds no appeal." "Because you prefer your freedom?" "Because I prefer not to destroy anyone I might care for." The words were clipped, final. That topic is now closed. Pippa wanted to press. The admission was too raw, too revealing to leave unexamined. But the look on Gideon's face stopped her. Whatever wound drove that statement, it went deep. Mrs. Finch appeared with the tart, breaking the tension. They ate in silence, the earlier ease between them fractured. At 7:30, Gideon consulted his pocket watch. "We should depart. The performance begins at 8, and we'll want to arrive during the second act." "Not the beginning?" "We're not there for the opera, Miss Weatherby. We're there to be seen. Arriving late ensures maximum attention." He stood, offering his hand. "Ready?" No, she wasn't remotely ready, but Pippa placed her hand in his and let him draw her to her feet. His fingers were warm, strong. He held her hand a moment longer than necessary, studying her face. "You look terrified." "I am terrified." "Good. Channel it into hauteur. Nothing unnerves society quite like a woman who refuses to be ashamed." He released her hand and offered his arm instead. "Shall we?" Pippa slipped her hand into the crook of his elbow, feeling the solid strength of him beneath the fine wool. Together, they descended to the waiting carriage. The game was about to begin in earnest. The King's Theatre blazed with light, its grand facade illuminated by dozens of lanterns. Carriages lined the street, disgorging opera-goers in their finest silks and jewels. Pippa's mouth went dry as their carriage joined the queue. "Breathe," Gideon murmured beside her. "You're about to faint." I'm fine. You're gripping my arm hard enough to leave bruises. But his tone held no criticism. Listen to me. When we enter, you'll see people turn. You'll hear whispers. Some will be cruel. Ignore all of it. Keep your eyes forward, your expression neutral. You're with me, which makes you untouchable regardless of what they think they know. Until you tire of me. Gideon's jaw tightened. I don't tire easily. And I certainly don't abandon obligations because society makes noise. He turned to face her fully. You're under my protection, Philippa. That means something. It was the first time he'd used her given name. The intimacy of it sent an unexpected shiver down her spine. The carriage halted. A footman opened the door. Gideon descended first, then turned and offered his hand. Pippa took it, stepping down into a sea of watching eyes. The whispers started immediately. Thorne's new. Weatherby's daughter, the one whose father. Absolutely shameless. Quite beautiful, though, you have to admit. Gideon's hand settled at the small of her back, warm and possessive. The touch burned through the silk, anchoring her when she wanted to flee. Eyes forward, he murmured. Let them look. They ascended the grand staircase together, Pippa acutely aware of every glance, every quickly averted gaze, every matron's pursed lips, and gentleman's appraising stare. Her face felt frozen, her smile a mask. Gideon guided her through the crowd with practiced ease, nodding to acquaintances, ignoring the obvious stares. His hand never left her back, a public claim that left no room for doubt about her status. They reached his box, just as the orchestra swelled. Gideon held the curtain aside, ushering her into the private space. The box was indeed perfectly positioned. Excellent view of the stage, but more importantly, clearly visible to the boxes opposite and the pit below. Pippa sank into her seat, grateful to escape the corridor's scrutiny. Well done, Gideon said quietly, settling beside her. You didn't bolt. I considered it. I know, your hands are shaking. He gestured to the stage, where singers in elaborate costumes emoted dramatically. Try to focus on the performance. It helps. Pippa tried. She truly did. But her attention kept drifting to the boxes across the theatre, where opera glasses glinted as they turned toward her. Judging, assessing, condemning. A particularly bold stare came from the box directly opposite. A distinguished gentleman in his 50s, his gaze sliding over Pippa with undisguised interest, before flicking to Gideon with something like envy. Gideon's posture didn't change, but Pippa felt him tense beside her. Who is that? She whispered. Lord Pettigrew. Widower, 3 estates, looking for a new wife. Gideon's voice was flat. He's also been trying to poach my investments for the better part of a year. And now he's looking at me like I'm another investment to acquire. Yes. The single word held an edge. Ignore him. But Lord Pettigrew clearly had no intention of being ignored. During the interval, he appeared at their box, all polished charm and calculated interest. Thorne, what a pleasant surprise seeing you here. His smile was practiced. You so rarely attend the opera. I make exceptions for quality performances, Pettigrew. Gideon's tone was cordial ice. I trust you're enjoying the evening. Immensely, though I confess the view from my box has proven more captivating than anything on stage. Pettigrew's gaze slid to Pippa, warm and assessing. You haven't introduced me to your companion. Gideon's hand found Pippa's again, his fingers curling possessively around hers. Miss Weatherby, Lord Pettigrew. Pettigrew, Miss Philippa Weatherby. Charmed. Pettigrew executed a bow that lingered too long. Miss Weatherby, I don't believe we've been introduced before this evening. We haven't, my lord. Pippa kept her voice steady. I'm not often in society. A pity. Beauty such as yours deserves a wider audience. His smile turned knowing, though I suppose Thorn prefers to keep his treasures closely guarded. The innuendo made Pippa's skin crawl. Beside her, Gideon went dangerously still. My preferences are my own affair, Pettigrew, as is Miss Weatherby. His voice could have frozen wine. Was there something you needed? Or are you simply practicing your ability to impose where you're not wanted? Pettigrew's smile tightened. Always a pleasure, Thorn. Miss Weatherby, I do hope we'll meet again under more social circumstances. He departed with another lingering look that made Pippa feel like she needed to bathe. The moment the curtain fell behind him, Gideon released her hand and stood, pacing to the box's edge with barely controlled fury. That man, Pippa said quietly, just propositioned me in front of you. Yes. And you're angry. Furious. Gideon's voice was clipped. Pettigrew has always been a vulture, but this crosses a line. Pippa rose, crossing to stand beside him. He thinks I'm for sale. That's what being your mistress means. Anyone with sufficient funds can make an offer. Gideon turned to her, and the intensity in his eyes stole her breath. You're not for sale. You're under my protection, which makes you... He stopped himself, jaw working. Makes me what? Untouchable. The word came out harsh. By anyone, including me. The admission hung between them, raw and unexpected. Pippa stared at him, seeing past the controlled facade to something churning beneath. Frustration, yes, but also something that looked dangerously like possessiveness. My lord... Gideon. His voice was rough. When we're alone, use my name. Gideon. The intimacy of it made her pulse skip. This arrangement requires you to appear possessive in public, but you can't actually be possessive. I'm not truly yours. I'm aware. But he didn't step back, didn't retreat into his usual careful distance. Instead, he lifted one hand, hovering near her face without quite touching. You wore your hair differently tonight? Pippa's breath caught. Mrs. Davis's maid helped. She said it was more... appropriate. It's lovely. His fingers ghosted along her temple, not quite making contact. You're lovely. How did you never notice? I notice account ledgers and mathematical progressions, not... She swallowed. Not this. This? Whatever it is that makes men like Lord Pettigrew look at me that way. Gideon's hand dropped. He stepped back, the distance between them suddenly vast. Pettigrew looks at you like an object to acquire. There's a difference between that and genuine appreciation. And how do you look at me? The question escaped before Pippa could stop it. Gideon's expression shifted. Surprise, calculation, something deeper she couldn't name. Like a problem I'm trying to solve, he said finally, and failing rather spectacularly. Before Pippa could respond, the orchestra began tuning for the second act. Gideon returned to his seat with deliberate composure, the moment of vulnerability sealed away. They watched the rest of the performance in charged silence. Pippa, hyper-aware of every shift of his body beside her, every careful inch of distance he maintained. When the final curtain fell, Gideon stood and offered his arm. Ready to face the exit gauntlet? Pippa rose, smoothing her skirts. As ready as I'll ever be. His lips quirked. Not quite a smile. but close. Remember, indifference, bordering on boredom. They descended together into the crush of departing opera-goers. This time, Pippa kept her chin high, her expression serene, as whispers followed in their wake. Gideon's hand on her back was steady, grounding. At the carriage, he handed her up himself rather than waiting for the footman. His fingers lingered on hers a moment too long. "You did well tonight," he said quietly. "Better than I expected." "Because you expected me to faint or flee?" "Both, actually." That almost smile again. "You're stronger than you think, Philippa." The use of her name sent warmth through her chest. Before she could respond, Gideon closed the carriage door and stepped back. "Thursday next week," he said through the window. "Same time." The carriage rolled forward, carrying her back toward Russell Square and the small house that was both prison and sanctuary. Pippa pressed her palm against the glass, watching Gideon's figure recede into the London night. Her back still burned where his hand had rested. Her temple tingled where his fingers had almost touched. This arrangement was supposed to be simple, practical. 6 months of pretense, followed by freedom. But nothing about the way her heart raced when Gideon said her name felt simple. And that, Pippa realized with growing unease, was going to be a problem. Chapter 4. 3 weeks settled into a rhythm that felt almost normal. Pippa rose each morning in the yellow bedroom, took breakfast alone while reviewing ledgers, and spent her afternoons walking the square when weather permitted. Mrs. Davis ran the household with quiet efficiency, never questioning, never prying. The neighbours kept their distance. Polite nods when their paths crossed, nothing more. London society had decided what Pippa was. Now they simply ignored her. It should have been a relief. Instead, the isolation gnawed at her. She'd gone from invisible seamstress to notorious mistress, and somehow ended up more alone than before. The weekly dinners with Gideon became the axis around which her days revolved. Every Thursday at 8, his carriage arrived. Every Thursday they dined and talked about his business ventures, her account reviews, books they'd read, ideas that interested them both. He never touched her beyond the requisite hand on her back when they appeared in public. Never crossed the careful boundaries he'd established. Pippa should have been grateful for his restraint. Instead, she found herself watching his hands as he gestured, wondering what they'd feel like against her skin. Found herself leaning closer when he spoke, drawn by the low timbre of his voice. Found herself counting the days until Thursday, with an anticipation that had nothing to do with their arrangement and everything to do with the man himself. It was dangerous, foolish, exactly what she couldn't afford. But her heart seemed determined to ignore every practical consideration. The afternoon everything changed. Pippa was leaving the modiste on Bond Street, parcels balanced in her arms. Madame Duvernay had finished another gown, deep burgundy, that made Pippa's copper hair look like autumn fire, and insisted she take it immediately rather than wait for delivery. "For tomorrow night, yes?" The modiste had winked. "His lordship's card party. You must look devastating." Pippa hadn't known about any card party until that moment. Gideon must have sent word to Madame Duvernay directly. The casual assumption that he would dress her, dictate her appearances, manage her like property should have chafed. Instead, it sent an unwelcome thrill through her that she tried very hard not to examine. She was juggling the parcels and trying to signal for her carriage when a familiar voice stopped her cold. Well, well. The disgraced Miss Weatherby, looking remarkably well kept. Julian Carr stepped from a doorway 3 shops down, blocking her path with deliberate intent. He looked exactly as he had that awful night, fashionably dressed, handsome in a soft way that disguised the cruelty beneath. Wine-red waistcoat, perfectly tied cravat, smile that didn't reach his eyes. Pippa's parcels nearly slipped from her numb fingers. "Mr. Carr." Her voice came out steadier than she felt. "Excuse me?" She tried to step around him. He moved with her, maintaining position. "Not even a proper greeting? How unkind. Especially when I've been following your social ascension with such interest." "I have nothing to say to you." "No?" Carr's smile widened. "Pity. I have quite a lot to say to you. About how quickly you landed on your feet after that unfortunate evening at my home. Almost as if you'd planned it." Ice slid down Pippa's spine. "Planned what, exactly?" "The entire performance. Fleeing my house in such dramatic fashion, straight into the arms of London's wealthiest bachelor." His tone was conversational, but his eyes were hard. "Tell me, did Thorne pay you to stage that little scene? Or did you simply recognize an opportunity when you stumbled upon it?" The accusation was so audacious, so completely backwards, that for a moment Pippa could only stare. "You assaulted me." "I made you an offer. You chose to interpret it dramatically." Carr stepped closer, voice dropping. "But I'll give you credit, Philippa. You played your cards brilliantly. Ruined girls don't usually land viscounts. They end up in brothels or the Thames." Rage replaced fear. Pippa's fingers tightened on her parcels. "Stay away from me." "Or what? You'll run to Thorne?" Carr's laugh was ugly. "Please do. I'd love to watch him defend the honor of a woman everyone knows spreads her legs for money. Playing whore suits you, Philippa. You should have accepted my offer when you had the chance. At least I would have been honest about what you were worth." The words hit like physical blows. Pippa's vision narrowed, the street around them fading to periphery. She was back in Carr's study, his hands grabbing, his breath hot with wine, her own panic choking her. "Address Miss Weatherby again, and I'll ruin you the way you tried to ruin her." The voice cut through Pippa's spiral like a blade. She turned. Gideon stood 5 feet away, still and controlled, but violence radiated from him in waves. He must have been across the street, must have been watching. His pale eyes were locked on Carr with an intensity that promised devastation. Carr's smile faltered. "Thorne. What a coincidence." "No coincidence. I was at my solicitor's office and saw you accost Miss Weatherby." Gideon moved closer, each step measured. "Now I'm wondering whether I should call the magistrate or simply handle this myself." "Handle what?" Carr tried for indignation. "I was merely greeting an old acquaintance." "You were cornering a woman on a public street and calling her a whore." Gideon's voice was terrifyingly calm. "There's a difference." People were starting to notice. A cluster of shoppers had paused nearby, watching with undisguised interest. Pippa's face burned, but she couldn't move, couldn't speak. Carr's face darkened. "She's not worth your protection, Thorne. Everyone knows what she is." "What she is," Gideon said softly, "is mine. Remember it." He closed the distance between them in 2 strides. His hand settled at the small of Pippa's back, that same possessive touch from the opera, but fiercer now, claiming. The warmth of his palm through silk, the solid presence of him beside her, dragged Pippa back from the edge of panic. She inhaled shakily. Gideon's attention never left Carr. "You tried to force yourself on her. She refused. You expected her to quietly disappear into destitution. Instead, she found protection from someone with considerably more resources than you possess." Each word was precise, deadly. "That must gall." I offered her legitimate work. You offered her assault disguised as employment. There's documented evidence of your attempt, by the way. Shall I provide it to the authorities, or would you prefer to simply leave London for the remainder of the season? Carr went pale. You're bluffing. Am I? Gideon's smile was cold. Test me. I'd welcome the opportunity to publicly detail exactly what happened in your study 3 weeks ago. Your father's estate finances are already under scrutiny for irregularities. Adding attempted rape to the family legacy would be unfortunate. The threat landed like a hammer. Carr's hands clenched into fists, but he stepped back. This isn't over, Thorne. It is. Gideon's hand tightened fractionally on Pippa's back. Miss Weatherby is under my protection. That makes her untouchable. Speak to her again, look at her again, and I will destroy everything you value. Your reputation, your inheritance, your prospects. All of it. Do you understand me? For a long moment, Carr simply stared at him, calculation and fury warring in his expression. Then he turned and stalked away without another word. The watching crowd dispersed slowly, disappointed the confrontation hadn't escalated to violence. Pippa stood frozen, parcels clutched to her chest, Gideon's hand still burning against her back. She was shaking. She couldn't stop shaking. Breathe, Gideon murmured. You're safe. He said The words wouldn't come. He said vile things because he's a coward who can't accept defeat. Gideon's voice was gentle now, the deadly calm replaced with something almost tender. None of it was true, Philippa. None of it. Everyone heard. They'll remember that I publicly claimed you, that I threatened Julian Carr on your behalf, that I made it abundantly clear you're under my protection. His hand moved in small circles against her spine, soothing, grounding. Let me take you home. Pippa nodded mutely. Gideon relieved her of the parcels, handed them to a waiting footman, and guided her to his carriage with one hand still anchored at her back. Inside the privacy of the vehicle, Pippa collapsed against the seat and pressed shaking hands to her face. I'm sorry, she choked out. I didn't know I should have been more careful. Stop. Gideon settled across from her, expression fierce. You did nothing wrong. Carr is a predator who saw you as vulnerable prey. What happened today proves he still sees you that way. Because I am vulnerable. I'm a woman living under your protection with no legal standing, no reputation, no... You're a woman with the backing of one of the wealthiest men in London. Gideon leaned forward, forcing her to meet his eyes. That's not vulnerability, Philippa. That's leverage. Carr just learned that lesson, rather publicly. At what cost? Pippa's throat was tight. You defended me, in front of witnesses. That makes this arrangement, makes me more real to them. Good. The single word was uncompromising. Let them think you matter to me. It makes the protection more effective. But I don't actually matter to you. This is business, a transaction. Even as she said it, Pippa desperately wanted him to contradict her. Gideon's expression shuttered. You matter enough that I won't allow Julian Carr or anyone else to harm you. Isn't that sufficient? It should have been. It was more than she'd had 3 weeks ago. But Pippa found herself wanting something she couldn't name, some acknowledgement that she was more than an investment, more than a strategic maneuver in his war with Carr. She was being ridiculous, emotional, exactly the kind of foolish woman she'd sworn not to become. Yes, she said quietly. It's sufficient. Thank you. The carriage pulled up to Russell Square. Gideon descended first, handing her down with careful courtesy. At her door, He paused. "The card party tomorrow night," he said. "I should have informed you directly rather than leaving it to Madame Duvernay. My apologies." "It's fine." She said, 8 o'clock? 7, actually. We'll dine beforehand. Gideon hesitated, then added, "Carr will likely be there. Several mutual acquaintances are hosting. I can't exclude him without drawing more attention than the confrontation today already generated." Pippa's stomach twisted. "I understand. You don't have to attend. I can make excuses." "No." She straightened her spine. "Running from him gives him power. I won't do that." Something like admiration flickered in Gideon's eyes. "You're braver than you think." "I'm terrified." "Bravery isn't the absence of fear. It's acting despite it." He reached out, almost touched her cheek, then caught himself. His hand fell back to his side. "Tomorrow night, stay close to me. I'll handle Carr." "You can't fight all my battles, Gideon. Watch me." The words held absolute conviction. He turned to leave, then paused. "And Philippa, what Carr said about you, none of it defines who you are. Remember that." He departed before she could respond, leaving her standing in her doorway with warmth spreading through her chest and tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. That night, Pippa sat at her escritoire and wrote a letter she'd been avoiding for weeks. "Dearest Thomas, I hope this letter finds you well and that your studies progress satisfactorily. I know my last correspondence was vague about my current situation, and you deserve better than half-truths from your only family. The position I've accepted is not precisely what I described. I am not a widow's companion. I am under the protection of Viscount Greystoke. Society has drawn its own conclusions about what that means, and most of those conclusions are unflattering. I won't insult your intelligence by pretending this is respectable. It isn't. But it is safe, and it allows me to continue supporting your education without resorting to worse alternatives. Lord Greystoke is not the villain gossip might suggest. He has been nothing but honourable in his treatment of me. This arrangement is temporary, 6 months, after which I intend to leave London and establish myself elsewhere under a different name. I know this must disappoint you. I'm disappointing myself. But I need you to understand. I would endure far worse than scandalous rumours to keep you safe and educated. You are brilliant, Thomas. You deserve the future our father's death tried to steal from you. If you feel you can no longer claim me as family, I will understand. But know that I love you, and everything I've done has been to protect what remains of us. Your sister, Philippa." She sealed the letter before she could reconsider, before she could soften the truth or make excuses. Thomas was 16, old enough to deserve honesty, even if that honesty hurt. Mrs. Davis promised to post it with the morning mail. Pippa returned to her bedroom and stared at the burgundy gown hanging in her wardrobe, the one she'd wear tomorrow night, the one that would mark her first direct confrontation with Julian Carr since that awful night in his study. She pressed her palm to her sternum, where Gideon's hand had rested on her back this afternoon. The warmth was long gone, but the memory remained, solid, protective, utterly devastating to her carefully maintained emotional distance. "This is a mistake," she whispered to her empty room. But she was going to make it anyway. Because somewhere in the last 3 weeks, Gideon Thorne had stopped being her reluctant protector and started being the man whose opinion mattered more than society's judgment, whose presence made her feel safe for the first time since her father's death, whose careful distance was becoming harder to bear than any scandal. And tomorrow night, she would sit beside him at cards while Julian Carr watched, and pretend none of it touched her, even though everything, absolutely everything, was starting to matter far too much. Chapter 5. The burgundy gown transformed Pippa into someone she barely recognized. Mrs. Davis's maid had swept her hair into an elaborate arrangement, copper strands woven with tiny garnets that caught the lamplight. The dress itself was a masterpiece. Rich burgundy silk that darkened to wine at the hem, cut to emphasize curves Pippa hadn't realized she possessed. The neckline dipped low enough to make her blush. "You look like a queen," Mrs. Davis said from the doorway, approval clear in her weathered face. "His lordship won't know what hit him." "His lordship is immune to being hit by anything," Pippa replied, adjusting her gloves nervously. "He'll probably assess my appearance like one of his shipping manifests." "If you believe that, miss, you haven't been paying attention." Mrs. Davis smiled knowingly. "The way that man looks at you when he thinks no one's watching, that's not business calculation." Before Pippa could respond to that unsettling observation, the sound of carriage wheels on cobblestones announced Gideon's arrival. Her pulse kicked into an unsteady rhythm. This was absurd. She'd dined with him 4 times now, attended the opera at his side, spent hours reviewing his accounts while he worked nearby. There was no reason her hands should be shaking simply because tonight would be different, more public, more prolonged, with Julian Carr's venomous presence adding danger to the performance. The knocker sounded. Mrs. Davis departed to answer, leaving Pippa alone with her reflection and her mounting anxiety. When she descended the stairs, Gideon was waiting in her small entrance hall, examining a watercolour of the Thames that had come with the house. He turned at her footsteps. Whatever clinical assessment Pippa had expected died in the sudden intensity of his expression. He went very still, pale eyes travelling from her carefully arranged hair down the length of burgundy silk to her satin slippers and back up again. The silence stretched until Pippa's nerves couldn't bear it. "Is the gown acceptable?" she asked. "Madame Duvernay assured me it was appropriate for—" "You're stunning." The words came out rougher than his usual controlled tone. Gideon cleared his throat, visibly collecting himself. "The gown is more than acceptable." Heat crept up Pippa's neck. "Thank you." He offered his arm without further comment, but Pippa noticed the slight tension in his jaw, the way his fingers curled more tightly than necessary when she placed her hand in the crook of his elbow. Mrs. Davis was right. Whatever this was between them, it had stopped being purely transactional somewhere along the way. The realization should have terrified her. Instead, it sent illicit warmth pooling low in her stomach. They dined at Gideon's townhouse. The same intimate table, the same careful distance. But tonight, the air felt different. Charged. Gideon had barely touched his wine. He kept looking at her, then away, like she was a problem he couldn't solve and resented not solving. "You're quiet tonight," Pippa ventured, halfway through the second course. "I'm considering strategy." He set down his fork with careful precision. "Tonight will be more challenging than the opera. Smaller venue, longer duration, more opportunity for direct interaction." "With Mr. Carr, you mean?" "Among others." Gideon's expression hardened. "The hosts are the Honourable Mr. and Mrs. Dalton. Old money, impeccable connections, utterly ruthless in their social manoeuvring. They invited Carr deliberately, knowing yesterday's confrontation would add spice to the evening. So we're entertainment. We're a spectacle their betting will provide drama. Our task is to disappoint them by appearing utterly indifferent to Carr's presence." Pippa pushed food around her plate. "And if he approaches me directly?" "He won't." Gideon's voice was flat. I've sent word that any attempt to engage you in conversation will result in immediate consequences to his father's estate settlement. He's many things, but not stupid enough to ignore that threat. The casual wielding of such power should have disturbed her. Instead, Pippa found it reassuring. Gideon had promised protection, and he delivered with ruthless efficiency. "There's something else," Gideon said, drawing her attention back. "Lord Pettigrew will likely attend. He's been angling for an introduction to the Daltons' investment circle." Pippa recalled the widower from the opera, his lingering stares, his thinly veiled proposition. "The man who looks at me like merchandise." Yes. Something dangerous flickered in Gideon's eyes. "He's been making inquiries about you. Discreet ones, but inquiries nonetheless." "What sort of inquiries?" "Whether our arrangement is exclusive, whether I'd be amenable to sharing your time." Gideon's knuckles whitened around his wineglass. I disabused him of that notion rather firmly. The possessiveness in his voice sent shivers down Pippa's spine. "I see." "Do you?" Gideon leaned forward slightly. "Pettigrew is wealthy, titled, and looking for a wife. To him, you represent an interesting challenge. A beautiful woman already compromised, therefore attainable without the burden of courtship or respectability. He wants a mistress of his own. He wants to take you from me." The admission came out harsh. "To prove he can." Pippa's pulse accelerated. "And that bothers you?" "It infuriates me." Gideon stood abruptly, pacing to the window. "Which is irrational. This arrangement is temporary. In 6 months, you'll be free to accept any protection you choose. Pettigrew would be generous, I'm sure. Less demanding than—" "I don't want Lord Pettigrew's protection." The words escaped before Pippa could consider them. Gideon turned, expression unreadable. "What do you want?" "You," her traitorous heart whispered. "I want you." But admitting that would shatter every careful boundary they'd constructed, would turn this manageable arrangement into something neither of them could control. "I want to survive the next 6 months without completely losing myself," Pippa said instead. "Everything else is negotiable." Gideon studied her for a long moment, then nodded. "Fair enough. Shall we go? The Daltons expect us by 8:30. The Dalton residence blazed with light, music spilling from open windows into the crisp evening air. Carriages lined the street, disgorging passengers in their finest evening dress. Pippa's hand tightened on Gideon's arm as they approached. "Remember," he murmured. "Indifference. You're here because I chose to bring you, not because you need their approval." "I don't need their approval," Pippa agreed. "But I'd rather not give them ammunition to destroy me further." "They can't destroy what's already ruined." At her sharp glance, he amended, "Their words, not mine." "You're not ruined, Philippa. You're simply living outside their narrow definitions of respectability." The butler announced them. "Viscount Greystoke, Miss Weatherby." Conversation didn't stop. Too obvious, but it certainly paused. Every head in the entrance hall turned toward them with barely disguised interest. Mrs. Dalton swept forward, all practiced grace and calculating eyes. "Lord Greystoke, how delightful. And Miss Weatherby, such a pleasure to finally meet you properly." The emphasis on properly carried needles. Pippa smiled blandly. "Mrs. Dalton, thank you for the invitation." "Of course, dear. Any companion of Lord Greystoke's is most welcome." Mrs. Dalton's gaze travelled over Pippa's gown with assessing thoroughness. "What a striking dress! Madame Duvernay's work, I'd wager." You'd win that wager, Gideon interjected smoothly. Shall we proceed to the card room? I'm eager to lose money to your husband in whist. Mrs. Dalton laughed, but her eyes remained cold. This way. We've arranged tables in the drawing room. I'm sure we can find you suitable partners. The drawing room was impressive. High ceilings, crystal chandeliers, card tables arranged throughout with players already engaged. Pippa recognized several faces from the opera, others from gossip columns Mrs. Davis occasionally left lying about. And there, at a table near the fireplace, sat Julian Carr. He looked up as they entered. His gaze found Pippa immediately, swept over her with undisguised contempt, then shifted to Gideon with something like challenge. Gideon's hand settled at Pippa's waist, that now familiar touch that both grounded and unsettled her. Ignore him, he breathed against her ear. He's already lost. They were directed to a table opposite Carr's, close enough to be aware of his presence, far enough to avoid direct interaction. Their partners for whist were Lord and Lady Pemberton, an elderly couple who played with ruthless competence and barely acknowledged Pippa beyond initial pleasantries. The first hand dealt, Pippa focused on her cards and tried to pretend Julian Carr didn't exist 15 feet away. Miss Weatherby plays? Lady Pemberton's tone suggested surprise that mistresses possessed higher brain functions. Miss Weatherby has a remarkable facility for mathematical probability, Gideon replied calmly. I expect we'll devastate you thoroughly. Lady Pemberton's eyebrows rose. We shall see. They played 3 hands. Pippa and Gideon won all 3. By the 4th hand, other players were watching their table with interest. By the 6th, a small crowd had gathered. Extraordinary, Lord Pemberton muttered, after Pippa correctly calculated the remaining trump distribution without seeing anyone's hand. Where did you learn to play like that? My father taught me, Pippa replied without thinking. He believed mathematics should be applied practically whenever possible. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Mentioning her father, the disgraced scholar, was dangerously close to inviting commentary on her fall from respectability. But Gideon smoothly interceded. Philip Weatherby was brilliant. His work on geological formations deserved better recognition than it received. The casual defense, the acknowledgement of her father's worth, made Pippa's throat tight. She glanced at Gideon, found him watching her with something almost gentle in his expression. Nevertheless, Lady Pemberton said archly, one wonders if Miss Weatherby's talents might be better applied in more suitable venues. The barb landed. Pippa's fingers tightened on her cards. Before she could formulate a response, a new voice interjected. I find Miss Weatherby's presence here entirely suitable. Refreshing, even. Lord Pettigrew had materialized beside their table, all polished charm and calculating interest. He bowed to Pippa with excessive flourish. Miss Weatherby, you're even lovelier than I remembered from the opera. Gideon went very still beside her. Lord Pettigrew, Pippa acknowledged carefully. How kind of you to say. Not kindness. Simple observation. Pettigrew's smile widened. I don't suppose you'd honour me with a turn about the room during the next interval? I'm desperate to discuss your strategy for that last hand. Quite brilliant. The request was innocent enough on the surface. Beneath, it was a direct challenge to Gideon's claim. Every eye in the vicinity watched for Gideon's response. Pippa felt the tension radiating from him, barely leashed, dangerous. His hand had moved from her waist to the back of her chair, fingers curled against the wood like he was physically restraining himself. Miss Weatherby is occupied, Gideon said quietly. Perhaps another time. Surely Miss Weatherby can speak for herself. Pettigrew's tone remained pleasant, but steel lurked beneath. What say you, Miss Weatherby? A brief stroll between hands? The moment balanced on a knife's edge. If Pippa refused, she appeared completely under Gideon's control, his possession rather than his companion. If she accepted, she undermined the very protection that kept her safe. She met Pettigrew's eyes directly. I appreciate the offer, my lord, but I'm rather committed to devastating Lord and Lady Pemberton at cards this evening. Perhaps we might discuss strategy another time, in a more appropriate venue. The refusal was polite, but absolute. Pettigrew's smile tightened fractionally. Another time, then. He bowed again and withdrew. Lady Pemberton shuffled cards with sharp efficiency. Well, that was illuminating. They played 2 more hands in tense silence. Pippa was hyper-aware of Gideon beside her, the barely controlled fury in his posture, the way his jaw worked when he thought she wasn't looking. When the interval was finally called, Gideon stood abruptly. Excuse us. Miss Weatherby requires refreshment. He guided her toward the terrace doors with more force than necessary, his hand burning against her back. Outside, the cool evening air was a relief after the overheated drawing room. Pippa inhaled deeply, trying to settle her racing pulse. That was, she began, infuriating. Gideon cut her off. Pettigrew knows exactly what he's doing, undermining my claim in front of witnesses, making you choose publicly. I chose you. You chose the safer option. His voice was tight. There's a difference. Pippa turned to face him fully. Is there? Because it felt rather like choosing the option I actually wanted. Gideon stared at her. In the moonlight, his face was all sharp angles and shadows, his eyes darker than their usual pale grey. You don't know what you're saying, he said roughly. You're responding to the performance, the protection, not to me. Don't tell me what I'm responding to. Frustration bled into Pippa's voice. You defend me, provide for me, make me feel safe for the first time in 2 years. Then you act like all of that means nothing, like I mean nothing beyond a strategic maneuver in your war with Julian Carr. You're not nothing. The admission came out harsh. You're... He stopped himself, visibly struggling. This arrangement has boundaries for a reason, Philippa. What reason? What are you so afraid will happen if you admit I matter to you? I'll ruin you. The words were raw, torn from somewhere deep. Not your reputation, that's already compromised. I'll ruin you. The woman you are, the person you could become. I destroy things I care about. It's what thorn men do. The confession hung between them, naked and devastating. Pippa stepped closer, close enough to feel the heat radiating from him. You're not destroying me. You're keeping me alive. For now, but in 6 months. In 6 months we'll reassess, like civilized adults. She lifted her hand to his face, heard his sharp intake of breath. Stop pushing me away because you're terrified of wanting something. I'm not terrified. But his voice was unsteady. I'm being realistic. You're being a coward. The accusation sparked something in his eyes. Careful, Philippa. Or what? You'll withdraw your protection? We both know you won't. Her fingers traced the sharp line of his jaw. Whatever this is between us, it stopped being simple weeks ago. Gideon caught her wrist, not roughly, but firmly. If I kiss you right now, he said, voice low and dangerous, I won't stop at kissing. And tomorrow morning, You'll regret giving yourself to a man who can't marry you, can't offer you anything beyond 6 months of pretense. Maybe I don't want marriage. Maybe I just want you to stop treating me like an obligation and admit you feel something. I feel... He broke off, jaw clenched. Everything. I feel everything when I look at you. Your smile when you solve a complex calculation. The way you bite your lip when you're nervous. How brave you are despite being terrified. I think about you constantly, and it's destroying my ability to maintain any professional distance. The confession stole Pippa's breath. Then stop maintaining distance, she whispered. For one suspended moment, Gideon simply stared at her, want and restraint warring in his expression. Then his control shattered. He kissed her. Not gently, not carefully. Like a man who'd been restraining himself for weeks and finally broke. His hands came up to frame her face, fingers tangling in her carefully arranged hair, scattering garnets across the terrace. Pippa gasped, and he deepened the kiss, backing her against the stone balustrade with the solid weight of his body. She melted into him, hands fisting in his coat, kissing him back with desperate hunger. This was nothing like the polite distance they'd maintained. This was raw and real and completely devastating. Gideon's mouth moved from her lips to her jaw, down the column of her throat. Pippa's head fell back, a sound escaping her that was half gasp, half moan. God, Philippa, he breathed against her skin. You're going to destroy me. Good, she managed. Then we're even. He pulled back just enough to look at her, eyes dark with want. This is a mistake. Then make it again. His laugh was rough, almost pained. You don't know what you're asking. I know exactly what I'm asking. Pippa met his gaze steadily. Stop protecting me from yourself. I'm not fragile, I'm not naive, and I'm certainly not afraid of you. You should be. But even as he said it, he was kissing her again, slower this time, deeper, like he was memorizing the taste of her. Pippa lost herself in it, in him, in the desperate, aching want that had been building between them since that first night when he'd pulled her from the rain. A door opened behind them. Voices drifted out. Gideon tore himself away, stepping back so quickly Pippa nearly lost her balance. His breathing was ragged, his carefully controlled composure shattered. We can't! He dragged a hand through his hair. Not here. Not like this. Pippa touched her kiss-swollen lips, dazed. Gideon! Go inside. His voice was unsteady. I need a moment to... Just go inside, Philippa. Please. She wanted to argue, to drag him back, to demand he stop running from what was between them, but the raw vulnerability in his expression stopped her. This isn't over, she said quietly. I know. He turned away, gripping the balustrade. That's what terrifies me. Pippa slipped back inside, pulse racing, lips tingling, her carefully arranged hair a disaster. She caught her reflection in a window and barely recognized the woman staring back. Eyes bright, color high, looking thoroughly and obviously kissed. Let them see. Let them know. She was done pretending this was only business. Chapter 6. Gideon didn't send for her the next day, or the day after that. A week passed in agonizing silence. No summons for Thursday dinner, no brief visits to discuss accounts, no carefully worded notes delivered by footmen, just crushing, deliberate absence that made Pippa alternate between fury and despair. She'd been kissed senseless on a terrace, told she was destroying him, then abandoned like last season's fashion. The accounts he'd given her sat untouched on her desk. She couldn't bring herself to work on them. Every ledger was a reminder of his voice explaining his filing system, his hands gesturing as he described shipping routes, the way he'd smiled when she found errors no one else had caught. Mrs. Davis noticed, but said nothing, simply kept the household running, and left tea at Pippa's elbow when she sat staring out the window for hours. On the 8th day, Pippa's patience evaporated. She dressed in her most severe day dress, charcoal grey, that made her look like a governess or possibly an avenging angel, and ordered the carriage. If Gideon wanted to hide in his townhouse brooding, fine, but he would face her while doing it. Mrs. Finch opened the door, expression flickering between surprise and approval. "Miss Weatherby, this is unexpected. Is he here?" Pippa didn't bother with pleasantries. "In his study, brooding, as he has been for a week." The housekeeper stepped aside. "I'd say he's been impossible, but that would suggest he's ever easy. Go on up. Perhaps you can talk sense into him." Pippa climbed the stairs with more confidence than she felt. At the study door, she didn't knock, just pushed it open and walked in like she had every right. Gideon sat behind his desk, shirt sleeves rolled up, papers scattered everywhere. He looked exhausted, shadows under his eyes, jaw dark with stubble, hair dishevelled like he'd been dragging his hands through it. A half-empty decanter of whiskey sat at his elbow. He looked up as she entered, surprise flashing across his face before his expression shuttered. "Philippa, you shouldn't be here. You cancelled Thursday dinner, didn't send word, didn't explain, just vanished." Pippa closed the door behind her with more force than necessary. "So, I came for an explanation. I've been occupied with business." "Liar." She crossed to his desk, planted her palms on the polished wood. "You're avoiding me because of what happened at the Daltons. Because you kissed me and meant it, and now you don't know what to do with that." Gideon stood abruptly, moving to the window. "What I do or don't know is irrelevant. The kiss was a mistake, one I don't intend to repeat." "Why not?" "Because it breaks every boundary this arrangement requires." His voice was tight, controlled. "I promised you safety, not seduction. Protection, not—" He broke off. "Not what? Desire? Feeling?" Pippa came around the desk. "You told me you feel everything when you look at me. Was that a lie?" "No." The word came out harsh, which is exactly the problem. "How is feeling something for me a problem?" Gideon turned from the window, and the raw emotion in his face stole her breath. "Because I want things I have no right to want. Because every time I see you, I imagine—" He stopped himself again, jaw clenching. "Tell me." Pippa stepped closer. "Imagine what?" "Everything." His control was fracturing. "Waking beside you, hearing you laugh over breakfast, coming home to you instead of an empty house, taking you to bed and keeping you there until you forget every other man's name but mine." The confession hit like a physical blow. Pippa's pulse thundered in her ears. "Then why are you fighting this?" she asked, voice unsteady. "Because I promised my dying brother I'd never marry, that I'd never put a woman through what he put his wife through." Gideon's hands clenched into fists. "The Thorn men are cursed, Philippa. We destroy the women we love. My brother's wife went mad with grief and fear. My father drove my mother to an early grave. I won't do that to you." "Your brother was cruel. Your father was negligent. You're neither of those things." "How do you know?" The question was almost pleading. "How do you know I won't become exactly like them the moment I let myself have what I want?" Pippa closed the remaining distance between them. Because you've been restraining yourself for weeks despite wanting me. Because you defend me, provide for me, make me feel valued. Cruel men don't do those things. Cruel men do exactly those things. They lull you into trust, then destroy you when you're vulnerable. His voice dropped to something almost anguished. I won't do that to you. I can't. So instead you'll push me away? Keep me at arm's length while pretending this is still just business? Pippa's frustration bled through. That's not protection, Gideon. That's cowardice. His eyes flashed. Careful. Why? What will you do? Withdraw your support. We both know that vow you made is the only thing stopping you from admitting what you really want. And what do I really want? Me. The word hung between them. You want me. In your bed, in your life, in ways that terrify you because they mean admitting you feel something real. Gideon stared at her, breathing hard. You're wrong. Am I? Pippa lifted her hand to his face. He caught her wrist, but didn't push her away. Then look me in the eye and tell me you feel nothing, that the kiss meant nothing, that I could walk out this door right now and you wouldn't care. He stopped. Started again. I can't. Can't what? Can't tell you that. Can't lie to you. His grip on her wrist loosened, thumb brushing over her pulse point. Can't pretend I don't think about you every waking moment, that I don't want you so badly it's destroying my ability to think about anything else. Victory and want surged through Pippa in equal measure. Then stop pretending. And then what? Gideon's voice was raw. I take you to my bed. We have 6 months of bliss. Then you leave, and I'm left with the knowledge that I took advantage of a woman under my protection. You're not taking advantage. Pippa stepped into him, close enough to feel the heat of his body. I'm choosing this. Choosing you. Why is that so impossible for you to accept? Because women don't choose men like me. The confession came out quiet, devastated. They choose security, survival. When they have other options, they choose someone warmer, easier, less... He gestured vaguely at himself. Less what? Severe? Controlled? Pippa's free hand came up to his chest, feeling his heart racing beneath her palm. I don't want warm and easy. I want you. The man who saw me drowning and pulled me out. Who defends me without question. Who trusts me with his private accounts and actually listens when I speak. Philippa. I'm choosing you, she repeated firmly. Not your protection, not your money. You. Is that really so difficult to believe? For a long moment, Gideon simply looked at her, searching her face for the lie, the angle, the hidden motive. Whatever he saw made something in his expression crack. I've loved you since the 2nd month, he said quietly. When you laughed at my joke about tariffs, and I realized I'd spend the rest of my life trying to make you laugh again. But I can't marry you, Philippa. That vow. I don't care about marriage. The words surprised them both. I care about this. Us. Whatever we have right now. For 6 months. Then what? Then we decide together. Pippa met his gaze steadily. Stop deciding my future without asking me. Stop protecting me from yourself when I'm not afraid of you. You should be afraid. But his hand had moved from her wrist to her face, cupping her cheek with aching gentleness. I'm selfish enough to take what you're offering, even knowing I'll ruin you. You keep saying that word. Ruin. Pippa turned her face into his palm. I was ruined the night I fled Julian Carr's house. Everything since has been survival. You're not destroying me, Gideon. You're the first person who's made me feel alive. His thumb brushed across her lower lip. If I kiss you right now, I won't stop at kissing. Good. Pippa's pulse raced. I'm done with restraint. Philippa! Her name was half warning, half prayer. She kissed him, not waiting for permission, not giving him time to retreat behind logic and fear, just claiming him the way he'd claimed her on that terrace, desperate and real and utterly devastating. Gideon made a sound low in his throat, surrender or defeat, and kissed her back with the intensity of a man who'd been denying himself too long. His hands tangled in her hair, scattering pins, pulling her closer until no space remained between them. Pippa gasped when his mouth moved to her throat, found the sensitive spot below her ear that made her knees weak. His name escaped her lips like a plea. God, the sounds you make. Gideon breathed against her skin. I've imagined this so many times. Then stop imagining. She pulled at his cravat, fingers clumsy with want. Show me. He lifted her onto his desk with effortless strength, scattering papers, stepped between her knees, hands spanning her waist, looked at her with such raw hunger that Pippa forgot to breathe. Last chance, he said roughly. Tell me to stop. Don't you dare. He kissed her again, slower this time, deeper, like he was memorizing the taste of her. His hands traced patterns up her sides, thumbs brushing the underside of her breasts through the layers of fabric. Pippa arched into the touch, desperate for more. Too many clothes, she managed when he finally broke the kiss. Gideon's laugh was strained. Agreed, but not here. Not on my desk like some... He stopped himself. You deserve better than this. I don't care where... I do. He gathered her close, resting his forehead against hers. I've spent weeks telling myself I couldn't have you. Now that you're choosing this, I want to do it properly. Not rushed, not furtive. I want all night to worship every inch of you. The words sent liquid heat through Pippa's veins. Then take me upstairs. To my bedroom? Unless you have a better location in mind. Gideon pulled back to look at her, searching her face. You're certain? Once we do this, everything changes. Everything already changed. We're just finally admitting it. Pippa cupped his face in both hands. I want you, Gideon. All of you. Not the careful distance, not the controlled restraint. You. Something in his expression broke open, vulnerability mixed with desperate want. I've never wanted anything the way I want you. It terrifies me. Be terrified tomorrow. Tonight, just... She kissed him again, pouring everything she couldn't say into it. Please. That single word shattered the last of his restraint. Gideon lifted her from the desk, and Pippa wrapped her legs around his waist instinctively. He carried her across the room without breaking the kiss, navigating by memory, his hands everywhere. Her back, her hips, tangling in her hair. At the door, he paused. Mrs. Finch? Knows exactly what's happening and is too discreet to comment, Pippa finished. Stop thinking. Just feel. I am feeling. His voice was rough. That's the problem. I feel too much. Then show me. He carried her up the stairs to the private floor where his bedroom waited. The door closed behind them with a soft click of finality. Gideon set Pippa on her feet beside his massive four-poster bed, hands shaking slightly as they found the fastenings of her dress. I'm going to take my time with you, he said, voice low and intent. I've waited too long to rush this. Each button he released felt like a small revelation. Cool air kissed Pippa's skin as the grey dress loosened, slipped from her shoulders, pooled at her feet. She stood in her stays and chemise, suddenly nervous under the intensity of his gaze. "You're trembling," Gideon observed. "Nervous," Pippa admitted. "I've never—" She stopped, heat flooding her face. His expression softened. "I know. Neither have I. Not like this. Not with someone who matters. I matter. You're everything." He traced the line of her collarbone, making her shiver. "You terrify and amaze me in equal measure. How did you not know you're beautiful?" "I noticed numbers, not—" She gasped as his fingers found the laces of her stays. "Not this." "Then let me show you." He unlaced her with patient skill, each pull of the ribbon deliberate. "Every perfect curve, every place I want to touch, every sound I want to draw from you." The stays fell away. Gideon's hands spanned her waist over the thin chemise, thumbs stroking upward until Pippa forgot to breathe. "Are you certain?" he asked one last time. "I've never been more certain of anything." He kissed her again, slowly, reverently, like she was something precious. Then he lifted the chemise over her head, and Pippa stood bare before him for the first time. The way he looked at her, with wonder and want and something deeper, made her feel more beautiful than any mirror ever could. "You're so—" He broke off, voice unsteady. "God, Philippa." She reached for his shirt. "Your turn." He helped her remove it, revealing the lean muscle beneath. Shoulders broader than his severe clothing suggested, a scar across his ribs from some past injury. Pippa traced it with curious fingers. "Riding accident," Gideon explained. "Years ago." "Does it hurt?" "Not anymore." He caught her hand, brought it to his lips. "The only thing that hurts is wanting you and trying not to." "Then stop trying." He guided her to the bed, laying her down with such gentleness that tears pricked her eyes. Followed her down, bracing himself above her, eyes dark with hunger barely leashed. "Tell me if I do anything you don't like," he said. "Promise me." "I promise." Pippa pulled him closer. "Now stop talking and kiss me." He did, thoroughly, completely. His mouth mapped her lips, her jaw, the column of her throat. Lower, finding places that made her gasp and arch beneath him. His name became a prayer on her lips. His hands learned every curve, every sensitive place. And when he finally made them truly one, Pippa understood why they called it being undone. Because she was completely, utterly undone by this severe, careful man who looked at her like she was the only thing in his world that mattered. "I love you," he breathed against her hair as they moved together. "God help me. I love you." "I love you too." The confession escaped her on a gasp. "Gideon? I know." His lips found hers. "I know." They fell together into pleasure that rewrote every careful boundary they'd constructed, every wall they'd built between them. And when it was over, when Pippa lay boneless and dazed in his arms, she knew nothing would ever be simple again. Fade to black. Dawn crept through the curtains in shades of pearl and rose. Pippa woke to the unfamiliar weight of Gideon's arm across her waist, his breath warm against her shoulder. She turned carefully, not wanting to wake him, and studied his face in the growing light. Asleep, he looked younger. The severity softened, The tension eased. She traced the scar on his shoulder, the riding accident he'd mentioned, with gentle fingers. His eyes opened. For a moment, he simply looked at her, expression unreadable. Then he smiled, rare and devastating, and pulled her closer. "Morning?" he murmured against her hair. "Morning." Pippa nestled into his warmth. "No regrets?" "Only that I waited so long." His hand traced lazy patterns on her bare back. "Though I'm still not marrying you." She laughed against his chest. "I know. The vow. The vow, and the certainty that I'll destroy you eventually. Thorn men always do. Then I'll enjoy the destruction while it lasts." Pippa propped herself on one elbow, looking down at him. "Stop trying to protect me from yourself. I'm choosing this, Gideon. Choosing you. Every day. For now." But his voice lacked conviction. "For now," she agreed. "That's all anyone gets. Tomorrow isn't promised." He pulled her down into a kiss that tasted of possibility and morning light and new beginnings. When he finally released her, his expression was serious. "What happens now?" he asked. Pippa considered. "Now we face Julian Carr. Together. As you said last night, stop protecting me from what's real." "I meant protecting you from my feelings, not from actual danger." "Same principle." She traced the line of his jaw. "I'm not fragile. Stop treating me like I'll shatter." "You're stronger than you know." Gideon caught her hand, pressed a kiss to her palm. "But that doesn't mean I'll stop protecting you. It's who I am." "I know." Pippa settled against him, fitting perfectly into the curve of his body. "Just remember, I'm protecting you too." "From what?" "From yourself. Your fear. The ghosts of thorn men past who haunt you." She kissed his shoulder. "We protect each other. That's how this works." Gideon's arms tightened around her. "I don't deserve you." "Probably not. But you're mine anyway." She smiled against his skin. "Get used to it." Outside, London was waking. Carriages rattling past, servants starting their morning routines, the city carrying on oblivious to the fact that everything had changed in this one bedroom. Pippa knew there would be complications. Society's judgment would only intensify once word spread that she was truly Gideon's lover now, not just his kept woman. Julian Carr would see it as an opportunity to strike, and the vow that haunted Gideon would continue to stand between them and any future beyond these stolen moments. But for now, for this perfect dawn, none of it mattered. They had each other, and that was enough. Chapter 7. The weeks that followed existed in a haze of stolen mornings and Thursday dinners that now ended in Gideon's bedroom instead of his study. Pippa should have felt scandalous. Instead, she felt alive. They established new rhythms. Breakfasts together when she stayed the night. Whispered conversations in the dark about everything and nothing. The way Gideon's severe expression softened when she walked into a room. He touched her constantly now, hand at her waist, fingers brushing hers across the dinner table, casual intimacies that spoke of possession and tenderness in equal measure. The accounts she reviewed for him became excuses to spend afternoons in his study, working in companionable silence, broken by occasional debate over shipping manifests or investment strategies. Gideon valued her opinion, sought her perspective, treated her mind with the same reverence he showed her body. It was intoxicating, dangerous, everything she'd never known she wanted. But cracks were forming. Gideon grew increasingly tense as their public appearances continued. At the theatre 2 weeks after their first night together, Lord Pettigrew had again approached during the interval, all charm and calculated interest. "Miss Weatherby, you're looking radiant this evening." Pippa had smiled politely. "Thank you, Lord Pettigrew. I've been meaning to ask. Do you ride? I'm hosting a hunt party next month at my estate. Small gathering, excellent company. I'd be honoured if you'd attend." The invitation was bold, inappropriate. A direct challenge to Gideon's claim disguised as social courtesy. Gideon's hand had tightened on Pippa's waist with bruising force. "Miss Weatherby's schedule is occupied for the foreseeable future." Pettigrew's smile hadn't wavered. "Of course, though one does wonder if Miss Weatherby might appreciate being consulted about her own schedule." "Miss Weatherby appreciates not being poached like livestock," Pippa had interjected before Gideon could respond. "I must decline your kind invitation, my lord. Perhaps another time." The careful phrasing left room for interpretation. Was she refusing because Gideon commanded it, or because she chose to? Pettigrew had departed, satisfied he'd planted seeds of doubt. Afterward, in the carriage home, Gideon had been silent and brooding. "He wants to prove he can take you from me," he'd said finally. "He can't. I've made my choice. For now." Gideon's voice was tight. But what happens when Pettigrew offers marriage instead of protection? A title, legitimacy? Everything I can't give you? "I don't want those things." You say that now. Wait until he makes it real. Proposals, promises, a future that extends beyond 6 months of borrowed time. The 6-month deadline loomed between them constantly now. They never discussed what would happen when it arrived. Both afraid to voice the questions neither could answer. A month after that first night together, everything came to a crisis point. Gideon was hosting a card party at his townhouse. 20 guests, high stakes, the kind of evening designed to solidify business relationships through leisure. Pippa was expected to attend, to play hostess in all but name, to demonstrate that their arrangement had evolved into something deeper without explicitly acknowledging it. She'd worn emerald silk, the dress from her first public appearance with him, now carrying different memories. Madame Duvernay had modified the neckline to be even more daring, and Pippa caught the way Gideon's eyes darkened when she descended the stairs. "Dangerous," he murmured as she reached him. "You look dangerous." "Is that a complaint?" "An observation." His thumb brushed the inside of her wrist where her pulse raced. "And a warning that I may have difficulty maintaining appropriate public restraint." "Then don't." Pippa smiled, feeling bold. "Let them see exactly what I am to you." Something flickered in Gideon's expression. Want warring with caution. "You don't know what you're asking." "I'm asking you to stop hiding what we have. Stop pretending this is still just an arrangement." Before Gideon could respond, the first guests arrived, and Pippa was swept into a performance that felt increasingly hollow. Smiling at people who looked through her, making polite conversation with wives who refused to meet her eyes, enduring the barely veiled propositions from men who saw her as Gideon's possession, and therefore fair game. By the third hour, she was exhausted. The card tables were arranged throughout the drawing room and adjoining parlour. Pippa found herself partnered with Gideon against Mr. and Mrs. Dalton, the same couple who'd hosted the party where everything had started unravelling. "Such a pleasure seeing you again, Miss Weatherby," Mrs. Dalton said, her smile edged with malice. "You've become quite a fixture at Lord Greystoke's entertainments." "His lordship is generous with his invitations," Pippa replied neutrally. "Indeed. One might say overly generous, given the nature of your association." Mrs. Dalton's gaze travelled pointedly over Pippa's gown. Though I suppose when a man is as besotted as Lord Greystoke appears, propriety becomes negotiable. The barb landed. Across the table, Gideon's jaw tightened dangerously. Besotted is rather strong, Mr. Dalton interjected, clearly trying to diffuse the tension. Shall we play? They played 3 hands. Pippa and Gideon won all 3, but the victory felt empty. During the interval, Pippa excused herself to the terrace, the same terrace where Gideon had first kissed her. The memory made her chest ache. She'd been out there perhaps 5 minutes when Lord Pettigrew appeared, as if summoned by some malevolent force. Miss Weatherby, escaping the festivities? Pippa suppressed a sigh. Merely seeking fresh air, my lord. Understandable. These events can be stifling. Pettigrew joined her at the balustrade, standing too close. Especially when one is on display rather than truly participating. I'm participating perfectly well. Are you? His voice lowered. Or are you simply performing the role Thorne has assigned you? The beautiful mistress who plays cards and looks decorative but has no real agency in her own life? The words hit harder than they should have. Pippa turned to face him directly. You presume much, Lord Pettigrew. I observe accurately. He smiled, but there was steel beneath. You're intelligent, Miss Weatherby, talented with numbers from what I hear. Yet here you are, living in a house Thorne owns, wearing gowns he purchased, attending events at his discretion. That's not partnership. That's possession. Lord Greystoke doesn't possess me. Doesn't he? Can you leave tomorrow if you choose? Walk away without consequence? Could she? The question lodged in Pippa's throat. Technically, yes. The arrangement had always been temporary. But practically, she loved Gideon. Leaving him would destroy her. Which meant Pettigrew was right. She was trapped. Not by force, but by feeling. What I choose to do is my own affair, Pippa said carefully. Is it? Pettigrew leaned closer. Because I'm offering you an alternative. Marry me, Miss Weatherby. I'll give you everything Thorne can't. Legitimacy, status, freedom from the judgment you endure at gatherings like this. You'd be Lady Pettigrew, respectable again. The proposal stunned her. You can't be serious. Entirely serious. I've been widowed 3 years. I need a wife. You need a future that extends beyond Thorne's eventual boredom. His eyes were calculating. I'm not offering romance. I'm offering practicality. You're beautiful, intelligent, already compromised. Perfect for a man who values discretion over passion. Accept? And tomorrow morning you wake as my betrothed instead of Thorne's whore. The crude language was deliberate, meant to shock her into seeing herself as Pettigrew and society did. It worked. I need to think, Pippa managed. You have 1 week. Pettigrew straightened. After that, I withdraw the offer and pursue other options. Consider carefully, Miss Weatherby. Viscount Greystoke is offering you pleasure. I'm offering you a life. He departed, leaving Pippa alone with her churning thoughts. She didn't tell Gideon about Pettigrew's proposal. She meant to. Every night that week, lying in his arms after passion had spent itself, she opened her mouth to confess, and every time, the words died unspoken. Because telling Gideon would force them to confront the questions they'd been avoiding. What were they to each other? What happened when the 6 months ended? Could what they had survive in the real world? Or was it only possible in this strange liminal space between ruin and respectability? Thursday arrived, their usual dinner. Pippa dressed in sapphire silk, the colour that matched the bracelet she still wore like a talisman. At Gideon's townhouse, Mrs. Finch greeted her with unusual solemnity. He's been in a state all day, miss. Whatever's bothering him, perhaps you can settle it. Pippa found Gideon in his study, staring at papers he clearly wasn't reading. He looked up as she entered, and the raw emotion in his eyes stopped her. "What's wrong?" she asked immediately. "I received a letter from Pettigrew." Gideon's voice was dangerously calm. "Informing me that he's made you an offer of marriage, that you're considering it." Pippa's stomach dropped. "Gideon? Is it true?" He stood, moving around the desk with controlled fury. "Has he proposed?" "Yes, but—" "And you're considering it?" Not a question, an accusation. "I haven't decided anything." "The fact that there's anything to decide tells me everything." Gideon's laugh was bitter. "Of course you're considering it. Why wouldn't you? He's offering marriage, legitimacy. Everything I explicitly told you I'd never provide." "I don't want those things." "Everyone wants those things." His control shattered. "You're just too kind to admit that what I'm offering, what we have, isn't enough. That eventually you'll choose the man who can actually give you a future." "You are my future," Pippa said desperately. "For how long? 6 months? A year? Until you realize that being my lover means a lifetime of whispers and judgment." He turned away, shoulders rigid. "Pettigrew is right. I'm selfish, keeping you tied to me when I can't marry you, can't give you children, can't offer you anything beyond pleasure and protection that expires the moment I tire of you." "You won't tire of me." "You don't know that. I don't know that." Gideon's hands clenched into fists. "My brother swore he'd love his wife forever. Then he destroyed her systematically until she lost her mind. What makes you think I'm any different?" "Because you're terrified of becoming him." Pippa crossed to him, gripped his shoulders. "Cruel men don't agonize over their cruelty. They don't push away the people they love to protect them." "I'm not pushing you away. I'm letting you go." His voice cracked. "If Pettigrew can give you what you deserve, then you should take it." "I deserve you." Pippa was crying now, furious tears that she didn't bother wiping away. "I deserve a man who sees me as more than a strategic acquisition or a pretty ornament, who values my mind as much as my body, who makes me feel safe and desired and seen for the first time in my entire life." "Philippa, I love you." The confession exploded from her. "I love you, you impossible, stubborn, self-sabotaging man. And I don't care about marriage or legitimacy or any of the things Pettigrew is offering. I care about waking up beside you, about the way you listen when I talk about account discrepancies, about how you defend me without question and trust me with your business, and look at me like I'm the only thing in your world that matters." Gideon stared at her, expression devastated. "I can't give you what you need." "You already have." Pippa cupped his face in both hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. "The only thing I need is you. Not your title, not your money. You. Is that really so difficult to believe?" "Yes." The word was barely audible. "Because everyone leaves. Everyone realizes I'm too cold, too controlled, too damaged to love properly. And when they go, they take pieces of me I can't get back." The vulnerability in his voice shattered her. Pippa kissed him, desperate, claiming, pouring everything she felt into it. "I'm not leaving," she said against his lips. "I'm not everyone else. I'm the woman who chose you when I had nothing, who chooses you now when I have options. Who will choose you tomorrow and every day after because you're mine, Gideon Thorne, and I don't let go of what's mine." He made a sound that was half sob, half laugh, and kissed her back with bruising intensity. His hands tangled in her hair, pulled her closer, held her like she might disappear if he loosened his grip. "I love you," he breathed against her mouth. "God, Philippa, I love you so much it terrifies me." "Be terrified tomorrow. Tonight." She pulled him toward the settee, fingers working at his cravat. "Tonight, show me I matter more than your fear." "You matter more than anything." He lifted her, settled her across his lap, hands spanning her waist. "You're everything I didn't know I needed." "Then stop trying to give me away." Pippa kissed along his jaw, felt his sharp intake of breath. "I'm yours. Accept it." He did. Thoroughly. Desperately. They made love on the settee in his study, like teenagers too impatient for bedrooms, all desperate hands and gasping mouths, and the fierce need to prove they belonged to each other. Afterward, tangled together in dishevelled clothing, Gideon pressed his forehead to hers. "What are you going to tell Pettigrew?" he asked quietly. "That I'm not available. That my heart belongs to a severe, impossible viscount who's too stubborn to realize he's exactly what I want. I'm going to disappoint you eventually, hurt you, prove myself my brother's equal in destruction." "You won't." Pippa kissed him gently. "But if you do, we'll face it together. That's what love means." "I don't know how to do this. How to love someone without destroying them." "Neither do I. We'll figure it out as we go." She settled against his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow to normal. "Together, Gideon. That's the only way this works." His arms tightened around her. "What if together isn't enough?" "It will be." Pippa looked up at him, saw the fear and hope warring in his expression. "Trust me." "I do." He kissed her forehead. "That's what terrifies me most." Outside, London carried on oblivious. Inside this study, two damaged people clung to each other and tried to believe that love could be enough to overcome the ghosts that haunted them both. It would have to be. Because neither of them could survive losing the other now. Chapter 8. The letter arrived on a grey November morning, 2 weeks after Pippa had sent Pettigrew away with a polite but definitive refusal. Mrs. Davis brought it on the breakfast tray. Crisp paper sealed with unfamiliar wax, addressed in handwriting Pippa would recognise anywhere. Thomas. Her hands shook as she broke the seal. "Philippa, I'm coming to London. Don't try to dissuade me. I've already left school. Headmaster Thornbury granted leave after I explained the situation. By the time you read this, I'll be on the road. I need to see you, to understand what's happened. Your last letter was honest, and I'm grateful for that. But words on paper aren't enough. I need to look you in the eye and know you're truly safe. I arrive Friday afternoon. I'll come to Russell Square at 3 o'clock. Please be there. Thomas, Friday. Today." Pippa set down the letter with trembling fingers. Thomas was coming here. To the house Gideon had purchased for her, in the square where everyone knew exactly what she was. Her 16-year-old brother, brilliant and earnest, and utterly unprepared for the reality of his sister's fall from grace. "Bad news, miss?" Mrs. Davis asked gently. "My brother. He's arriving this afternoon." Pippa pressed her hands to her face. "He wants to see me, to verify I'm safe. Then he'll see you're well cared for." The housekeeper's tone was practical. "That's not nothing. He'll see I'm a kept woman living in luxury bought with my reputation." Pippa's voice cracked. "How do I explain that to a 16-year-old who still believes the world operates on principles and honor?" "You tell him the truth, that you did what you had to in order to survive, that Lord Greystoke treats you with respect." Mrs. Davis paused. And that you're in love with the man, though you're both too stubborn to acknowledge what that means. Pippa's denial died unspoken. Mrs. Davis saw too much. What if Thomas can't forgive me? The question came out small. What if he looks at me and sees only shame? Then he's not the brother you've been protecting all this time. Mrs. Davis collected the breakfast dishes. Give him more credit, miss. Young men are often wiser than we expect. Pippa spent the morning in agitated preparation. Changed dresses 3 times. Too fine, too plain, too obviously expensive. Settled finally on simple grey wool that could pass for governess attire if one didn't look too closely at the quality of the fabric. She was pacing the drawing room when the knock came at precisely 3 o'clock. Thomas stood on her doorstep, taller than she remembered, broader in the shoulders. Still her little brother, despite the journey toward manhood evident in his features. His dark eyes, their father's eyes, swept over her with careful assessment. Pippa. His voice had deepened since summer. Thomas. She wanted to embrace him, but suddenly wasn't sure she had the right. Come in, please. He entered slowly, taking in the well-appointed entrance hall, the quality furnishings visible through open doorways. His expression remained carefully neutral. Mrs. Davis appeared with tea service, arranged it in the drawing room, and departed with admirable discretion. Brother and sister faced each other across a chasm that felt impossibly wide. You look well, Thomas said finally. Better than the last time I saw you. Less. He stopped. Less desperate? Pippa finished quietly. Less on the verge of collapse? Yes. He sat, accepted tea he didn't drink. Your letter was honest. I appreciate that. But I need to understand. The man, Lord Greystoke, what is he to you? How to answer that? Protector. Lover. The man who'd saved her from worse ruin and then claimed her heart without either of them intending it. He found me the night I fled Julian Carr's house, Pippa said carefully. Offered me an arrangement that allowed me to survive with dignity intact. In exchange for appearing as his companion at social events, he provides this house, an income, protection from men like Carr who see desperate women as prey. And in private? Thomas's gaze was direct, unflinching. What does he expect in private? The question cut. Pippa met her brother's eyes steadily. In private, he treats me with more respect than any man ever has. He values my mind, seeks my opinion on his business affairs, makes me feel seen as a person rather than an ornament or obligation. That's not what I asked. I know. Pippa set down her teacup. Yes, Thomas. We're intimate. I'm his lover, not just his decorative companion. But it's my choice. He's never forced, never coerced. Everything between us is mutual. Thomas's jaw tightened. And when he tires of you? When the arrangement ends and you're left more ruined than when you started? Then I'll face that when it comes. That's not a plan, Pippa. That's hope disguised as strategy. It's all I have. The words burst out sharper than intended. Pippa took a breath, forced calm. Do you think I don't know how precarious this is? That I'm one disagreement, one loss of interest away from being discarded? I know exactly what I've done, Thomas. I've traded my reputation for survival, for your education, for the chance to keep our family from complete destruction. I never asked you to sacrifice yourself for me. You didn't have to ask. You're my brother, my responsibility. Pippa's throat tightened. Father's death left us with nothing, less than nothing, debts, disgrace, a name that meant ruin. I did what I had to so you could have the future he wanted for you. And what about your future? Thomas's voice rose. What happens to you when this ends? I don't know. The admission felt like defeat. But at least you'll have options. You'll finish school, attend university, build a life that isn't defined by father's scandal. That's worth my reputation. Not to me. Thomas stood abruptly, pacing to the window. Not if it means my sister becomes... He stopped himself. A whore? Pippa finished quietly. Say it, Thomas. That's what society calls women like me. He flinched. I wasn't going to say that. But you were thinking it. Everyone thinks it. Pippa joined him at the window, looked out at the respectable square where she lived her disreputable life. I'm not going to apologize for surviving, for choosing the least destructive path available to me. Does he love you? The question came out rough. This Lord Greystoke, does he at least care for you beyond the arrangement? Did he? Pippa thought of Gideon's fierce protectiveness, the way he looked at her when he thought she wasn't watching, the vulnerability in his voice when he admitted he was terrified of destroying her. Yes, she said softly, he loves me, though he'd rather die than admit it easily. Then why doesn't he marry you? Thomas turned to face her. If he loves you and has the resources to keep you like this, why not make it legitimate? Because he made a vow to his dying brother never to marry, because he believes he'll destroy any woman he loves, the way his family destroyed the women who came before. Pippa's voice caught. Because he's as damaged by his past as I am by ours. Thomas studied her for a long moment. You love him? It wasn't a question. Pippa nodded anyway. And he won't marry you? No. So you're trapped, bound to a man who loves you but refuses to claim you properly. That's not protection, Pippa. That's another kind of prison. The words hit harder because they echoed her own fears. Perhaps. But it's a prison I chose, and one where I'm treated with more dignity than I'd receive anywhere else. That's a low standard. It's the only standard I have. Pippa blinked back tears. Do you hate me for this? For what I've become? Thomas's expression crumbled. He pulled her into a fierce embrace. No, God, no. I hate that you had to make this choice. That father's death put you in a position where this seemed like the best option. But hate you? Never. Pippa clung to him, relief and grief warring in her chest. I'm sorry for disappointing you. You haven't disappointed me. He pulled back, hands on her shoulders. You've been braver than anyone should have to be. But Pippa, this can't be your whole life. Tell me there's more than just this arrangement. Was there? Pippa thought of the account work she did for Gideon, the intellectual satisfaction of solving complex problems. Thought of the quiet mornings reading in her drawing room, the walks through the square when weather permitted, small pleasures that made the judgment bearable. I'm managing, she said. That's enough for now. It shouldn't have to be. Thomas's jaw set with familiar Weatherby stubbornness. I want to meet him. This Lord Greystoke. If he's going to keep my sister, he can face her brother and explain himself. Pippa's stomach dropped. Thomas, that's not... I'm not asking permission. I'm informing you. He crossed to the door, then paused. Where does he live? You can't just show up at a Viscount's townhouse demanding, watch me. And before Pippa could stop him, Thomas was gone, striding out into the afternoon with righteous fury and 16-year-old confidence that the world would bend to his moral clarity. Pippa grabbed her cloak and followed. Gideon's butler opened the door to find an angry young man and a breathless young woman on the doorstep. "I'm here to see Lord Greystoke," Thomas announced. "Tell him Thomas Weatherby demands an audience." The butler's expression flickered. Surprise, calculation, something almost like sympathy. "I shall inquire if his lordship is receiving—" "He'll receive me." Thomas pushed past with the fearlessness of youth. "Where's his study?" "Thomas, please." Pippa tried to catch his arm. He shook her off gently but firmly. "I need to do this, Pippa. For both of us." The commotion drew Mrs. Finch, who took one look at the determined young man and weary young woman and made a decision. "This way," she said simply. "His lordship is in his study." She led them up the familiar stairs, knocked once on the study door, and opened it without waiting for response. Gideon looked up from his papers, surprise flashing across his face as Thomas stormed in with Pippa trailing behind. "Mr. Weatherby," Gideon said calmly, standing. "This is unexpected. You're Lord Greystoke." Thomas's tone was flat, assessing. "The man who's keeping my sister." "Thomas!" Pippa's face flamed. But Gideon simply inclined his head. "I am. And you're the brilliant younger brother she's been protecting at considerable personal cost. Please, sit." "I'll stand." Thomas planted himself in front of the desk like a young oak, unbending, unmovable. "What are your intentions toward my sister?" The blunt question hung in the air. Gideon's expression remained neutral, but Pippa saw the tension in his shoulders. "My intentions," Gideon said carefully, "are to provide her with safety, security, and respect for as long as she chooses to accept them." "That's not an answer. That's evasion." Thomas's hands clenched into fists. "Do you love her?" "Thomas!" Pippa stepped forward. "You can't just—" "Yes." Gideon's quiet word cut through her protest. He met Thomas's gaze directly. "I love your sister. More than I've loved anything in my life." The admission stole Pippa's breath. Gideon had said the words to her in private, in moments of passion and vulnerability. But saying them to Thomas, acknowledging them publicly, was different, binding. "Then why won't you marry her?" Thomas demanded. "If you love her and you have the means to support her, why keep her as your mistress instead of making her your wife?" Gideon's expression shuttered. "That's between your sister and myself." "It's between all of us. Her reputation affects me as much as it affects her. When people discover the disgraced Weatherby daughter is living as a kept woman, it reflects on the entire family." Thomas's voice shook. "If you truly love her, you'd give her legitimacy, protection that doesn't require her to sacrifice her honor." "Her honor is intact." Gideon's voice went cold. "Your sister is one of the most honorable people I've ever met. The circumstances of our arrangement don't change that. Society doesn't care about honor when a woman is living in sin. Then society is populated by fools with insufficient imagination to see value beyond their narrow definitions of propriety." Gideon moved around the desk, and for the first time, Pippa saw real anger in his expression. "Your sister survived assault, destitution, and social exile. She's kept you in school through her own resourcefulness. She's brilliant with numbers, fearless in defending what she values, and strong enough to make impossible choices with grace. If society can't see her worth because she's chosen to be my lover rather than my wife, the failure is theirs, not hers." The fierce defense made Pippa's eyes burn. Thomas stared at Gideon, clearly not expecting such passion. "Then marry her," he said quietly. "Prove society wrong. Give her the protection of your name." "I can't." The words came out harsh. "Can't or won't." Both? Gideon's jaw clenched. I made a vow to my dying brother that I would never marry, that I would never put a woman through what the thorn men inflict on their wives. And I won't break that vow, even for... He stopped himself. Even for her, Thomas finished. Even for the woman you claim to love. Especially for her. Gideon's voice was raw. Because I love her enough to protect her from myself. To refuse to bind her legally to a man who will inevitably destroy her the way my father destroyed my mother, the way my brother destroyed his wife. That's cowardice disguised as nobility. Thomas! Pippa found her voice finally. Enough! But Thomas ignored her, focused entirely on Gideon. You're using a vow as an excuse to avoid commitment. To keep my sister in limbo where you get everything you want without having to risk anything real. You think I'm not risking anything? Gideon's control finally cracked. I'm risking her safety every day by claiming her publicly. I'm risking my own sanity by loving someone I know I'll eventually hurt. I'm risking everything that matters to keep her protected and provided for, while fighting my own nature that says I should push her away entirely before I destroy her. Then let her make her own choice. Thomas's shout echoed in the study. Stop deciding what's best for her and let her choose her own life. If she wants to stay with you despite the lack of marriage, that's her right. If she wants to leave, that's also her right. But stop caging her with your protection while pretending it's for her benefit. The words landed like hammers. Gideon went very still. He's right, Pippa said quietly. Both men turned to her. Thomas is right, she continued, stepping forward. You've been making decisions for me since the night we met, Gideon. Deciding I needed protection, deciding what kind of public appearances I should make, deciding that your vow matters more than what I want. She took a breath. I love you. I've chosen you repeatedly. But I can't keep choosing someone who won't let me be an equal partner in those choices. Gideon's expression was devastated. Philippa, do you trust me? She asked. With everything. Then trust me with this. With us. Stop protecting me from your fear and let me decide if I want to stay despite it. Her voice softened. I know you're terrified of becoming your brother. But Thomas is right. You're using that vow as a cage. For both of us. For a long moment, Gideon said nothing. Then he sank into his chair, suddenly looking exhausted. I don't know how to do this, he admitted. How to love someone without destroying them. Thomas's anger seemed to deflate. He glanced at Pippa, then back to Gideon. Maybe start by admitting you don't have to do it alone, that my sister is strong enough to face whatever comes. Together. Gideon looked up at Pippa, vulnerability naked in his expression. What do you want? You, she said simply. All of you. Not the careful distance, not the controlled protection. You, flawed and afraid and convinced you'll ruin me. I want all of it. Even knowing I can't marry you. Even then. Pippa crossed to him, took his hands. The vow doesn't matter, Gideon. What matters is whether you're willing to build a life with me despite it. Whether you'll stop pushing me away every time you feel too much. His fingers tightened on hers. And if I fail? If I hurt you the way I'm terrified I will? Then we'll face it. Together. She glanced at Thomas. That's what family does. Thomas watched them for a moment, then nodded slowly. I still don't like this arrangement. I still think you deserve better than society's scraps. But... He paused. But I can see you love him. And that he's trying, even if he's making a mess of it. I am making a mess of it, Gideon acknowledged. a hint of his dry humour returning. Your sister deserves someone far more competent at emotional vulnerability. She deserves someone who sees her worth, who protects her without diminishing her. Thomas straightened. Can you be that man, Lord Greystoke? I can try. Gideon looked at Pippa. If she'll let me keep trying, I will. Pippa managed a shaky smile. Though I reserve the right to call you an impossible, stubborn fool when you're being one. I'd expect nothing less. He stood, still holding her hands, and turned to Thomas. I won't marry your sister, but I will love her, provide for her, and defend her honour with everything I have. If that's not sufficient, I understand, but it's all I can offer. Thomas studied them both, his brilliant, damaged sister, and the severe viscount who'd claimed her. Finally, he nodded. Then don't waste it, he said quietly. Either of you. Life's too short and too cruel to waste love when you find it. He left then, closing the door behind him with a soft click. Alone, Gideon and Pippa stared at each other across the debris of revealed truths. Your brother is terrifying, Gideon said finally. He's 16 and righteous. It's a dangerous combination. Pippa's laugh was shaky. I'm sorry he ambushed you. I'm not. Gideon pulled her closer. He's right. I have been caging us both with my fear, using protection as an excuse to avoid real vulnerability. And now? Now I'm still terrified, still convinced I'll destroy you. But... He cupped her face in his hands. But I'm going to try to trust that you're strong enough to survive me. That maybe together we can be something neither of us could manage alone. Pippa leaned into his touch. That's all I've ever asked for. He kissed her then, gentle, reverent, nothing like the desperate passion that usually consumed them. This felt like a promise, a new beginning. When they finally broke apart, Gideon rested his forehead against hers. What happens now? He asked. Now we figure out what this is when it's not just an arrangement, when it's real and messy and undefined. Pippa smiled against his lips. Together? Together, he echoed. And for the first time since that rainy night when he'd pulled her from the street, Pippa felt like they were finally standing on solid ground. Chapter 9. 3 days after Thomas's confrontation, Pippa received an invitation that changed everything. It arrived on heavy cream paper, sealed with the crest of Lady Constance Winters, the most powerful social arbiter in London, the woman whose approval could rehabilitate reputations or destroy them with a single word. Mrs. Davis brought it with the Morning Post, eyebrows raised significantly. From Lady Constance herself, miss. That's not nothing. Pippa broke the seal with trembling fingers. Miss Weatherby, I request the pleasure of your company for tea tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Come alone. We have matters of mutual interest to discuss. Lady Constance Winters. No pleasantries, no explanation. Just a summons that felt more like a subpoena. Pippa stared at the elegant script, mind racing. Lady Constance had been watching their situation for months, attending the same events, observing from her position of untouchable social power. What could she possibly want? Nothing good, probably. Still, one didn't refuse Lady Constance Winters. Not if one valued survival in London society. Pippa dressed carefully for the meeting. Dove grey silk that suggested respectability without claiming it. Hair arranged simply, minimal jewellery beyond the sapphire bracelet she never removed. She looked like what she was, a woman occupying the space between ruin and redemption, trying desperately to appear dignified. Lady Constance's Mayfair residence was imposing, White stone, black iron railings, the kind of house that announced old money and older power. A butler admitted Pippa with professional neutrality and led her to a drawing room so elegantly appointed it felt like entering a museum. Lady Constance sat by the fire, silver-haired and regal despite her 60-some years. She gestured to the chair opposite without preamble. "Sit, Miss Weatherby. Tea?" "Please." Pippa's voice came out steadier than she felt. Lady Constance poured with practiced grace, handed Pippa a cup of what smelled like exceptional Darjeeling, then settled back to study her guest with sharp blue eyes that missed nothing. "You're wondering why I summoned you," she said. "The thought had crossed my mind, my lady. Because I've been watching you for months, and I've reached a conclusion." Lady Constance sipped her tea. "You're not Lord Greystoke's mistress." Pippa's cup rattled against its saucer. That is... Oh, you share his bed. That much is obvious to anyone with functioning eyes." Lady Constance waved dismissively. "But you're not a kept woman in the traditional sense. You're something far more dangerous." "Dangerous?" "You're a woman he loves. Actually, genuinely loves. Not the infatuation men feel for pretty faces, but the kind of devotion that lasts." Lady Constance leaned forward slightly. "I've watched Viscount Greystoke for years. I watched his brother destroy his wife with cruelty disguised as passion. I watched Gideon isolate himself afterward, convinced he carried the same poison. And now I'm watching him try desperately not to ruin you while being utterly besotted." The casual dissection of their relationship left Pippa speechless. "Which brings me to my purpose," Lady Constance continued. "I'm offering you a way out. Sponsorship, re-entry to society as my companion. I'll rehabilitate your name, introduce you to respectable circles, ensure you can leave this arrangement with dignity intact." Hope and suspicion warred in Pippa's chest. "Why would you do that?" "Because I believe in second chances for women society discards too easily. Because your father's scandal was manufactured by men who resented his brilliance. Because I'm old enough to no longer care what anyone thinks of my choices." Lady Constance's expression softened fractionally. "And because I remember your mother. She was kind to me once when kindness was unfashionable. I owe her daughter that much." Tears pricked Pippa's eyes. "I never knew you were acquainted." "We weren't, particularly, but she helped me during a difficult time, and I don't forget debts." Lady Constance set down her teacup. "So, my offer: leave Greystoke, become my companion, re-enter society as a respectable woman. You'll have options again. Freedom to choose a future that doesn't depend on a man's continued interest." Everything Pippa had lost: respectability, independence, the ability to walk through London without judgment, laid out before her like a feast. All she had to do was leave Gideon. "What would this entail exactly?" Pippa asked carefully. "You'd live here, in my home. Accompany me to events, manage my correspondence, assist with my charitable work. I'd pay a modest salary, enough for independence if you choose to leave my service eventually. Most importantly, my sponsorship would signal to society that you're under my protection now. The whispers would quiet. Doors would reopen. And Lord Greystoke would be expected to release you gracefully. No scenes, no public claims. A clean break that allows you both to move forward." Lady Constance paused. "I've already spoken to him. He's agreed to step aside if you choose this path." The words hit like a physical blow. "He's agreed to just let me go?" "He loves you enough to want what's best for you, even if that means losing you." Lady Constance's gaze was penetrating. "The question is, What do you want, Miss Weatherby? Not what's practical, not what's safe. What do you actually want? Pippa set down her tea before her shaking hands betrayed her. When did you speak to Lord Greystoke? This morning. I sent word requesting an audience. He arrived within the hour. Lady Constance's expression was unreadable. He was very clear that the choice must be entirely yours, that he wouldn't influence you either way. Of course he was, because Gideon was convinced he was slowly destroying her, and Lady Constance's offer was salvation. May I have time to consider? Pippa asked. You have 1 week. After that, the offer expires. Lady Constance stood, signalling the interview's end. Think carefully, my dear. This is your chance to reclaim the life that was stolen from you. Don't let pride or— She paused delicately. Attachment cloud your judgment. Pippa walked the long way back to Russell Square, needing movement to process the chaos in her mind. Lady Constance was offering everything: respectability, independence, a future that didn't depend on Gideon's continued affection. She could be free, truly free, of the judgment, the whispers, the constant precariousness of her position. All she had to do was leave the man she loved, the man who'd apparently agreed to release her without protest. Fury rose hot and sharp. How dare Gideon make that decision without consulting her? How dare he agree to Lady Constance's proposal as if Pippa's feelings were irrelevant? By the time she reached his townhouse, bypassing Russell Square entirely, her rage had crystallized into icy determination. Mrs. Finch took one look at her expression and simply pointed toward the study. Pippa didn't knock. Gideon sat at his desk, staring at papers he clearly wasn't reading. He looked up as she stormed in, wariness flickering across his face. Philippa! How dare you? Her voice was quiet, lethal. How dare you agree to Lady Constance's proposal without discussing it with me first? He stood slowly. She told you. Of course she told me. That was the entire point of our meeting, to offer me escape from the terrible burden of being loved by you. Pippa crossed to his desk, planted her hands on it. And you just agreed, decided my future without asking what I wanted. Because what you want and what's best for you aren't the same thing. Gideon's voice was tight. Lady Constance is offering you everything I can't give you. I don't want what she's offering. You should want it. Respectability? Independence? I want you. The shout echoed in the study. Why is that so impossible for you to accept? That I might actually choose you over social approval? Because choosing me means choosing ruin. Gideon moved around the desk, frustration bleeding through his control. Choosing a man who can't marry you, can't legitimize your position, can't give you anything but 6 months of borrowed happiness before— Before what? Before you destroy me? We've been over this, Gideon. Pippa's hands clenched into fists. You're not your brother. You're not going to turn cruel and vicious the moment we're committed. You don't know that. I don't know that. His voice cracked. What if the vow is the only thing keeping me from becoming exactly like him? What if the moment I let myself have you completely, I start destroying you the way he destroyed? Then I'll leave, Pippa interrupted. I'll walk away the moment you become someone I can't recognize. But Gideon, you're already breaking that vow every time you touch me, every time you tell me you love me. The vow doesn't protect anyone. It just gives you an excuse to keep me at arm's length emotionally while claiming me physically. The accusation hit its mark. Gideon flinched. I'm trying to protect you, he said quietly. I don't need protection from you. I need partnership, honesty. The courage to admit that what we have is real and stop hiding behind fear and vows that no longer serve any purpose but keeping us trapped. The vow serves the purpose of ensuring I never legally bind a woman to me, never put her in a position where she can't escape when I inevitably— Stop, Pippa's voice broke. Stop telling me what I need. Stop deciding my future based on hypothetical disasters. I'm standing in front of you telling you I choose this, choose you. And you're so convinced you're poison that you can't believe anyone would want you anyway. Silence fell between them, heavy and aching. Gideon turned away, gripping the edge of his desk. What do you want me to say, Philippa? That I'll break the vow? Marry you tomorrow and hope I don't destroy you within the year? I want you to admit that the vow is a cage, that you're using your brother's cruelty as an excuse to avoid real commitment because you're terrified of being vulnerable. Pippa's voice softened. I want you to trust me enough to build a life together, even without marriage. To stop measuring what we have against what you can't give me, and start valuing what you already do. He turned back to face her, expression raw. And Lady Constance's offer? Is irrelevant, because I'm not leaving you. Pippa crossed to him, took his hands. I don't care about respectability or social redemption. I care about waking beside you, about the way you listen when I talk, about how you defend me without question and trust me with your secrets and look at me like I'm the only thing in your world that matters. You are. The admission came out hoarse. You're the only thing that's mattered in longer than I can remember. Then stop trying to send me away for my own good. Pippa lifted his hands to her lips, kissed his knuckles. Let me make my own choices, even if those choices include staying with a stubborn, impossible man who's convinced he's going to ruin me. Gideon's laugh was pained. You deserve better than me. I deserve to be happy, and you make me happy. She met his eyes directly. Can you accept that? That I'm choosing you not because I lack options, but because you're what I want? For a long moment, Gideon simply stared at her, searching her face for the lie he was convinced must exist. Whatever he saw made something in his expression crack open. I don't know how to do this, he admitted. How to let someone love me without destroying them. Neither do I. We'll figure it out together. Pippa pulled him closer. That's what love is, Gideon. Not knowing all the answers, but choosing to face the questions anyway. He gathered her into his arms, holding her like she might disappear. I'm still not marrying you. I know. The vow doesn't matter. Pippa looked up at him. What matters is whether you're willing to build a life with me despite it. Whether you'll stop pushing me away every time you feel too much. I don't know if I can stop being afraid of hurting you. I'm not asking you to stop being afraid. I'm asking you to stay anyway. She cupped his face in her hands. Choose me, Gideon. Not out of obligation or protection. Choose me because you want me. Because what we have is worth the risk. His eyes closed, jaw clenching with the force of whatever internal battle he was fighting. When he opened them again, the vulnerability there stole her breath. I choose you, he said quietly. Not because I'm brave enough to believe I won't hurt you, but because I'm selfish enough to take what you're offering, even knowing I don't deserve it. You deserve everything. Pippa kissed him softly. And I'm going to spend however long we have proving that to you. Even if it's not forever, even if I can't give you marriage or children or any of the things you should want. Even then. She smiled against his lips. I don't need forever, Gideon. I just need you. Right now, in this moment, choosing to stay even when it's terrifying. He kissed her then, desperate and reverent and full of all the things he couldn't say. His hands tangled in her hair, pulled her closer, held her like she was the only solid thing in his world. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Gideon rested his forehead against hers. "What about Lady Constance?" he asked. "I'll tell her I'm declining her generous offer, that I'm choosing to stay exactly where I am." Pippa traced the sharp line of his jaw. "Will that be difficult for you? Knowing you could have given me a way out and I refused?" "Terrifying," he admitted. "But also—" He paused, something almost like wonder crossing his face. "Also, the first time I've believed you might actually want this. Want me." "I do want you. Desperately. Inconveniently. Completely." She smiled. "Get used to it." His answering smile was small, but genuine. "I'll try." "Good." Pippa pulled back slightly. "Now, about these private vows we're apparently not making. Philippa, if you won't marry me and I'm refusing to leave, we need to define what this is, what we are to each other." Her expression turned serious. "I need to know we're building something real, not just an arrangement with feelings attached." Gideon was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing his words. Then he took both her hands in his. "I vow to love you, protect you, and never cage you with my fear," he said quietly. "To trust you enough to let you make your own choices, even when those choices terrify me. To build a life with you that honors who you are, not who society says you should be." The unexpected formality of it made Pippa's throat tight. She squeezed his hands. "I vow to choose you, challenge you, and never let you hide behind your fear of becoming your brother," she replied. "To trust you enough to stay, even when it's difficult. To build a life with you that honors who we are together, not what anyone else thinks we should be." "Even when I'm impossible?" "Especially then." She pulled him down into a kiss that felt like sealing a promise. "We're doing this? Really doing this?" "We're doing this," he echoed, sounding equal parts terrified and awed. "God help us both. We don't need divine intervention. We have each other." Pippa settled against his chest, listening to his heartbeat slow to steady rhythm. "That's enough." His arms tightened around her. "Stay tonight, and tomorrow night, and every night I can," she finished, "until you're tired of finding me at your breakfast table." "That will never happen." "Good, because I'm not planning to leave." She looked up at him, saw the vulnerability and hope warring in his expression. "This is real, Gideon. We're real. Start believing it." "I'm trying." He kissed her forehead. "You're the first thing I've wanted to keep in longer than I can remember. It's terrifying." "Be terrified tomorrow. Tonight." She smiled. "Tonight. Just be with me." He was, thoroughly, completely, with a reverence that spoke of promises made and futures dared despite every rational reason not to. And when dawn arrived, finding them tangled together in his massive bed, Pippa felt something she hadn't felt since her father's death. Hope. Real, solid, terrifying hope that maybe, just maybe, love could be enough to overcome the ghosts haunting them both. Chapter 10. Pippa returned to Lady Constance's residence the following afternoon, her decision crystallized into certainty. The same butler admitted her, the same elegant drawing room awaited. But this time, Pippa walked in without trepidation. She knew what she wanted. More importantly, She knew what she was willing to sacrifice to have it. Lady Constance sat in her customary chair by the fire, already pouring tea, as if she'd been expecting Pippa's arrival at precisely this hour. "Miss Weatherby, I assume you've reached a decision?" "I have, my lady." Pippa accepted the tea, met the older woman's sharp gaze directly. "I'm declining your generous offer." Lady Constance's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes. Satisfaction, perhaps, or vindication. "You're choosing to stay with Lord Greystoke." "I'm choosing to build a life that honours who I am, not who society says I should be." Pippa set down her teacup. "Your offer was incredibly kind, but I don't want redemption if it means leaving the man I love." "Even knowing he can't marry you? That you'll remain in this liminal space between respectability and ruin?" "Even then." Pippa's voice was steady. "I'd rather be honestly ruined with someone who values me than falsely respectable with people who only care about appearances." Lady Constance studied her for a long moment, then smiled. Genuine, warm, nothing like her usual calculating expression. "Good. That's exactly what I hoped you'd say." Pippa blinked. "I'm sorry?" "My dear girl, did you think I'd offer sponsorship to just anyone?" Lady Constance leaned back in her chair. "I've been watching you and Lord Greystoke for months. I've seen how he looks at you, how you've transformed him from that cold, isolated man into someone capable of vulnerability. That's not an arrangement. That's love." "Then why offer me a way out?" "Because you needed to know you had one, that you were choosing him freely, not because you lacked alternatives." Lady Constance's expression softened. Love chosen from desperation rarely endures. Love chosen despite options. That has a chance. The manipulation should have angered her. Instead, Pippa felt oddly grateful. "You were testing me. I was ensuring you understood your own value, that you weren't settling for Greystoke because you believed yourself unworthy of anything better." Lady Constance sipped her tea. "Women in your position often forget they have agency. I wanted to remind you." "And if I'd chosen to accept your offer?" "I would have honoured it, welcomed you into my home, rehabilitated your reputation, helped you build whatever future you desired." Lady Constance's tone was matter-of-fact. "But I would have been disappointed. You and Greystoke deserve each other, and I don't mean that as an insult." Despite everything, Pippa laughed. "Thank you, I think." "You're welcome." Lady Constance set down her teacup with decisive finality. "Now, since you're choosing to remain as you are, we need to discuss practicalities." "Practicalities?" "Your position in society. It's untenable as it stands. You're neither fish nor fowl, neither wife nor proper mistress. That leaves you vulnerable." Lady Constance's eyes sharpened. "I may not be sponsoring you officially, but I can still offer protection of a sort. Social acknowledgement that makes certain behaviours toward you unacceptable." "What sort of behaviours?" "The kind Julian Carr has been engaging in." Lady Constance's voice went cold. "I'm aware of what happened at his residence. I'm aware he's been spreading rumours designed to undermine Lord Greystoke's protection of you. And I'm aware he's planning something considerably more aggressive." Ice slid down Pippa's spine. "What do you mean?" "Carr has been meeting with Lord Pettigrew, discussing strategies to, how did he phrase it, relieve Greystoke of his burden." Lady Constance's expression was grim. "They're planning to force a confrontation, something public enough that Greystoke will have to either defend you violently or appear weak." "When?" "Tonight, at the Haverford Ball. You're both expected to attend?" Lady Constance leaned forward. Carr intends to approach you directly, to proposition you in front of witnesses, force Greystoke to either challenge him to a duel or accept the public humiliation of his mistress being poached. Pippa's hands clenched in her lap. Why are you telling me this? Because I dislike men who prey on vulnerable women. Because Julian Carr is a pustule on society's face who deserves to be lanced. And because— Lady Constance paused, something almost fond crossing her face. I remember your mother's kindness, and I won't stand by while her daughter is destroyed by entitled fools. What can I do? If Carr approaches me publicly, Gideon will react. Pippa's voice caught. He'll either hurt Carr and ruin himself, or restrain himself and appear weak. Either way, Carr wins. Unless we change the rules of engagement. Lady Constance's smile turned sharp. I have a proposal. One that requires you to be considerably braver than society expects of ruined women. The Haverford Ball was the event of the season. Hundreds of guests, the crème of London society, the kind of gathering where reputations were made and destroyed with surgical precision. Pippa dressed in midnight blue silk that made her copper hair glow like flame, the sapphire bracelet gleaming at her wrist. She looked like what she was, a woman who'd been thoroughly claimed and wasn't ashamed of it. Gideon arrived to collect her looking severe in black evening dress, his pale eyes darkening as he took in her appearance. Dangerous, he murmured, the same word from weeks ago. You look absolutely dangerous. Good. Pippa adjusted his cravat, fingers lingering. We're going to need dangerous tonight. His expression sharpened. What do you mean? She told him everything. Lady Constance's warning, Carr's plan, the trap being set for them both. Gideon's jaw clenched with barely suppressed fury. We're not attending. I won't put you in that position. We have to attend. If we hide, Carr wins by default. He'll spread rumours that you're afraid to defend me. Pippa took his hands. But Lady Constance has a plan. One that turns Carr's strategy against him. I don't like plans that involve you being in the line of fire. Too bad. It's my life, my reputation, my choice. She met his gaze steadily. Trust me. I do trust you. It's Carr I want to murder. Save the murder for after we've destroyed him socially. Pippa smiled grimly. It'll be more satisfying that way. The Haverford ballroom glittered with candlelight and malice in equal measure. Pippa entered on Gideon's arm, head high, and felt the familiar wave of whispers follow in their wake. Lady Constance materialized within minutes, resplendent in silver silk, her presence alone enough to make nearby conversations pause. Miss Weatherby, Lord Greystoke, how delightful to see you both. Her voice carried intentionally. Several heads turned. Gideon's surprise was carefully masked. Lady Constance, an unexpected pleasure. Is it? I've been hoping to speak with Miss Weatherby about her exceptional mathematical abilities. I'm establishing a charitable foundation to provide education for young women of limited means. I believe Miss Weatherby's expertise would be invaluable. Lady Constance's smile was gracious, public. Would you consider serving as the foundation's treasurer? Paid position, naturally. The offer landed like a bomb in the surrounding silence. Pippa saw the calculation in nearby eyes. Lady Constance Winters, acknowledging a ruined woman publicly, offering her legitimate work, treating her like a respectable professional. I would be honoured, my lady, Pippa replied clearly. Excellent. We'll discuss terms next week. Lady Constance turned to Gideon. Lord Greystoke, I trust you have no objection to Miss Weatherby accepting professional employment? It was a test, a public challenge to demonstrate whether he saw Pippa as his possession or his partner. "None whatsoever," Gideon said smoothly. "Miss Weatherby's talents have been underutilized. I'm pleased to see them recognized." Lady Constance's approving nod was slight but significant. She swept away, leaving Pippa and Gideon in a bubble of shocked murmurs. "She just legitimized you," Gideon murmured, "in front of half of London." "Phase 1 complete," Pippa replied quietly. "Now we wait for Carr." They didn't wait long. Julian Carr appeared during the second waltz, accompanied by Lord Pettigrew. Both men wore expressions of calculated confidence, predators circling wounded prey. Lord Greystoke, Miss Weatherby. Carr's beau was mocking. "What a pleasure seeing you both. Though I confess surprise that you're still—" He paused delicately. "Entertaining the same company, Greystoke. Most men tire of their diversions more quickly." The insult was deliberate, designed to provoke. Pippa felt Gideon tense beside her. Before he could respond, she stepped forward slightly. "Mr. Carr, I'm surprised you're still showing your face in polite society. I'd have thought recent revelations about your father's estate finances would inspire more discretion." Carr's smile tightened. "I'm not aware of any revelations." "Aren't you? How odd. The financial irregularities I discovered while reviewing accounts for Lord Greystoke suggested significant embezzlement. Nearly £20,000 misappropriated over 5 years. Pippa's tone was conversational, but her voice carried. "I believe Lord Greystoke shared my findings with the appropriate authorities. An investigation should begin any day now." The claim was a complete fabrication. There were no such irregularities in the Carr estate accounts. But Carr didn't know that. His face went pale. "You're lying." "Am I? Shall we discuss it in detail? I have the ledgers memorized. We could review specific transactions right here." Pippa tilted her head. "Or perhaps you'd prefer to verify my claims privately before making accusations you can't substantiate?" Carr looked to Pettigrew for support. Pettigrew had taken a subtle step backward, clearly unwilling to involve himself in potential financial scandal. "This is ridiculous," Carr blustered. "Greystoke, control your—" "Choose your next word very carefully," Gideon interrupted, voice lethal. "Miss Weatherby is not mine to control. She's a brilliant woman who's identified criminal activity in your family accounts. If you'd like to dispute her findings, I suggest you do so through proper legal channels rather than making a scene at a ball." The public rebuke, combined with the financial threat, left Carr visibly floundering. He'd come to humiliate them. Instead, he was the one looking foolish. Lady Constance reappeared as if summoned by drama. "Mr. Carr, how unfortunate about your father's estate difficulties. I do hope the investigation won't delay settlement too terribly." She said it loud enough for the gathering crowd to hear. It would be such a shame if creditors began making demands. The speculation would start immediately. By tomorrow morning, every drawing room in London would be discussing the Carr estate's supposed financial irregularities. Whether real or not, the damage to Julian Carr's reputation would be catastrophic. Carr realized it too. He looked between Pippa, Gideon, and Lady Constance, seeing the trap snap shut around him. "This isn't over," he said tightly. "Yes, it is." Gideon stepped forward, and despite the ballroom full of witnesses, his presence was threatening. "You came here planning to force a confrontation, to make me choose between defending Miss Weatherby's honor or appearing weak. But you miscalculated. You assumed she was merely my possession rather than my partner. You assumed she couldn't defend herself. You assumed wrong." He moved even closer, voice dropping to a register only Carr could hear. But Pippa caught the words. If you approach Miss Weatherby again, if you speak of her, if you so much as look at her, I will systematically destroy every aspect of your life. Your finances, your reputation, your prospects, all of it. And I will enjoy doing it. Do you understand me? Carr swallowed hard, nodded once. Good. Now leave before I forget we're in polite company. Carr left. Quickly. Pettigrew followed without a backward glance. The crowd that had gathered to witness Pippa's humiliation dispersed slowly, whispering about the unexpected reversal. Lady Constance caught Pippa's eye, nodded approvingly, and swept away to spread her own version of events. Pippa turned to Gideon, found him staring at her with something like awe. You lied about the embezzlement, he said quietly. Completely. But Carr doesn't know that. By the time he verifies there are no irregularities, the rumour will have done its damage. She smiled. He wanted to ruin me publicly. I returned the favour. You're magnificent. Gideon's hand found hers, squeezed, and absolutely terrifying. I learned from the best. Pippa glanced around the ballroom, still watching, still whispering, but with a different quality now. Speculation instead of contempt. We should dance. Dance? Show them we're unaffected, that Carr's plan failed completely. She stepped closer. Unless you'd prefer to hide in a corner and let them think we're ashamed? Gideon's smile was slow and devastating. I'm not hiding anything. Not you. Not what you mean to me. Not the fact that I'm completely besotted with a woman who just eviscerated a man with fabricated accounting irregularities. He led her onto the dance floor as the orchestra began a waltz. Other couples joined, but Pippa was aware only of Gideon's hand at her waist, his fingers interlaced with hers, the way he looked at her like she was the only person in the ballroom. Thank you, she said quietly. For what? For trusting me to handle Carr, for not stepping in and taking over. She met his eyes. For treating me like a partner. You are my partner, in everything that matters. His hand tightened at her waist. I'm still terrified I'll ruin you, but tonight proved you're strong enough to survive anything, including me. I don't need to survive you. I need to build a life with you. Pippa leaned closer. Propriety be damned. Can you accept that? That we're in this together? For however long we have? I'm trying. His voice was rough. Every day I'm trying to believe I deserve you. You do, and one day you'll actually believe it. She smiled. Until then, I'll keep reminding you. They waltzed through 2 more dances, oblivious to the watching crowd, lost in each other, and the tentative hope that maybe, just maybe, they could build something lasting despite all the reasons it should be impossible. When the music ended, Gideon led her from the floor, not toward the terrace or the refreshment tables, but directly toward the exit. Where are we going? Pippa asked. Home. My home. Where I intend to spend the rest of the evening proving exactly how much you mean to me. His eyes were dark with promise. Unless you object? I never object to that particular activity. She followed him toward the door, then paused. Gideon? Yes. I love you. Vow or no vow, marriage or no marriage, I love you. Something in his expression cracked open, vulnerability and wonder and fierce possession all at once. I love you too, more than I thought I was capable of loving anything. Then take me home and show me. He did. And if London society spent the following weeks dissecting every aspect of the Haverford ball, Julian Carr's humiliation, Lady Constance's shocking acknowledgement of Miss Weatherby's professional abilities, Viscount Greystoke's public devotion to his controversial companion. Neither Gideon nor Pippa particularly cared. They had each other. They had a partnership built on trust and mutual respect. They had love that existed despite society's rules rather than because of them. It wasn't traditional. It wasn't what anyone would have chosen for them. But it was theirs. Real, messy, imperfect, and absolutely worth fighting for. Chapter 11. Winter settled over London with bitter cold and early darkness. 5 months had passed since that rainy night when Pippa stumbled into Gideon's life, and 1 month remained on their original arrangement. Neither of them mentioned it. Pippa spent 3 afternoons weekly at Lady Constance's townhouse, managing the charitable foundation's finances with meticulous precision. The work was satisfying, legitimate, and paid well enough that she'd begun saving toward true independence, though what she'd do with that independence remained unspoken. The rest of her time belonged to Gideon. Their Thursday dinners had expanded to most evenings, their careful boundaries eroded until she spent more nights in his bed than her own. They'd fallen into domesticity without acknowledging it, shared breakfasts, comfortable silences, the easy intimacy of 2 people learning to exist in the same space. It should have been enough. But the vow loomed between them like a spectre, unspoken and impossible to ignore. Gideon still flinched when the word marriage arose in conversation, still tensed when Pippa mentioned the future in anything beyond vague terms, still woke sometimes in the night, holding her too tightly, like he expected her to disappear. He loved her. She knew that, with bone-deep certainty. But love and commitment weren't the same thing, and the vow he'd made to his dying brother kept them trapped in perpetual temporariness. Pippa was learning to resent a dead man she'd never met. The revelation came on a Wednesday afternoon when Pippa returned to Gideon's townhouse after her session with Lady Constance's foundation. Mrs. Finch greeted her at the door with unusual gravity. "His lordship is still at his club, miss. Won't be back until evening." The housekeeper paused, clearly weighing her words. "But I was hoping we might speak, if you have time." Pippa's stomach tightened with apprehension. "Of course. Is something wrong?" "Not wrong, exactly. But there are things you should know. About his lordship. About the vow." Mrs. Finch gestured toward the drawing room. "Things I should have told you months ago." They settled in chairs by the fire, tea service between them. Mrs. Finch poured with steady hands, but her expression was troubled. "I've served the Thorne family for 30 years, she began. "Watched both boys grow from children to men. And I need you to understand, what his lordship believes about his brother isn't the whole truth." Pippa's pulse quickened. "What do you mean?" "The vow. The promise Lord Greystoke made never to marry because Thorne men destroy their wives." Mrs. Finch's voice was gentle but firm. "It's based on a lie, or rather, a partial truth that's become twisted over time. Tell me everything." Mrs. Finch took a breath, gathering her thoughts. Lord Greystoke's father was indeed a difficult man, cold, distant, more interested in his collections than his family. His mother withered under the neglect, died young from a wasting illness, likely exacerbated by loneliness. That much his lordship remembers accurately. And his brother? Edward Thorne was different from Lord Greystoke in every way. Charming, gregarious, given to excess. He married young, a girl named Catherine, sweet thing, barely 18. Mrs. Finch's expression darkened. The marriage was a disaster from the start. Because Edward was cruel. Because Edward was weak. Mrs. Finch met Pippa's eyes. He gambled compulsively, drank to excess, made terrible investments chasing easy money. Within 2 years, he'd nearly bankrupted the estate, and Catherine, poor Catherine, bore the brunt of his shame. Pippa leaned forward. How? He blamed her for everything. Her dowry wasn't large enough. Her family connections weren't powerful enough. She didn't manage the household frugally enough. Nothing was ever Edward's fault. It was always something Catherine had failed to provide or prevent. Mrs. Finch's hands clenched around her teacup. It wasn't physical cruelty. It was something more insidious. Constant criticism, public humiliation, the slow erosion of her spirit until she believed every terrible thing he said about her. She went mad, Pippa whispered, remembering what Gideon had told her. She did, but not because Edward loved her too much, or because the Thorne bloodline carried some curse. She went mad because her husband systematically destroyed her sense of self-worth over the course of 5 years. Mrs. Finch's voice hardened. Lord Greystoke saw it happening. He was younger, still establishing himself, but he saw, and he tried to intervene. What happened? Edward refused to hear criticism from his younger brother, said Greystoke was jealous, interfering, trying to turn Catherine against him. The arguments became vicious. Eventually, Lord Greystoke stopped trying, convinced himself that marriage was private and he had no right to interfere between husband and wife. But he blamed himself anyway. Entirely. When Catherine finally broke, when they had to commit her to an asylum because she could no longer distinguish reality from the nightmares Edward had created, Lord Greystoke decided it was his fault for not acting sooner, for not saving her. Mrs. Finch set down her teacup. And when Edward lay dying 3 years later, liver destroyed by drink, he extracted that vow. Never marry, Pippa said quietly. Yes. But the vow wasn't about protecting women from the Thorne curse. It was Edward's final cruelty, making his brother promise never to have what Edward had destroyed through his own weakness. Mrs. Finch leaned forward. Lord Greystoke has spent 12 years believing he made that promise to protect future wives from inevitable destruction. But the truth is far simpler. Edward made him promise because he couldn't bear the thought of his younger brother succeeding at marriage where he'd failed. The revelation hit like a physical blow. Pippa's hands trembled as she set down her own cup. Gideon doesn't know this? He knows the facts, but he's interpreted them through guilt and fear. Mrs. Finch's expression was sorrowful. He sees his father's neglect and Edward's cruelty and convinces himself it's genetic, that he carries the same poison. But I've watched him for 12 years, Miss Weatherby. He's nothing like either of them. Then why haven't you told him this before? Because until you, he never wanted to hear it. He was content in his isolation, convinced marriage would only lead to tragedy. But now, Mrs. Finch's eyes were knowing. Now he's in love with a woman who deserves more than half measures and borrowed time. And that vow is the only thing standing between you and an actual future together. Pippa stood abruptly, pacing to the window. Outside, London went about its business, oblivious to the fact that her entire understanding of Gideon's fears had just been rewritten. Why are you telling me this now? She asked. Because your 6 months are nearly up. Because I've watched his lordship fall deeper in love with you every day while torturing himself over a promise that was never about protection. It was about punishment. Mrs. Finch's voice gentled. And because you deserve to know what you're fighting against. Not a curse. Not inevitable destruction. Just a dead man's final act of cruelty and the guilt of a boy who thought he could have saved everyone. Pippa turned back to face the housekeeper. Does he know you're telling me this? No, and he'll likely be furious when he discovers it. Mrs. Finch stood, moving toward the door. But some truths need speaking, even when they're unwelcome, especially when they're unwelcome. After Mrs. Finch departed, Pippa remained by the window, mind churning. Everything Gideon had told her about his family, about the vow, about his fear of destroying her, it was all built on a foundation of misunderstood guilt. He wasn't afraid of becoming his brother. He was afraid of failing to stop someone else's cruelty, the way he'd failed Catherine. The distinction changed everything. Gideon returned at 7, finding Pippa still in his drawing room, staring into the fire. He crossed to her immediately, concern evident. "You're quiet. Did something happen with Lady Constance's foundation?" "No, the foundation is fine." Pippa turned to face him. "Mrs. Finch told me about Catherine." Gideon went very still. "What about her?" "The truth. About how Edward destroyed her. About the vow being his final act of cruelty rather than protection." Pippa stepped closer. "About you carrying guilt for something that was never your responsibility to fix?" For a long moment, Gideon said nothing. Then he moved to the sideboard, poured whiskey with hands that trembled slightly, drank half the glass before responding. "Mrs. Finch had no right." "She had every right. Someone needed to tell me that the man I love has been punishing himself for 12 years over a vow extracted by a cruel, weak man who wanted to ensure you'd never be happy." Pippa's voice shook. "Someone needed to explain that you're not afraid of becoming Edward. You're afraid of being too weak to stop the next Edward from destroying the next Catherine." "It's the same thing." "It's not even remotely the same thing." Pippa crossed to him, took the glass from his hands. "Edward was a coward who blamed his wife for his own failures. You're a man who takes responsibility for things that were never your fault. The only similarity is that you're both thorns. And that's where it ends." Gideon turned away, shoulders rigid. "You don't know what it was like. Watching her deteriorate day by day, knowing I could see it happening and doing nothing." "You tried to intervene. Edward refused to listen. What were you supposed to do? Kidnap her? Challenge your own brother to a duel?" Pippa moved around to face him. "You were young, powerless, watching your brother destroy someone you cared about. That's tragedy, Gideon. Not moral failure." "I should have done more." "You did everything you could within the constraints you had." She cupped his face, forcing him to meet her eyes. "But even if you hadn't, even if you'd failed completely, that wouldn't make you responsible for Catherine's fate. Edward did that. His weakness, his cruelty, his refusal to seek help or change. Not you. The vow was extracted by a dying man who wanted to ensure you'd suffer the way he'd made Catherine suffer. It wasn't about protection. It was about control." Pippa's voice was fierce. "And you've honoured it for 12 years, convinced you were preventing future tragedy, when all you were really doing was letting Edward win." Gideon pulled away from her touch, pacing to the window. "You think I haven't questioned it? Haven't wondered if I'm using the vow as an excuse? I think you've been so consumed by guilt that you can't see past it to the truth." Pippa followed him. "The truth is that you're nothing like your father or Edward. You're kind, protective, capable of vulnerability. You value me as a partner, not a possession. You listen when I speak instead of talking over me. You trust me with real responsibility instead of treating me like decorative incompetence. That's baseline decency, not proof I won't eventually—" "Eventually what? Turn cruel overnight? Become your brother because some genetic switch flips?" Pippa's patience was fraying. "That's not how people work, Gideon. Character isn't destiny. choice is. And if I make the wrong choices, then we deal with it together, like partners, like people who love each other enough to face difficulties instead of preemptively sabotaging ourselves out of fear. She stepped closer again, refusing to let him retreat. I'm not Catherine. You're not Edward. We're two damaged people trying to build something real despite every reason not to. Can you accept that? Gideon turned to face her fully, and the anguish in his expression made her chest ache. What if Mrs. Finch is wrong? What if the vow is all that's kept me from becoming exactly what I fear? Then you've already broken it. Pippa gestured between them. You've loved me, claimed me, built a life with me. Everything the vow was supposed to prevent has already happened. And you haven't turned cruel. You haven't destroyed me. You've made me stronger, happier, more myself than I've ever been. Philippa, I don't need you to break the vow publicly. I don't need marriage or legal commitment. Her voice softened. I need you to stop using your brother's cruelty as a reason to keep me at arm's length emotionally, to stop measuring our relationship against a tragedy that had nothing to do with love and everything to do with one man's weakness. Gideon was quiet for a long time, staring at her with an expression she couldn't read. Finally, he spoke. Do you know what terrifies me most? Tell me. That you're right. That I've been hiding behind this vow for 12 years because being alone was safer than risking intimacy. That I've convinced myself I'm protecting women, when really I'm just protecting myself from the possibility of failure. His voice cracked. What if the vow was never about Catherine at all? What if it's always been about my own cowardice? Then you stop being a coward. Pippa took his hands. You choose me. You choose us. You choose to believe that love is worth the risk, even when it's terrifying. I already broke it, he said quietly. The first time. I knew even then that I was violating the spirit of the vow, that I was doing exactly what I'd promised Edward I wouldn't do. And nothing happened. The sky didn't fall. You didn't go mad. I didn't transform into my brother. A laugh that was half sob escaped him. I spent 12 years convinced that marriage would trigger some inevitable destruction, and instead... He stopped. Instead what? Instead, I fell in love with a woman brilliant enough to see through my excuses, strong enough to call me on my cowardice, brave enough to choose me despite having every reason not to. Gideon pulled her into his arms, holding her like she was the only solid thing in a shifting world. You're right. About all of it. The vow, Edward's cruelty, my guilt. You're absolutely right. Pippa sagged against him, relief and residual tension warring in her chest. So, what happens now? Now I stop letting a dead man dictate our future. He pulled back enough to look at her. I can't undo 12 years of believing I was poison. Can't flip a switch and suddenly trust myself completely. But I can try. Try to believe I'm capable of building something lasting without destroying it. That's all I'm asking. Try. She touched his face, felt the dampness of tears he hadn't acknowledged. We'll figure the rest out together. I love you, he said roughly. More than I thought possible. More than is probably wise. Love me anyway. Pippa kissed him softly. Unwisely, excessively, without the burden of that vow telling you it's destined to end in tragedy. He kissed her back, desperate, claiming, full of all the things he still couldn't say. When they finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Gideon rested his forehead against hers. Our 6 months are almost up, he said quietly. I know. What happens when the arrangement officially ends? Pippa smiled against his lips. We make a new arrangement, one that doesn't have an expiration date. One where we're partners, choosing each other every day instead of following some script about kept women and temporary protection. No script, Gideon agreed. Just us, however imperfect and complicated that is. However imperfect and complicated, Pippa echoed. Can you live with that? I can try. He gathered her closer. Will you help me when I fall back into old patterns of guilt and fear? Always. That's what partners do. She looked up at him, saw the vulnerability and hope warring in his expression. We protect each other. From the world, from our own demons, from vows that no longer serve us. From dead men's cruelty disguised as protection. Exactly. Pippa kissed him again, soft and sweet and full of promise. You're free of it now, Gideon. Edward's final cruelty doesn't own you anymore. Because you won't let it. Because we won't let it. She pulled back, meeting his eyes steadily. Together. That's the only way this works. He nodded, something in his expression finally easing, the constant tension he'd carried for 12 years loosening its grip. Together? I think I can manage that. I know you can. Pippa laced her fingers through his. Now, about that new arrangement we're making? Yes. I'm keeping the house in Russell Square, my independence, my work with Lady Constance, my own space. She smiled at his immediate nod of agreement. But I'm also keeping you, your Thursday dinners that turned into every night, your impossible standards and protective instincts, and the way you look at me like I'm the only thing in the world that matters. You are the only thing that matters. Good. Then we're agreed. We're doing this, really doing this. Not as an arrangement with an expiration date, but as two people building a life together. She paused. Even without marriage? Even without marriage, Gideon agreed. Though I reserve the right to change my mind about that someday, when I'm less convinced I'm poison. The casual acknowledgement that marriage might someday be possible made Pippa's throat tight. Someday. I can work with someday. Good. He pulled her toward the door. Now come to bed. I want to spend the rest of the evening proving exactly how thoroughly I've broken that vow. Thoroughly broken. I like the sound of that. They climbed the stairs together, hands linked, the weight of Edward Thorne's dying cruelty finally beginning to lift. Pippa knew there would be setbacks, moments when Gideon's guilt resurfaced, when the old fears whispered their poison. But for the first time since they'd met, she believed they could face those moments together, not as Viscount and kept woman, not as protector and protected, but as partners, equals. Two damaged souls who'd found each other in the darkness and decided to build something worth keeping. Edward's vow no longer owned them, and that made all the difference. Chapter 12. The morning of their 6-month anniversary arrived with spring rain and an unsettling sense of finality. Pippa woke in Gideon's bed, as she had most mornings for the past 2 months, to find him already awake, watching her with an expression she couldn't quite decipher. You're staring, she murmured, still half asleep. You're beautiful when you sleep. I'm allowed to appreciate it. His fingers traced lazy patterns on her bare shoulder. Though I suppose I should stop noticing such things now that our arrangement is officially concluded. The teasing tone didn't quite mask the uncertainty beneath. Pippa propped herself on one elbow, meeting his eyes directly. Our arrangement is concluded. Our relationship isn't. Semantics. Truth. She kissed him softly. Stop looking for reasons to panic. We've been through this. I know. Doesn't make the transition any less strange. Gideon sat up, the sheet pooling at his waist. 6 months ago, I thought I was offering temporary protection. Now you're stuck with me indefinitely. Pippa smiled. Terrible luck, really. The worst. But his expression was fond. What are your plans today? Lady Constance's foundation in the afternoon. This morning, I thought I'd return to Russell Square, collect some things I've been neglecting. She paused. Why? Because I have something for you. But it requires you to be properly dressed and willing to accompany me on a brief excursion. Pippa's curiosity sharpened. What sort of excursion? The kind that ruins surprises if I explain beforehand. Gideon rose, magnificently unconcerned with his nakedness, and moved to his wardrobe. Mrs. Finch has prepared breakfast. Meet me downstairs in an hour. You're being mysterious. I'm being romantic. There's a difference. He glanced back at her, something vulnerable flickering in his expression. Trust me? Always. An hour later, dressed in primrose muslin that heralded the coming spring, Pippa descended to find Gideon waiting by the door in morning dress, looking every inch the severe Viscount despite the softness in his eyes when he saw her. Where are we going? She asked, as he handed her into his carriage. You'll see. They drove through London's waking streets, past familiar landmarks, until the carriage turned onto a quiet street in Bloomsbury. Not Russell Square, but close. The buildings here were elegant townhouses, 3 stories of cream stone with wrought-iron balconies and window boxes already sprouting early crocuses. The carriage stopped before number 7. Gideon descended first, offered his hand. Come. Pippa followed, confused, as he produced a key and unlocked the front door. Inside was a house clearly prepared for occupancy, but currently empty. Gleaming wood floors, fresh paint, sunlight streaming through tall windows. Gideon, what is this? He led her through the rooms, a spacious drawing room, a library with built-in shelves, a dining room that could seat 10. Upstairs, bedrooms, and a study. Everything elegantly appointed, but waiting. In the master bedroom, he finally stopped, turning to face her. This is yours, he said quietly. Not rented, not borrowed. Yours. The deed is in your name. Pippa's knees went weak. She sank onto the window seat, staring at him. You bought me a house? I bought you independence. Gideon knelt before her, taking her hands. The arrangement we made 6 months ago was temporary, because I believed you'd eventually want to leave, that you'd tire of being my mistress and seek something more respectable. I told you I wasn't leaving. I know. But I needed you to know you could, that choosing to stay with me was exactly that, a choice, not a necessity. His thumb brushed over her knuckles. This house is paid for entirely. No mortgage, no contingencies. It's yours whether you stay with me or not. Whether we're together tomorrow or 50 years from now. Tears pricked Pippa's eyes. Why? Because you sacrificed everything to survive. Your reputation, your independence, your sense of security. And while I can't give you back what society took, I can ensure you never have to sacrifice yourself again. Gideon's voice was rough. You're wealthy in your own right now, Philippa. Between the foundation salary and the investments I've made in your name, you have income sufficient to live comfortably without any man's support. This house is just the physical manifestation of that freedom. You're giving me the means to leave you. I'm giving you the means to choose me freely. There's a difference. He stood, drew her to her feet. I love you. I want to build a life with you. But I never want you to feel trapped by circumstance the way you were 6 months ago. So this is me ensuring that whatever happens between us, you always have options." Pippa couldn't speak past the tightness in her throat. She pulled him down into a kiss that tasted of tears and gratitude and overwhelming love. "You impossible man," she whispered against his lips. "I don't want freedom from you. I want freedom with you." "Then you have both." He rested his forehead against hers. "Stay with me. Not because you need my protection or resources, but because you want to. Because what we've built matters more than propriety or social acceptance. I will stay. I'll always stay." Pippa cupped his face in her hands. "But Gideon, I don't need this house. I'm happy at Russell Square." "Keep Russell Square if you prefer. Sell this house. Turn it into a school for girls like you. Brilliant and overlooked. I don't care what you do with it." His smile was soft. "I just needed you to have it. To know you're not dependent on me for survival." "I was never dependent on you for survival. I was dependent on you for living." She kissed him again. "There's a difference." They stood in the empty bedroom, wrapped in each other, sunlight streaming through the windows of a house that represented freedom neither of them wanted to use. "We should go," Gideon said eventually. "I have one more surprise." "More surprises? You'll spoil me." "That's rather the point." The second surprise was at his townhouse, specifically in his study, where papers lay waiting on his desk. "I've revised my will," Gideon said without preamble. "You're the primary beneficiary." Pippa's stomach dropped. "What?" "If something happens to me, accident, illness, assassination by frustrated business rivals, everything goes to you. The townhouse, the estates, the investments, all of it." He gestured to the papers. "I had my solicitor draw it up last week. It's legal, binding, and ensures you'll be provided for regardless of what happens." "You can't. People will—" Pippa couldn't organize her thoughts. "Your family will contest it. Society will assume—" "Let them assume. Let them contest. The will is ironclad." Gideon's expression was calm, certain. "I don't have family worth mentioning, some distant cousins I've never met. And society's opinion ceased to matter the moment I fell in love with you. This is madness. This is ensuring the woman I love is protected in every possible contingency." He crossed to her, tilted her chin up. "I can't marry you. The vow still haunts me, even knowing the truth behind it. But I can ensure you inherit everything I have. That if I die tomorrow, you're not left destitute and ruined." "Don't talk about dying." "We all die eventually. I'm simply planning for that inevitability." His tone gentled. "Let me do this, Philippa. Let me protect you in the only way that doesn't require breaking the vow." She wanted to argue that the vow no longer mattered, that he'd already broken it in every way that counted. But she saw the need in his expression, the desperate desire to provide, to protect, to prove his commitment, despite the legal marriage he still couldn't bring himself to offer. "All right," she said quietly. "I accept, though I'd rather you live long enough that inheriting becomes irrelevant." "That's the plan." He pulled her close. 50 years minimum. Maybe 60 if you're very charming." "I can be extremely charming when motivated." "I'm aware." He kissed her forehead. "Now, are you ready for surprise number 3? There's a third surprise. At this rate, I'll expire from shock before you expire from natural causes." Gideon's laugh was genuine, warm. "This one is simpler. Dinner tonight, just the two of us. I've dismissed the staff for the evening. I'm cooking. Pippa stared at him. You're cooking? I'm attempting to cook. There's a non-zero chance we'll end up ordering from the chop house, but I'm making the effort. His expression turned sheepish. Mrs. Finch taught me how to roast a chicken. I thought it might be nice, domestic. The image of severe, controlled Gideon Thorne wrestling with poultry in his own kitchen was so absurd and endearing that Pippa's heart ached. I would love that, she managed. More than any house or inheritance. Just you and me, and possibly edible chicken. Low expectations. I appreciate that. He checked his pocket watch. You have your foundation work this afternoon. I have meetings. Shall we meet back here at 7? I'll be here. Pippa arrived at Lady Constance's residence still reeling from the morning's revelations. A house. An inheritance. Gideon cooking dinner with his own hands. Each gesture was a declaration more binding than any legal contract. A promise that what they had transcended society's definitions. Lady Constance took one look at her and smiled knowingly. Lord Greystoke has made some grand gesture, I see. Several grand gestures. Pippa sank into her usual chair. How did you know? Because your 6-month arrangement concluded today, and that man is terrified of losing you. Grand gestures are the natural result. Lady Constance poured tea. What form did his panic take? Pippa explained about the house, the will, the promised dinner. Lady Constance listened with the expression of someone watching a play she'd written herself reach its intended conclusion. He loves you quite desperately, she observed. It's really rather sweet, in a severe, emotionally constipated sort of way. Despite everything, Pippa laughed. That's an accurate description of him, yes. And you? How are you managing this transition from arrangement to whatever this is? Pippa paused, considering. I'm happy. Terrified that it won't last, but happy in this moment. Does that make sense? Perfect sense. Love is always equal parts joy and terror. Lady Constance's expression turned serious. But my dear, you do realize you can't continue in this liminal state indefinitely. At some point, you'll need to make a choice. Push for marriage, or accept permanent irregularity. I've accepted it. Marriage isn't... Pippa stopped at the look on Lady Constance's face. What? Nothing. Just wondering how long you'll maintain that position before admitting what you truly want. The older woman's smile was enigmatic. But that's a conversation for another day. Now, about the foundation accounts. They worked through the afternoon, reviewing expenditures and scholarship applications. But Lady Constance's words lingered in Pippa's mind. What did she truly want? She'd told herself. Told Gideon that marriage didn't matter, that their partnership was enough without legal recognition. But was that true? Or was she simply accepting what Gideon could offer because demanding more felt ungrateful? The question haunted her through the carriage ride back to his townhouse, through the process of changing into a simpler dress for their intimate dinner. By the time she descended to the dining room at 7, she still had no answer. Gideon was already there, looking endearingly dishevelled, hair mussed, sleeves rolled up, a smudge of what might have been flour on his jaw. The table was set for 2, candles lit, and the smell of roasting meat filled the air. You actually did it, Pippa said, delighted. Mrs. Finch's instructions were very thorough, and I only set 1 towel on fire, which she assures me is actually quite good for a first attempt. His smile was self-deprecating. Dinner will be ready in 20 minutes. Wine? He poured for them both, and they settled into the drawing room to wait. The intimacy of the moment struck Pippa. No servants, no formality, just two people sharing space in comfortable silence. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for this morning, for all of it. You don't need to thank me. I should have ensured your independence months ago." Gideon swirled his wine. "Though I'll admit to selfish motives. Every time I give you freedom, you choose to stay. It's addictive. I'll always choose to stay." "Will you?" His gaze was penetrating. Even when a sharp knock at the front door interrupted. Gideon frowned. They weren't expecting anyone, and he'd dismissed the staff. "Ignore it," he said. "Whoever it is can return tomorrow." But the knocking persisted, urgent and demanding. With a muttered curse, Gideon set down his wine and went to answer it himself. Pippa heard voices in the entrance hall. Gideon's controlled tones and a younger, familiar voice that made her pulse skip. Thomas. She reached the hall to find her brother on the doorstep, travel-stained and agitated. "Thomas? What are you doing here? Term doesn't end for another month." "I've left school." Thomas's jaw was set with familiar Weatherby stubbornness. "Permanently. I'm not going back." "What?" Pippa stared at him. "Why?" "Because I'm 16, not 6. Because I'm tired of hiding in Hampshire while you sacrifice yourself in London. Because—" He glanced at Gideon, then back to Pippa. "Because a letter arrived at school this morning. From a solicitor. About father." The world tilted. "What about father?" Thomas pulled a folded paper from his coat. "His research. The work they claimed was falsified. It wasn't. Someone at the Royal Society has been reviewing historical records and found evidence that father's findings were legitimate, that the accusations were manufactured by a rival scholar." Pippa's vision blurred. She reached for the doorframe to steady herself. Gideon was there immediately, his hand at her back. "Inside. All of us. Now." They moved to the drawing room. Thomas explained in rushed sentences. A junior archivist uncovering correspondence, a formal inquiry, the possibility of restoring Philip Weatherby's reputation posthumously. "They want to publish his complete findings," Thomas finished, "with a formal retraction of the accusations. Father's name could be cleared within the year." "Cleared?" Pippa whispered. The word felt foreign. After 2 years of lies, of being treated like pariahs because someone wanted father's recognition for themselves. Thomas's hands clenched into fists. "We could be respectable again, Pippa. You could be respectable. No more whispers, no more judgment. You could have your life back." The implication hung heavy. If she was respectable again, she wouldn't need Gideon's protection. Wouldn't need to live as his mistress. Could marry properly. Have the future she'd lost when her father died. She glanced at Gideon, found him watching her with carefully controlled neutrality, but she saw the fear beneath, the certainty that this was it, the moment she'd realize she had better options and leave. "When do they need an answer?" Pippa asked. "The solicitor wants to meet next week. Discuss the process, what it would entail." Thomas looked between them. "Pippa, this changes everything. You understand that, right?" "I understand." She stood, crossed to the window, stared out at the London night. Behind her, she felt Gideon's tension, Thomas's hope, the weight of a choice she'd never expected to face. Respectability, her father's name restored, the ability to walk through society without judgment. All she had to do was let this revelation reshape her life. All she had to do was choose. Chapter 13. The silence in Gideon's drawing room stretched unbearably. Thomas waited for Pippa's reaction, hope and certainty bright in his young face. Gideon stood by the fireplace, posture rigidly controlled, preparing for loss. And Pippa stared out at the London night, feeling the weight of impossible choices pressing down on her shoulders. "Say something," Thomas urged. "This is what we've wanted for 2 years. Father's name restored, our family's honour." "I need time to think." Pippa's voice came out steadier than she felt. It's enormous, Thomas. Life-changing." "Exactly. Life-changing in the best possible way." Thomas crossed to her, earnest. "You can stop living like this. Stop being—" He glanced at Gideon, clearly struggling for diplomatic phrasing. "Stop sacrificing your reputation for survival." "I haven't been sacrificing anything," Pippa said quietly. "Not for months now." Thomas's expression flickered with confusion, then understanding, then something that looked almost like pity. "You love him?" "Yes." "And you think that changes what this means?" "Pippa, father's reputation being restored means you can have everything. Real marriage, social acceptance, a future that doesn't depend on Lord Greystoke's continued affection." Thomas's voice dropped. "Doesn't that matter to you?" "Did it?" Pippa pressed her palm to the cold glass, watching her breath fog the window. 6 months ago, even 3 months ago, the answer would have been unequivocally yes. Restoration of her father's name, her own respectability, the ability to exist in society without judgment. It would have been everything she'd lost and desperately wanted back. But now? Now she had work she valued, independence she'd earned, and a man who loved her enough to give her the means to leave him. The life she'd built in the margins of respectability felt more solid than any life she'd had before her father's scandal. "It matters," she said finally. "Of course it matters, but not the way you think." "Then explain it to me." Thomas's frustration bled through. "Because from where I'm standing, you're choosing to remain ruined when you don't have to be." "I'm choosing the life I want, rather than the life society says I should want. There's a difference." "That's rationalization. That's agency." Pippa turned from the window to face her brother. "Thomas, I understand what you're offering, what this restoration means. But I need you to understand something too. I'm not the same person I was when father died. The last 6 months have changed me. I've discovered I'm stronger than I knew, more capable, more willing to live outside society's narrow definitions of respectability. Because you had no choice. At first, yes. But now?" She glanced at Gideon, found him watching her with an expression she couldn't quite read. "Now I'm choosing this. Choosing him. Not because I lack better options, but because this is the life I want." Thomas looked between them, clearly trying to reconcile his sister's words with his own understanding of the situation. "Lord Greystoke, you're being awfully quiet. Don't you have opinions about my sister's future?" Gideon's smile was brittle. "My opinions ceased to be relevant the moment you walked through that door, with news that changes everything." "That's not an answer." "It's the only answer I have." Gideon moved to the sideboard, poured whiskey with hands that trembled slightly. "Your sister deserves to have her reputation restored, to reclaim the life that was stolen from her. What I want, what I would prefer, is utterly irrelevant compared to that." "Stop being noble and say what you actually think," Pippa demanded. Gideon met her eyes, and the raw vulnerability there stole her breath. "I think I'm about to lose you, and there's nothing I can do to prevent it except step aside gracefully and pretend it doesn't destroy me." "You're not losing me." "Aren't I?" His control was fracturing. Thomas is right. Your father's restoration changes everything. You could leave me tomorrow, re-enter society with your reputation intact, marry properly. Why would you choose to stay ruined when respectability is suddenly possible again? Because I love you, you impossible man. Pippa's voice rose. Because what we have is worth more than social acceptance. Is it? Or is that what you tell yourself because until today, you believed you had no alternative? Gideon set down his glass with careful precision. I gave you a house this morning, financial independence, the means to leave me and build whatever life you wanted. And now the universe has given you something even better, the restoration of everything you lost, your father's honor, your family's name, your own respectability. How can I compete with that? You're not competing with anything. Pippa crossed to him, grabbed his lapels in frustration. Stop trying to convince me to leave you. I'm trying to ensure you make a choice based on what you actually want, not what you've convinced yourself to settle for. His hands came up to cover hers, but he didn't pull away. Thomas walked in here offering you freedom from the consequences of my protection. The least I can do is not guilt you into refusing it. The least you can do, Pippa said fiercely, is trust that I know my own mind, that when I say I choose you, I mean it. For now. But what about a year from now? 5 years? When you realize what you've given up by staying with a man who can't even marry you properly? Gideon's voice cracked. I won't be the reason you live with regret, Philippa. Then don't be. She released his lapels, stepped back. Don't make this decision for me by pushing me away preemptively. Let me decide what I want my life to look like. Thomas cleared his throat awkwardly. I'm getting the distinct impression I've walked into the middle of something complicated. You walked into a relationship between two people who are both convinced they don't deserve each other, Pippa said, without looking away from Gideon. It's exhausting. I can see that. Thomas shifted uncomfortably. Look, I didn't come here to force any decisions tonight. The solicitor doesn't need an answer for a week. I thought you should know that we have options now. Thank you. Pippa finally broke eye contact with Gideon, turned to her brother. Where are you staying? I was going to find a coaching inn. Absolutely not. You'll stay at Russell Square. She pulled him into a fierce hug. We'll talk more tomorrow, when we're all less emotionally volatile. Thomas hugged her back, then pulled away to study her face. Are you happy, Pippa? Truly happy? Yes, she said without hesitation. Despite the complications, despite society's judgment, yes, I'm happy. He nodded slowly, then turned to Gideon. Take care of her, or I'll return from university specifically to make your life miserable. Despite the tension, Gideon's lips quirked. Noted. I'll endeavour to avoid your wrath. After Thomas departed with directions to Russell Square and a promise to meet for breakfast, Pippa and Gideon stood in the drawing room, the ruins of their romantic dinner forgotten. Your chicken is probably burned by now, Pippa said quietly. Likely incinerated. Gideon moved to the sideboard, refilled his glass. Rather fitting metaphor for the evening. Stop that! Stop what? Making sardonic comments to avoid discussing what you're actually feeling. Pippa crossed to him, took the glass from his hands, set it aside. Talk to me. Real conversation, not deflection. Gideon was quiet for a long moment, visibly struggling. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough with suppressed emotion. I'm terrified of losing you, of you realizing that staying with me was only ever about survival, not choice. of waking up one day and finding you've left because you finally understood what you were giving up. He met her eyes. Thomas is offering you redemption. How can I ask you to refuse it? You're not asking. I'm choosing. Pippa cupped his face in her hands. But I need you to stop trying to convince me to leave. Stop treating my love like a temporary delusion that will evaporate the moment I have better options. Old habits. His smile was pained. I spent 12 years convinced I was poison. Can't quite shake the certainty that you'll eventually realize the same thing. Then let me prove you wrong. Repeatedly. For as long as it takes. She pulled him down into a kiss that was gentle and fierce in equal measure. I'm not leaving, Gideon. Not for respectability, not for social acceptance, not for anything. Can you accept that? I'm trying. His arms came around her, holding tight. God, Philippa, I'm trying so hard to believe I deserve you. You do. And one day, you'll actually believe it. She rested her head against his chest, listening to his racing heartbeat. Until then, I'll keep reminding you. They stood like that for long minutes, wrapped in each other, the chaos of the evening slowly settling into uneasy equilibrium. What are you going to tell the solicitor? Gideon asked finally. About your father's restoration? I'm going to accept it. Participate in clearing father's name. Pippa looked up at him. But that doesn't change anything between us. My father's honor and my own choices are separate things. Society won't see it that way. Once you're respectable again, staying with me will be seen as... He stopped. As what? A deliberate choice rather than desperate necessity? Pippa's smile was wry. Good. Let them see it that way. Let them understand I'm choosing you freely, with full knowledge of alternatives. You'll face worse judgment, not less. Respectably ruined women are held to harsher standards than those who never had respectability to lose. Then I'll face it. With you. She pulled back enough to meet his eyes. Unless you're trying to tell me you don't want me anymore once I'm no longer a charity case? Don't be absurd. Gideon's hands tightened on her waist. I want you regardless of your social standing. I just don't want to be the reason you sacrifice respectability you could reclaim. You're not the reason. You're the choice. There's a difference. Pippa kissed him softly. Now, about that incinerated chicken. Should we salvage it or admit defeat and order from the chop house? Despite everything, Gideon laughed. Salvage seems optimistic. Chop house it is. They ate cold meat pies in his dining room, still dressed for the romantic dinner that had gone so spectacularly wrong. And somehow, amid the chaos and emotional upheaval, Pippa felt more certain than ever that she'd made the right choice. Her father's name would be restored. Society would offer her redemption. And she would refuse it in favor of the life she'd built with a man too damaged to believe he deserved love, but too devoted to let her face the world alone. It wasn't the fairy tale ending anyone would have chosen for her, but it was hers. Real, messy, imperfect, and absolutely worth keeping. The next week passed in a blur of meetings and revelations. The solicitor, Mr. Pembroke, was a precise man in his 50s who laid out the situation with clinical efficiency. A junior archivist at the Royal Society had uncovered correspondence proving that Dr. Edmund Hartley, a rival geologist, had systematically undermined Philip Weatherby's research through falsified reports and strategic rumours. Dr. Hartley died last year, Mr. Pembroke explained. His papers were donated to the Society's archives. The archivist found letters detailing his campaign against your father. Quite damning, actually. Pippa sat in Lady Constance's drawing room, neutral ground for the meeting, with Thomas beside her and Gideon a silent presence nearby. Lady Constance herself had insisted on attending, claiming interest in the proceedings. The Royal Society is prepared to publish a full retraction, Mr. Pembroke continued, along with your father's complete findings. There will be a formal ceremony recognizing his contributions to geological science. Your family's name will be restored. And what does that mean for us? Thomas asked. Practically speaking, it means Miss Weatherby and yourself will no longer be associated with scandal. The suicide will be recontextualized as tragedy, a brilliant man driven to despair by false accusations. Quite sympathetic, actually. Mr. Pembroke consulted his notes. I've already fielded several inquiries from families hoping to, renew acquaintance. Marriage proposals, Lady Constance translated bluntly. You'll be inundated with them, my dear. Nothing society loves more than a redemption narrative paired with a beautiful young woman of previously good family. Pippa's stomach twisted. She glanced at Gideon, found him staring at the carpet with studied neutrality. I'm not interested in marriage proposals, she said firmly. Nevertheless, they'll come. Lady Constance's smile was knowing. The question is how you'll handle them while maintaining your current situation. My current situation is none of their concern. On the contrary, once you're respectable again, your continued association with Lord Greystoke will be scrutinized intensely. Lady Constance leaned forward. Right now, you're ruined. Society expects you to live as his mistress. But if you're restored, choosing to remain in that position becomes scandalous in an entirely new way. Then I'll be scandalous, Pippa said. Thomas shifted uncomfortably. Pippa, maybe we should discuss this privately. There's nothing to discuss. My father's restoration doesn't change my choices. She met Mr. Pembroke's eyes. I'll participate in clearing father's name. I'll attend the ceremony, accept the society's apology, do whatever's necessary to honor his memory, but my personal life remains my own. Mr. Pembroke nodded, unfazed. As you wish. The ceremony is scheduled for 1 month from today. I'll send details as they're finalized. After he departed, the remaining 4 sat in heavy silence. You're sure about this? Thomas asked quietly. Once father's name is cleared, I could marry respectably and forget the last 6 months ever happened. Pippa's voice was sharper than intended. No, Thomas, I couldn't. And I wouldn't want to. Even knowing what you're giving up? I'm not giving up anything. I'm choosing what I want. She looked at Gideon. Why is that so difficult for everyone to accept? Because it's irrational, Gideon said quietly. You could have everything. Status, respectability, a proper marriage. Instead, you're choosing to remain the mistress of a man who can't even offer you his name legally. I'm choosing the man I love, the life we've built. That's not irrational. It's the only rational choice. Pippa stood, suddenly exhausted. I'm going to Russell Square. I need to be alone for a while. Lady Constance rose with her. I'll have my carriage take you. And my dear? She touched Pippa's arm gently. You're braver than you know, but bravery doesn't make the path easier. I know. Pippa managed a shaky smile. But easier paths rarely lead anywhere worth going. That night, alone in the yellow bedroom at Russell Square, Pippa lay awake, wrestling with doubt. Was she making a mistake? Refusing redemption for a relationship that had no legal standing, no social acceptance, no guarantee of permanence? Gideon couldn't marry her. The vow might be based on misunderstood guilt, but it still held power over him. And even if it didn't, he was convinced marriage would eventually destroy her. She could push, demand he break the vow, insist on legal commitment. But at what cost? Forcing someone to marry against their deepest fears seemed like a terrible foundation for happiness. So she had two choices: accept Gideon as he was, or leave him for the respectable future everyone seemed convinced she should want. The first meant spending her life as his mistress, enduring society's judgment, never having the security of legal marriage or the children that came with it. The second meant losing the man who made her feel valued and seen and loved in ways she'd never imagined possible. When framed that way, the choice was obvious. Wasn't it? At dawn, a knock at her door revealed Gideon standing on her doorstep, looking like he hadn't slept at all. "We need to talk," he said, without preamble. Pippa let him in, led him to the drawing room. They sat facing each other across the small space, tension thick between them. "I've been thinking," Gideon began, "about your father's restoration, about what it means for us." "Gideon, we've been through this. Let me finish." He took a breath. "You're right. The restoration doesn't change how I feel about you, doesn't change that I want to build a life with you. But it does change the stakes of that choice." "How?" "Because until now, staying with me was choosing between limited options. Me or destitution, me or social isolation." His voice was tight. "But after the ceremony, you'll have real alternatives. Men who can marry you properly, give you children, offer you the life you should have had if your father hadn't been destroyed by lies." "I don't want those men." "You say that now. But what about 5 years from now? 10? When you realize that choosing me meant giving up motherhood, legitimate marriage, everything women are supposed to want?" Gideon leaned forward. "I can't be the reason you live with that regret, Philippa." "So what are you saying? That you want me to leave?" "No." The word was anguished. "I'm saying I love you enough to release you from any obligation you feel toward me, to ensure you know that whatever you choose, I'll accept it, even if it destroys me." Pippa stared at him, seeing the fear and love warring in his expression. He was trying to be noble, trying to give her freedom, and she was tired of nobility that looked suspiciously like self-sabotage. "I have a proposal," she said quietly. Gideon went still. "What sort of proposal?" "The kind where we stop letting fear dictate our choices." Pippa stood, crossed to him, took his hands. "You're terrified I'll regret choosing you. I'm terrified you'll push me away to protect me from hypothetical future disappointment. We're both paralyzed by what might happen instead of focusing on what is." "What is?" "We love each other. We've built something real despite every reason it should have been impossible. We're happy together in ways neither of us expected." She squeezed his hands. "So here's my proposal. We stop waiting for the other shoe to drop. We commit to each other fully, not marriage, since that still terrifies you, but partnership. Real partnership, where we face the future together instead of constantly preparing for it to fall apart." Gideon was quiet for a long moment. "What would that look like? Practically speaking?" "I attend my father's restoration ceremony. Let society see that I'm respectable again. Then I publicly choose to remain with you anyway, making it clear this isn't necessity but choice." Pippa's voice was steady. "I reject marriage proposals, decline invitations from families hoping to rehabilitate me further, and continue living exactly as I have been. Working with Lady Constance's foundation, managing your accounts, spending my nights in your bed. All of it visible, deliberate, chosen. You'll be crucified. Respectable women who choose ruin are judged far more harshly than those who fall into it through circumstance." Let them judge. I don't care about society's opinion anymore. She pulled him to his feet, made him meet her eyes. The only opinion that matters is yours. So tell me, if I choose you publicly, deliberately, with full knowledge of alternatives, can you accept that? Can you believe I know my own mind? His expression was raw, vulnerable. I want to. God, Philippa, I want to believe that. Then do. Stop protecting me from myself and trust that I'm capable of making informed choices. She pressed her forehead to his. Choose me back. Not out of guilt or nobility. Choose me because you want this life we've built, because I'm worth the scandal and judgment and social consequences. You're worth everything, he said roughly. Every consequence, every judgment, every sacrifice. I just don't want you to sacrifice more than you should. That's my decision to make, not yours. Pippa pulled back enough to see his face. So, what do you say? Partnership? Real commitment, even without legal marriage? For a long, suspended moment, Gideon simply looked at her, searching for the doubt he was convinced must exist, the hesitation that would prove she didn't really want this. Whatever he saw made something in his expression finally ease. Partnership, he said quietly. Real commitment. You and me against the world's better judgment. You and me, Pippa agreed. Exactly as we are. He kissed her then, soft and fierce, and full of promises that didn't need legal documents to make them binding. When they finally broke apart, both were smiling through tears neither would acknowledge. The ceremony is in 1 month, Pippa said. After that, we make our choice public. Together. Together, Gideon echoed. And for the first time since Thomas's unexpected arrival, the future felt less like a threat and more like a possibility worth pursuing. Chapter 14. The Royal Society's Grand Hall glittered with the cream of London's intellectual and social elite. Pippa stood in an anteroom, dressed in pale lavender silk that spoke of mourning transformed. No longer the black of grief, but the soft colour of remembrance tempered with hope. Her copper hair was swept into an elegant arrangement, the sapphire bracelet gleaming at her wrist like a declaration. Thomas paced nearby, nervous energy radiating from him. At 17 now. When had he gotten so tall? He looked almost a man in his formal dress, but his fidgeting betrayed his youth. Stop pacing, Pippa said gently. You're making me more anxious. I can't help it. There are over 200 people out there waiting to see us, to judge whether we're worthy of redemption. He tugged at his cravat. What if they don't accept Father's restoration? What if they still see us as scandal? Then they're fools, and their opinions don't matter. Pippa adjusted his cravat with practiced hands. We're here to honour Father's memory and reclaim his scientific legacy. What society thinks of us personally is irrelevant. Is it? Thomas met her eyes. Because after tonight, everything changes. You understand that? I do. And you're still planning to... He glanced toward the door, clearly aware that walls had ears. To make your choice known? Yes. Pippa's voice was steady. After the ceremony. Publicly and deliberately. Thomas was quiet for a moment. I don't understand it, but I'm trying to see what you see in Lord Greystoke that makes respectability seem less valuable than whatever you two have. Partnership, trust, love that doesn't require me to be anything other than exactly who I am. Pippa smiled sadly. You'll understand when you fall in love someday. How all the logical reasons not to choose someone, become irrelevant compared to the simple fact that they make you happy. He does make you happy. Truly? Deliriously. Terrifyingly. Completely. She touched Thomas's cheek. I know you want me to choose the safe path, the respectable future, but that's never been who I am, even before Father's scandal. I've always been the girl who preferred ledgers to embroidery, who saw patterns in numbers that no one else noticed. Gideon sees that person and values her. That's worth more than any amount of social acceptance. Thomas sighed but nodded. Then I support you, even if I don't fully understand. That's all I ask. A knock interrupted. Mr. Pembroke, precise as always. They're ready for you. The president of the society will speak first, then you'll be called forward to accept your father's restored honours. Pippa took a breath, squeezed Thomas's hand, and walked toward the great hall. The hall fell silent as they entered. Row upon row of faces turned to watch. Scientists in academic robes, society matrons in silk and jewels, gentlemen in evening dress. Pippa saw familiar faces scattered throughout. Lady Constance in the third row, imperious and approving. Mrs. Finch near the back, handkerchief already in hand. Lord and Lady Pemberton, the Daltons, even Lord Pettigrew looking vaguely uncomfortable. And there, in the second row, pale eyes locked on her with fierce intensity, Gideon. He'd promised to attend, despite his discomfort with large gatherings. Promised to be there when she needed him. The sight of him, severe and controlled in impeccable evening dress, steadied her racing pulse. The president of the Royal Society, an elderly gentleman with impressive whiskers and kind eyes, stood at the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather tonight to right a grievous wrong. 2 years ago, this institution accepted accusations against Dr. Philip Weatherby without sufficient investigation. Those accusations destroyed a brilliant man's reputation and contributed to his tragic death. The president's voice carried weight, authority. We now know those accusations were false, fabricated by a rival seeking to claim Dr. Weatherby's discoveries as his own. A murmur rippled through the assembly. The president raised his hand for silence. Dr. Edmund Hartley's papers, discovered after his death, contain irrefutable evidence of his systematic campaign to discredit Dr. Weatherby. Letters detailing falsified reports, strategic rumours, deliberate sabotage of a colleague's reputation for personal gain. His expression hardened. It is a stain on this institution that we allowed such calumny to succeed. He gestured toward Pippa and Thomas. Tonight, we restore Dr. Philip Weatherby's name and honour. We publish his complete findings on geological stratification, work that was 20 years ahead of its time. And we offer his children our profound apologies for the suffering our institutional failure caused. The hall erupted in applause. Pippa felt tears prick her eyes as the president beckoned them forward. They climbed the dais together. The president presented them with a leather-bound volume, their father's complete works, beautifully printed with a dedication acknowledging his genius. Miss Weatherby, Mr. Weatherby, on behalf of the Royal Society, I offer our deepest regrets for the injustice done to your father. His contributions to science will be celebrated and remembered. His name is restored. Pippa accepted the volume with shaking hands. She was supposed to say something. Mr. Pembroke had suggested a brief speech, but the words stuck in her throat. Thomas stepped forward, young but steady. Our father dedicated his life to understanding the natural world. He believed that truth, pursued honestly, would always prevail over lies. His voice carried clearly. He was wrong about the timing. Truth took 2 years to surface. But he was right about the principle. Thank you for finally acknowledging what he always knew. His work had value. His discoveries mattered. And his death, while tragic, doesn't diminish the legacy he left. More applause. Pippa managed a nod, clutching the volume of her father's work like a talisman. As they descended from the dais, she caught Gideon's eye. He smiled. Small, private, full of pride and something deeper. That smile steadied her for what came next. The ceremony concluded with a reception in the Society's library. Pippa found herself immediately surrounded by well-wishers, some genuine, others clearly opportunistic. "Miss Weatherby, such a relief to see your family's name restored. Always believed your father was innocent. My son is recently returned from the continent. I'm sure you'd find him most agreeable." The marriage proposals were less direct, but unmistakable. Pippa deflected with practiced courtesy, aware of Gideon watching from across the room, his expression carefully neutral. Lady Constance materialized at her elbow, dispersing the crowd with imperious efficiency. "Vultures! Give the girl room to breathe." She guided Pippa toward a quieter corner. "You're handling this well, though I suspect you're eager for it to end." "Desperately." Pippa glanced at the crowd. "Half of them treated me like a pariah 6 months ago. Now they're falling over themselves to rehabilitate me fully. Welcome to society's fickleness." Lady Constance's smile was dry. "The question is, what will you do with this newfound respectability?" "Exactly what I planned." Pippa met the older woman's knowing gaze. "I'm going to publicly decline it in favor of the life I've chosen." "Scandalous. I approve." Lady Constance squeezed her arm. "Though I'd recommend waiting until most of these earnest suitors have departed. No sense in providing entertainment for the masses." But fate, it seemed, had other plans. Lord Pettigrew approached with determined purpose, clearly emboldened by the evening's events. "Miss Weatherby, congratulations on your father's restoration. A well-deserved vindication." "Thank you, Lord Pettigrew." "I wonder if I might speak with you privately. There's a matter I'd like to discuss." His smile was warm, calculated. "A proposal, actually." Across the room, Pippa saw Gideon go very still. "Whatever you wish to say can be said here, my lord," Pippa replied evenly. Pettigrew's smile tightened, but he pressed on. "Very well. Miss Weatherby, your restoration to respectability presents an opportunity for both of us. I am, as you know, a widower in need of a wife. You are a woman of good family, recently vindicated, in need of re-establishing yourself in society." "I'm not in need of anything, Lord Pettigrew." "Come now, surely you see the logic. Marriage to me would complete your rehabilitation. You'd be Lady Pettigrew, fully respectable, above reproach." He stepped closer, voice lowering. "I'm aware of your arrangement with Lord Greystoke. I'm prepared to overlook it. What's past is past, after all." The condescension in his tone made Pippa's hands clench. Around them, conversations had paused. People were listening now, scenting drama. "How generous of you to overlook my ruin," Pippa said coolly, "but I must decline your kind offer." "Don't be hasty. Consider what I'm offering: security, status, a future unburdened by scandal." Pettigrew's smile was patronizing. "Greystoke can't marry you. We both know that. Why waste your restored respectability on a relationship with no future when you could have everything with me?" "Because Lord Greystoke values me. You see me as an acquisition. I see you as a practical match. Surely that's preferable to remaining a wealthy man's mistress." His voice carried, intentionally. "You've been given a second chance, Miss Weatherby. Don't squander it on misplaced loyalty to a man who won't even give you his name." The room had gone utterly silent. Every eye was on them, including Gideon's. Pippa felt the weight of the moment, the choice crystallizing. She could deflect, make excuses, handle this privately, or she could do what she'd planned, make her choice visible, deliberate, permanent. She chose honesty. "You're right about one thing, Lord Pettigrew. I have been given a second chance." Pippa's voice carried clearly through the silent library. "A chance to live my life according to my own values, rather than society's narrow definitions, and I'm choosing to use that chance exactly as I please. Which means? Which means I'm refusing your proposal, and every other proposal I'll doubtless receive in coming weeks." She smiled, feeling oddly calm. "I'm choosing to remain exactly where I am, as Lord Greystoke's partner, companion, and lover. Not because I lack alternatives, but because that's the life I want." Gasps rippled through the assembled crowd. Pettigrew's face darkened. "You're choosing to remain ruined? Deliberately?" "I'm choosing to be happy. If society considers that ruinous, that's society's failure, not mine." Pippa glanced at Gideon, found him staring at her with something like awe. "Lord Greystoke treats me as an equal, values my mind, respects my choices, makes me feel seen in ways I never imagined possible. That's worth infinitely more than respectability earned by marrying a man who views me as damaged goods he's magnanimous enough to overlook." "You're making a mistake," Pettigrew said tightly. "Throwing away everything for a man who can't even commit to you properly. Can't or won't." Gideon's voice cut through the library like a blade. He'd crossed the room without Pippa noticing, now stood beside her with controlled fury radiating from every line of his body. "Greystoke." Pettigrew's smile was ugly. "Come to defend your property? Come to correct your misconceptions." Gideon's tone was lethal. "You assume I can't commit to Miss Weatherby? You're wrong. I've committed to her in every way that matters. Financially, emotionally, permanently. The only thing I haven't done is marry her legally. And that's not inability. That's choice." "Your choice or hers?" "Ours." Gideon's hand found Pippa's, fingers interlacing. "We've chosen to build a life together outside society's conventional structures. That doesn't make our commitment less real. It makes it more honest." "Honest?" Pettigrew's laugh was bitter. "You're keeping her as your mistress while pretending it's some noble partnership." "I'm loving her," Gideon interrupted. "Fully, permanently, with every intention of spending the rest of my life proving she made the right choice when she chose me over respectability." His eyes were fierce. "If that offends your sensibilities, Pettigrew, I genuinely don't care." The crowd was riveted now. This was better entertainment than any opera. Pettigrew looked between them, seeing his defeat. "You're both fools, throwing away everything for sentiment." "For love," Pippa corrected quietly. "We're choosing love over convenience. Perhaps that makes us fools. But we're happy fools, which is more than I'd ever be as your respectable wife." Pettigrew's expression turned vicious. "You'll regret this. When Greystoke tires of you, when society closes its doors permanently, when you're too old to attract another protector, you'll remember this moment and regret choosing passion over sense." "If that day comes, I'll face it." Pippa squeezed Gideon's hand. "But I doubt it will, because this isn't passion that will burn out. This is partnership built on mutual respect and genuine affection. That tends to last." She turned to the watching crowd, seeing shock, disapproval, and in a few faces, Lady Constance's, Mrs. Finch's, Thomas's, approval and understanding. My father spent his life pursuing truth regardless of consequences, Pippa said clearly. He died believing that truth mattered more than comfort or acceptance. Tonight, you've honored his memory by acknowledging his scientific truth. Allow me to honor it by living my own truth. I love Gideon Thorne. I choose to build a life with him. And I'm not ashamed of that choice, regardless of what anyone in this room thinks. Silence. Heavy, shocked silence. Then, from the back of the room, Thomas began to applaud. Slowly, deliberately, his clapping echoed through the library. Lady Constance joined him, then Mrs. Finch. A few others scattered through the crowd. Younger people mostly, those who understood choosing love over convention. The applause spread slowly, uncertainly, until perhaps a third of the room was clapping. The rest stared in varying degrees of shock and disapproval. Pippa didn't care. She'd made her choice publicly, irrevocably. Whatever came next, she'd face it, with Gideon beside her. Pettigrew departed with a final glare. The crowd slowly returned to conversations, though the energy had shifted, half scandalized, half fascinated. Gideon pulled Pippa toward a quiet alcove, away from prying eyes. That was... He stopped, struggling for words. You just destroyed any chance of full social rehabilitation. You understand that? I do. You chose me anyway, publicly, with full knowledge of consequences. Yes. Pippa cupped his face in her hands. Are you finally starting to believe I know my own mind? I'm starting to believe I might actually deserve you. His voice was rough with emotion, which is terrifying in entirely new ways. Good. Be terrified. But be terrified with me, not by yourself. She pulled him down into a kiss that was soft and claiming in equal measure. We're doing this. Really doing this. No more second-guessing, no more waiting for disaster. No more disaster, Gideon agreed. Just us, building whatever future we want. Whatever future we want, Pippa echoed. They stayed in their alcove for long minutes, wrapped in each other while the reception continued around them. Eventually, they'd have to return to the crowd, face the whispers and judgment. Eventually, they'd have to navigate life as a deliberately scandalous couple in society that preferred neat categories. But for now, in this moment, they were simply two people who'd chosen each other against all odds and all advice. And that was enough. Epilogue. 1 year later, spring had returned to London with cherry blossoms and optimism. Pippa sat in the garden of the house Gideon had given her, the one she'd eventually converted into a school for young women interested in mathematics and science. 15 students currently, all brilliant girls from families who couldn't afford traditional education. Lady Constance's foundation funded it. Gideon handled the administrative details, and Pippa taught 3 days a week, watching these young women discover the same joy in numbers that had sustained her through her darkest days. The other 4 days, she managed Gideon's accounts from an office in his townhouse, worked with Lady Constance's charitable ventures, and generally lived the life she'd chosen with deliberate satisfaction. Society had never quite forgiven her public refusal of respectability. She and Gideon were invited to certain events, the more progressive salons, gatherings of artists and intellectuals who valued authenticity over convention. But the highest social circles remained closed. The most respectable families refused acknowledgement. Pippa couldn't bring herself to care. Thomas visited during university holidays, no longer scandalized by his sister's choices. even occasionally bringing friends who treated Gideon with awkward respect, and Pippa with fascinated curiosity. Mrs. Finch continued managing Gideon's household with knowing discretion, occasionally mentioning how pleasant it was to see his lordship smile so frequently these days. And Gideon, "You're thinking very hard about something." His voice came from behind her. Pippa turned to find him approaching across the garden, still in morning dress from business meetings, looking as severe and controlled as the day they'd met. But his eyes were soft when they landed on her, his smile genuine. "Just reflecting on the year?" she said. "How different everything is from that night when I stumbled onto your doorstep. Considerably drier, for one thing." He settled beside her on the bench, took her hand in his familiar gesture. "Any regrets?" "None. You?" "Only that I wasted time trying to convince you to leave when I should have been convincing you to stay." He lifted her hand to his lips. "Though I think I've improved at that over the year." "Marginally." Pippa smiled. "You only try to push me away once a month now instead of daily. Definite progress." "I'm a work in progress." But his tone was light, teasing. The constant fear that had haunted him had eased over their year together, not disappeared entirely, but diminished enough that he could joke about it. They sat in comfortable silence, watching Pippa's students through the window, bent over equations and discussions. "I have news," Gideon said eventually. "Good news, I think." "Tell me." "The estate trustees contacted me yesterday. Edward's widow, Catherine, has improved enough that the doctors believe she could manage life outside the asylum with proper support." He paused. "They're asking if I'd be willing to provide that support. Let her live in one of the estate cottages with a companion." Pippa turned to him, seeing the complexity of emotions in his expression. "What did you tell them?" "That I needed to discuss it with you first, because this affects us both." Gideon met her eyes. "She's family, damaged by my brother's cruelty. I have resources to help her heal, but it means taking on responsibility for someone whose very existence reminds me of my failure to protect her years ago." "You didn't fail her. Edward failed her." Pippa squeezed his hand. "And helping her now doesn't erase what happened, but it honors who you actually are versus who you fear you might become." "So you think I should agree?" "I think you already know what you want to do. You just need permission to believe it's the right choice." She smiled. "Yes. Help her. Give her the support she needed years ago. Show yourself that you're capable of caring for vulnerable people without destroying them." Gideon pulled her close, pressing his face into her hair. "How did I survive before you?" "Poorly, from what Mrs. Finch tells me." Pippa turned in his arms, looking up at him. "But you're not surviving anymore. You're living. There's a difference." "Living," he repeated softly. "Yes, I suppose I am." They stayed like that, wrapped in each other while afternoon sun painted the garden gold. Inside, young women pursued knowledge without apology. Across London, society continued its endless judgment. And somewhere in Hampshire, Thomas was studying for examinations in a future no longer shadowed by scandal. None of it was conventional. None of it fit society's narrow definitions of respectability or propriety. But it was theirs, built deliberately, chosen freely, sustained by love that had survived every test thrown at it. "I love you," Pippa said quietly, "in case I haven't mentioned it recently." "You mentioned it this morning, and last night, and yesterday afternoon." But Gideon's smile was fond. "Though I'll never tire of hearing it." "Good, because I plan to keep saying it. For decades, probably." She paused. Unless you're planning to tire of me sooner? Never. The word was absolute. You're stuck with me, Philippa Weatherby, permanently and irrevocably. Vow or no vow, marriage or no marriage, you're mine and I'm yours. That's not changing. Promise? Promise. He kissed her forehead. Though I reserve the right to occasionally panic about ruining you. Old habits. And I reserve the right to tell you you're being ridiculous when you do. Pippa settled against his chest. We make quite a pair. The most irregular pair in London. The happiest, she corrected. That too. They sat in their garden as afternoon faded toward evening. Two people who'd found each other in crisis and built something extraordinary from the wreckage of their former lives. Society called them scandalous, improper, a cautionary tale about the dangers of choosing passion over prudence. They called themselves happy, and in the end, that was the only truth that mattered. The end. Thank you so much for listening all the way to the end. I really appreciate you spending your time here with me. If this story touched you, please leave a comment and let me know your favorite part. I love reading your thoughts. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more original Regency romance audiobooks every week. Your support means everything to this channel. Until next time, happy listening.